for some of them, certainly. But I think he can. But Peterson, so smooth and so good that if you would have told me in October, hey, the Jazz can get Darren Peterson, I would have been over the moon. Yeah, this is great for these guys, man. I want to talk about a winning team. We all do. Fans want to follow a winning team. And I want playoff runs. I talked to Austin Ainge about that. I said, come on, man. You're stretching me thin here, guy. You got to get to the playoffs. And he laughed and said, yeah, I'll do what I can for you. And so away you go. My only concern with Darren Peterson is his middle name is Nathan.
DNP. Terrible initials for a basketball player.
I do not know if his middle name is Nathan. I just made that up.
Well, it was fun, wasn't
it? Yes. Other than that, and I think that issue can be resolved very quick, because now he's playing for much higher money, much higher stakes, and also for the second contract and the third contract, and you have to produce. The reality is he didn't have to produce that much at Kansas to go 1 or 2. That's a fact.
I'd like to argue, but it is a fact.
Yeah. But everything changes. The situation and the parameters totally change now. And, it was college basketball has its place, but its place is much smaller than the NBA. There are going to be all sorts of lights and people and eyes on him next season. So I'm not as concerned, particularly if Jazz management isn't as concerned about it. Well, they're going to alleviate my concern.
Hey, we better give a shout out to Jeff J. at BYU, because 3 months ago he had up Twitter and said, wouldn't it be great if Darren Peterson's middle name started with N? He
did?
Yeah, he did. Even threw out, what if it was Nathan or something? That went up on Cougar Board in February. Yeah, you're not the first person to go DNP.
Okay.
Everyone's playing around with that.
But I don't know that many of my comments are 100% original. So if you wanna,
that's a basketball joke that would appeal to a lot of people. So it's not surprising if multiple, I don't even know if Jeff J or whoever it was the first person to throw it out there. Maybe there was somebody else. But I just did a quick search for his middle name to see what it was, and no information. So, it's that old thing, though, where there's no information or no story, people will create one. So there you go.
But I think it can be alleviated. Can it be solved? Well, we'll have to see this time next year when we look at the Basketball Reference and it has his rookie season, and look under GP and see how many games were played. And that's not Gary Payton. It's games played. That's literally the only way to alleviate it. Everything else is sort of talk.
There's another story that is just kind of breaking this morning. The ACC is having a media availability, I think. And Brett McMurphy, who we've had on the show, he's one of a handful of the preeminent college football national writers. Sure. Yeah. He throws this out there on Twitter. ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips said ESPN does not want the playoff to expand past 16 teams, period. Quote, ESPN's made it clear they want to stay at 12 or 14, but no more than 16, close quote, Phillips said. Brett McMurphy put that on Twitter, and if you think that's getting a lot of reaction, you are correct. It is. It has just barely gone up. It's a pretty fresh quote there. So that's 30. It's only been up 31 minutes. And this goes back to what we had when we had Tim Brando on, who said ESPN wants to keep Fox out. And there are comments on this, and John Wilner, a.k.a. The Hammer, has weighed in with this is ESPN versus Fox. The schools are just kind of basically window dressing here. They're pawns in this game. This is ESPN and Fox. Fox wants to televise playoff games. If there's 24 teams, they have to have 23 playoff games, and that is just too many games for any one network. ESPN's already sublicensed 2 games to TNT. Mm-hmm. They would have to do more. Some of these games would probably have to go head-to-head or overlap, with a game kicking off at halftime of a game on another channel. So, hey, it's big business. There's a gazillion dollars at stake. This isn't surprising. Live sports is the last appointment viewing. Of all the things that have just hammered the TV industry, it's at us as viewers, including people who work in the TV industry, we want to view on our schedule. We don't want to have appointment viewing. We don't want to have to say, hey, I got to be here at 7 or 9. And the last thing we will do it for is not prime time. It's not a newscast. It's live sports. That's the last thing we'll set our schedule around is, hey, the game kicks off at 1, the game kicks off at 6, whatever it is. So that's the wrestling match here. Now, there are people saying, hey, the SEC is going to have teams 13, 14, 15, and they don't want to have to play a game and be exposed that those teams really aren't 13, 14, 15 anymore. Is that part of it? Maybe it is, actually, and I think there's some that's worth discussing, and there's some truth in that, but money talks. And the amount of money that we're talking about here in a 2014 playoff, it stamps its feet, it screams, and it pounds the table. So this other stuff is interesting, and there's a good reason to discuss it. But, man, there is a lot of money at stake right here. And the conference playoff games will get caught up in these. These conference title games will get caught up and wiped out by the round of 24. I think that's pretty clear that has to be the trade-off.
Sure. And there's a lot of things to say, and that's why we need, not just want, whether you don't like it or like it, that's why we need NIL, because all this money that is at stake, it's because these young kids out on the field, and they deserve a fair share, and maybe they're getting more than a fair share, but good for them. Did you hear what Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame, went to the Cardinals, said?
I did not.
He's going to get $53
Oh, I did. Yes, I did.
million.
Yes, this was actually bravo.
Yeah, he said, I'm not going to touch that money. I'm of the NIL era. I'm well off already.
Yep.
And hey, why not? Why shouldn't he or she be able to cash in? It seems archaic that Jimmer Fredette wasn't able to cash in.
Totally agree.
When Dave Rose is getting multiple offers.
Yep.
Because of Jimmer Fredette to go to other places. And that's nothing against Dave. He deserved it, but so did Jimmer Fredette. And that's a classic high-level example. And so with that in mind, that it needs to be spread around because there is so much money at stake. And you got all these high rollers that are in their 60s deciding what is going to be the impact on 18 to 22 or 23-year-olds. Seems a little silly that they would walk away, not totally empty-handed, but everything had to be under the table and all that stuff. Now we're beyond that, and it's above the table. I've literally seen players get checks from business people right standing in front of me as the three of us are talking, and I've got no problem with that. Sure, maybe some regulations and so forth could help. I understand that. Also, I would much rather that decisions be made for what is in the best interest of the sport and the fans rather than what's in the best interest of some TV network.
Yes, and I think that the ACC, I don't believe the ACC commissioner just learned this. Jim Phillips has known this for a while.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got to be careful in what he says because the ACC has a massive business relationship with ESPN. ESPN owns the ACC network. ESPN televises ACC games, and ESPN writes ACC schools big checks. Not as big as SEC schools, but still big checks to play in those games. There is no way that he just casually decided to go out and bite the hand that feeds him. There's no way. I don't believe it for a second. It doesn't pass the sniff test. He thought about it. He wants this to happen, and he's figured the only way we're getting to 24, which is best for his league, the only way we're doing it, ESPN's not going to give in unless I call them out and the world comes crashing down on them. And saying just what you said, PK, got to do what's best for the sport. Can't do what's best for one business. Can't do it. And he knows the amount of angst / jealousy / disgust that people have with ESPN. Partly because they're so big, partly because they don't like some of the shows, or the politics of the shows, partly because they're changing game to kickoff times for games everywhere. All these things add up over time. They all do. And Jim Phillips, I think he knows exactly why he said what he said, and it was a conscious decision to say it now, not 2 months ago when he probably knew it 2 months ago. He probably knew it 6 months ago. But he finally decided now's the time. That's dropping a pretty big quote into the discussion right there. He lit the match, and he knows the fire is going to burn. And there's a price to pay for saying it. There's a price to pay for saying it, and he knew what the price was. I totally believe that.
Well, I think it's a trade-off. If I don't say it, is there a bigger price to pay? And if I say it,
yes. Yes.
So with that in mind, you talk to the hand that bites, so don't hand the hand that bites to feed you, don't bite it, or whatever that thing is. I grew up with some expressions, and one of them is you don't bleep where you eat, and more importantly, you don't bleep where I eat.
Right. And the Big 12 commissioner, Brett Yormark, is just sitting there. Go get him, Jim. And then he looks at ESPN. I didn't say it. But I'm sure glad Jim did. Go get him, Jim.
All understood.
I'm right behind you.
There needs to be some form of solidarity that's in the best interest. And the SEC has talked about that. We're concerned about the college football as a sport as a whole. Oh, okay. Well, you have an opportunity to show me. Don't tell me, show me, is the old phrase.
All right, DJ PK, we got to take a break. When we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Why is BYU not coming to Logan? It's great that they're playing BYU, but why is there no return trip? Getting this rivalry just on the books in some way, shape, or form is huge. For Utah State, they need quad one games. In the landscape of college basketball, it would not surprise me one bit if Utah State called up Kentucky or called up Kansas. And I wouldn't surprise me one bit if Kentucky's like, sure, hold please, click. Kansas, click. Because I don't think these teams are interested in building other teams' resumes, especially G5 resumes.
The bottom line is the power schools have always and definitely currently hold the cards. For BYU to work with Utah State and get 2 dates on the calendar in today's basketball world, it's definitely a win. It's a win for both. It's a win for the state. I wish last year they were on the schedule.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
After all that mud and rain, give your carpets a reset before the kids get out of school and summer guests start arriving. And if you want to get it done the right way, choose Zero-Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh detergents, so your carpets are safer and stay cleaner longer. And right now at Zerores.com, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129 and a free hallway cleaning. Spelled the same forwards or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Utah's got the Big 5, but this week we're showing you the Mini 5, hidden state parks flying under the radar. Tonight, Paiute State Park in Junction.
It gets overlooked because it doesn't have the amenities that some of the other big parks have. I'm staying here till I'm done, till I can't walk.
Watch KSL 5 News at 10 and you can win a guest card to hit the road yourself. The Mini 5, Utah's Hidden Gems, tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I can't believe today was a good day.
Join Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, Friday from 10 to noon at Tim Dolly Mazda at 10785 South Automobile Drive in Sandy. PGA Championship coming up. Bob Casper, Brian Taylor on every show all day, all week long with the PGA Championship getting underway here tomorrow. Yock, do you want to give away a qualifier right now? Yeah, let's do it. Copper Rock PGA Championship, caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We'll be assigned a golfer in the PGA Championship this week. We're assigning listeners one of the top 25 players in the world. One listener will be assigned the field. The winner will receive a Copper Rock logo golf bag and a $100 gas gift card. It's brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play. Time for your feedback. What would you trade to get A.J. DeBonsa? David, a future first. So he'll give up a draft pick, PK. And you know what? That's not what Justin would do. Justin doesn't want to give it up. He says maybe a Cleveland pick swap. That's it. So he won't give it up, but he'll swap and let him move up. And here's
that'd be two swaps then.
Yeah, right?
You're going to swap this year's.
Jay Money, how about this? No one. Perfect scenario for the Jazz. People need to remove the emotional connection between AJ and BYU. Jason, no one. Jazz need to stay at number 2 and take over drops them out of AJ or Peterson. Very simple in my opinion. Nothing. Boozer and Peterson impact winning more. So GVUDM is sitting there just hoping, I hope they take AJ because these other guys are going to have a bigger impact on winning.
Yeah, how do you know that you're going because that BYU lost in the first round? Is that what he's saying?
I
is
don't.
Against BYU.
That's
meanwhile.
I did wonder.
The top 5 players last year didn't even make the NCAA tournament. They are out of Rutgers.
I did wonder if he was a Ute or an Aggie, and I clicked on his profile, and it was not immediately obvious. He is a Denver Bronco fan. Oh, I think he is a Ute fan.
Ute fan.
No, he's a Ute fan. I just came down. I found some Ute stuff later.
Of course he was. I mean, come on.
Fan.
I don't need evidence to know what's right in front of my face, what I can see and what I can hear, what I can taste, what I can smell. Did I cover it all?
Allen, nothing. DP's the better prospect and fit. If the Wizards get wise to this, they'll pick DP. And then AJ falls to us, so don't trade for him. And that would also be great, by the way. That's Allen right there. So he's on board with both guys.
Well, I think they'll know that, particularly because they've got a relationship with Ace DeBonsa. And so Ace can just tell them Washington's going to take us. They have an insight to what's going on in a manner that no team has ever had. That might be too strong, but you get the point.
No, but I do think to your point, can you just see all the Jazz brass sitting around in a room, right? And you've got Ryan there who owns the club. You've got both the Ainges, Austin and Danny. You got Jay-Z, and they're all sitting there. All right, who do we know that talks to Washington Wizards management?
Yeah.
Check. Box checked. Someone call Ace and find out what they're saying.
And then they've got Kevin Young, who's back there in Chicago right now. And so he obviously has an intense relationship with both the DeBonces, father and son.
Yeah.
We just had Kristen Peak tell us that Ace is going to act essentially along with an advisor as the management team. He's heading it up, which he's been doing for years. So they'll know who is on Washington's list, because if they tell them, they're going to have to tell them at some point. I don't think they're going to wait. And AJ's sitting there in New York. Gosh, I wonder who it's going to be. They'll know. And so that information gets back to the Jazz and they can adjust accordingly. And if it is Darren Peterson, well, then they don't make a trade. If that's who if they want Ace or AJ as opposed to Darren.
Stop talking about this, JJ Johnny Utah says. Utah radio needs to relax. Trading for the first pick would be stupid. DP is just as good as AJ, if not better. Utah radio needs to relax. PK, when I was in college radio, there was somebody who made a technical mistake putting something on the air. And then they justified it with some people like quiet. And I just looked at him like, yeah, those people don't turn the radio on. Utah radio isn't here to relax. This is exciting. We're going to talk about it. We're not even sure what the right decision is. We're trying to weigh it. We know we have incomplete information. But people are dying to talk about this. Early in the show, I was talking about us walking down the street and some guy walking out in his driveway waiting for his wife to come along before they went on a walk. And he turns and he looks at me, does a real quick double take, goes, who would you draft? Didn't say, hey, DJ, didn't say anything. He got right to the important issue. Who would you draft?
So when you were walking down the street, were you singing doo-wah, diddy, dum, diddy, dum?
I could have been, but at that moment I was not. If I had thought of it, I probably would. Doo-wah, diddy, dum, diddy, dum. Yeah.
Well, you were walking down the street. You had half the equation.
I was, but I was too blown away by all the dogs I was passing. The number of people out walking dogs last night, and it was great, right? It was did it get to 90 yesterday? It was pretty warm. It was a really warm day. So as the sun's dropping, it's still 75, 80 degrees. It's like 8:30. The sun's going down. You get great sunsets here, and everybody was just like, "Get Rover, get the leash, let's go." I have to say, all the dogs are on a leash too. Every once in a while, you get the renegade running around and going nuts. But
our job is to talk about what people want to hear about.
Yeah, this is what's on the tip of everybody's tongue right now.
And we got two locals. We got the Jazz, who I believe always are and always will be the number one story. There'll be exceptions for a time, but we're talking big picture. Mm-hmm. And we've got AJ DeBonce, who's at least marginally, if not more than that, a local factor. And so, come on, it's overwhelming. If I would have done, and actually I did a ton of sports radio. I just didn't have my own show when the Utes were doing their great things in basketball. I mean, I'd come back to the hotel after whatever, there'd be 5 messages from around the country. And I made sure I said yes to every freaking single one, because this is what I really wanted to do.
I feel bad now. And we got listeners, we got listeners who are 25, 30, 35 years old. See, at 35, what would you be? It would have been like 7, right? Now, the listeners are 50, 60, remember it. But, PK, those months in 1998, I mean, the Jazz have been to the NBA Finals in 97. But you get to the first of the year, football ends, and the Utes are looking really good. And the Jazz are looking really good. Stockton had some surgery early that year. And it builds up to the NCAA title game, but a loss, and then the NBA Finals, but a loss. But the emotion, and people were so fired up for that. This draft, and I think people who are, 50-ish right now are thinking this could trigger something like that. I don't think this will ever land the way that landed. There was Jordan then. It was the first time then. The town was smaller, and with media, it was more connected. It's just different now. I don't know that they could get as strong a hold. Maybe they could. Maybe when we get there, we'll say, wow, this is just like... It was so much fun to cover those stories. And it didn't end the way people wanted, because both the Jazz and Utes lost, and maybe some BYU fans were happy about the Utes losing, but I don't even remember it that way. I remember talking to BYU fans who were like, oh, somebody from the state pulls it off. It was awesome. Those were good times, and maybe this is about to trigger that.
Yep.
All right, we're all done. The coach is coming up. Tim Lacombe, Scotty G on the way. Stay with us.
I'm done. So done.
Well, that's our show.
It's over.
What? It's over. It is over.
Is that it?
That's it. Everybody still awake?
Will you come on already? I just can't stand these long goodbyes.
All right, big finish.
See you later.
This stuff is available everywhere.
Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepared meals are delivered right to your door and are designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more with 8 meals in every box. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hanging on, hold it to the end of the ride. Roller coaster rolling out of bed outside. Squeezing echoes, squeeze it till the scream and cry. Wait until the coast is clear and the freaky ride in the sky.
Hey, let's get it, folks. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim LeCaux. Hey, Coach.
What's going on? It's a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday.
It is. Or is it Wednesday? Wednesday, yes. That's one thing. Yeah, that's one thing you're going to know. I am terrible on days.
Well, that makes two of us.
Yeah.
I have so much fun. I just figure we're only a day in. It's already been two. But
how about that?
Excuse me for my first mistake. It won't be my last. But gosh, I try to give a good effort and try to be optimistic.
100% effort every day. That's all we ask.
And we're on location today.
Yeah, we are. Sound Sleep Medical. Come on by. But better yet, just call 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731. If you're dealing with sleep apnea, it's okay. A lot of us do. I do. Lloyd does. If you're dealing with those, don't worry about it. All you have to do is call 801-285-9731. They'll give you the free sleep consultation, the free sleep screening, and you can check out these oral appliances. It's not a CPAP machine. Nope, it's an oral appliance, so you don't have to worry about sounding like you're Darth Vader when you're trying to sleep at night with a big old mask and hose hooked to you.
I did. I roomed with Chris Jones on the road.
Oh, did Jonesy have a CPAP?
Jonesy carried the extra accessory and had to put it through the the screening at the airport and everything else. And then, yes, when I would come, out of brushing my teeth and combing my hair, I'd walk around the corner and Jonesy'd be like Darth Vader there. And he'd already be asleep.
Yeah.
But he definitely had that apparatus.
Yes. So you don't need to worry about it. If you don't want to be carrying that thing through security, you don't want to be dealing with it, you can go on camping trips with your kids. And don't have to worry about that. You can still get the good night's sleep. 801-285-9731. I love that you outed Jonesy.
I know. I just wondered if there's HIPAA issues there. Sorry, Jonesy. You're probably going to sue me now.
We got to get him on the air.
Oh, I would love to. That guy, I'm serious. He is so much intertwined in the fabric of basketball.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, I was working for the Jazz in my last job, and I was doing a clinic up in Farmington at that fabulous new facility, Western Sports Park. If you haven't seen that, it's worth driving up there and looking at. It's cool. But anyway, we were up there and had a bunch of kids in the camp, and one of the kids, after I introduced myself and said I had been at Utah, came up and said, "Do you happen to know Chris Jones?" And she's probably 12. I'm like, "Yeah, I do. He coaches me. He coaches my team." So he's got a friend who has this really good girls team, and Jonesy's coaching that, and he's coaching at Highland High and playing a lot of golf. Hanging out with Matt Barnes, but he worked for Rick Majerus and Stu Morrill.
Yep.
How about that?
And Larry Kraskowiak.
Right, and Larry Kraskowiak, Ray Giacoletti. So has been in and around this state, and his son Rylan, obviously, historic high school career, and then, followed up with great years at a myriad of places.
Yeah, Utah, then Utah State, and then finished off at
Samford.
Samford, with Buckyball.
Buckyball, and then last year, Rylan was a GA at Texas A&M, and he just signed a contract to go play overseas now.
Yeah, and Jared Calhoun would say, and Jared never coached him. Jared just got to know him a little bit because of his ties to Utah State. And Jared Calhoun said all the time, he's like, if Bucky doesn't snatch you up, I'm getting you. Because his basketball IQ is just through the roof, as you would expect. I mean, he's a basketball lifer with a dad that's been tied to the game. So, there you will see when Rylan Jones hangs up the sneakers in terms of a player, you will see him as a high-level coach.
Oh, yeah, no question. His dad just eats, drinks, breathes it, and it's been absorbed, really. Rylan was around always, even as a little kid, was always hanging around, always shooting in the gym. So there's no question he'll find his way to that.
Nobody took a charge. Sometimes at his own detriment, nobody took a charge better than Rylan Jones.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, like, that guy's 6'9", right? But he just standing there, another rib is broken. Like, the kid, one of the toughest competitors.
Oh, yeah.
Ever. I got to tell you a really funny Jonesy story because this is, I think it'll make people laugh.
Not a lot of stories you can tell on the air.
This one I can. So he was basically Rick Majerus' right arm when I got there. And Rick just had Jonesy do all the stuff he didn't want to do. And so Jonesy would, in essence, back then, now you edit tape and it's like, a couple of clicks on the old machine. Back then, you had reel-to-reel VCR going, so you had to watch in real time everything and cut it. It just took forever. And so Jonesy, when practice would end, his day would really get going. But there was one particular day where I guess the game the Utah played, they didn't play well, and they think they won, but they didn't play well, and Rick wasn't happy. So he grabs Jonesy and he said, hey, go get us some pizzas at the Pie, and then come over to the hotel. I've got a conference room in there, and I want to sit in there and let's just break this down and watch it. So Jonesy goes, gets pizza. By the time he gets there, it's probably 10:30, and Rick has the hotel bring like a lounge chair in for him.
If people don't realize, the rumors or the urban legend is true. Rick lived in a hotel.
He lived in a hotel. I actually got to hang out, a couple times in his room, making a list of things he wanted me to do. So I've got a million stories which we can tell over the years. But this one, so Jonesy comes back with pizza. Rick's sitting in the chair watching the film, or getting ready to watch the film. So Jonesy gets it, and in the old days, like, you'd run it. It was a cowboy, they called it, and you'd hold it in your hand, and the tape would go, and you could hurry and run it back. You see it all the time in, like, Friday Night Lights or whatever. And so he's sitting there watching the tape and eating the pizza, and they get into this for about an hour, and Majerus is the type that he's going to stop this thing about every 10 seconds because he's seeing something he doesn't like out of somebody out there on the floor or somebody on the bench. You just never know. So he's watching it real close, and so Jonesy kind of realizes about a minute's gone and Rick hadn't said anything. So he looks over, and Rick is sacked out. Like, he's in the lounge chair, and he's just sacked out. So Jonesy said it's really one of those weird times where I don't know what to do. He said, because I know if I let it run and he wakes up, he's going to be mad. But if I wake him up, he's going to be mad. So he said, I just kind of sat there, didn't know what to do, stalled. And finally he grabbed a little whiteboard and wrote, Coach, you fell asleep. I left. And he said he went home petrified that Rick would wake up and be mad.
Get back here.
So Jonesy, like, next morning goes in there and he's kind of, walking lightly on his way in. And he said Rick never brought it up because I think Rick was embarrassed he fell asleep. So I think he made the right move, but you can imagine. That was epic stuff. But those were the things you had to put up. I was taking stuff to the cleaners and getting his car washed and, all sorts of crazy stuff. So that was our life.
Well, I'd heard stories, and I was in Utah State had played in a basketball tournament in Hawaii, and I was leaving, and Jonesy was leaving. We're both in the Delta Lounge, and the stories in just that 45-minute conversation was the highlight of that trip.
I mean, you just cried laughing, right?
Just dying laughing. And he talked about airports where if flight was delayed, like, Rick was losing his mind, and he's like, I can't control this.
Or the bus. Or
like
so many different things.
Yeah, like, if I could, I would go fly the plane to get you there on time, but I'm not in charge of that stuff.
I've never seen a guy that in Rick Majerus that kept everybody just completely on edge. Everybody. It didn't matter. Like, I told you the time Drew Hansen got a bloody nose and it wouldn't stop. And Majerus yells across the gym, blankety blank, Gerald, the trainer, can you cauterize it? Can you get it stopped? He was analyzing his job, across the court while practice is going on. Nobody was ever immune to it. But the things we learned, and if you look through the people that were around then and what they're doing now, or what they've done, it's pretty cool. So you had to put up with a lot.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, the relationships I have with, we mentioned Jonesy, Donnie Daniels, Tommy Connor, Jeff Judkins, those things will last forever because we had to bond together, and each of us had to have our stuff together in order to get through it.
Oof, yeah. It's one thing. It's like, it's not fun going through, but you're better for it.
You are better for it. And, it's wild. We talk about life on this show a little bit, but that's a little like life too. If everything's hunky-dory all the time, what are you learning, right? It's in those dark, deep times that, maybe a little nugget pops up, and then anyway, we're way off track. Let's get back to sports,
I like it.
baby.
Well, let's get to it. Starting lineup, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I want to go back. I was our great digital team took that Ari Temkin interview and put together some reels from it, so all the kids on Instagram and everywhere else can check it out. But Ari Temkin really took Darren Peterson to task yesterday, and I think he tried to be as diplomatic as he possibly could. But we had the play-by-play guy, Brian Haney of Kansas, come on Monday, and he was nothing but effusive in his praise for Darren Peterson. And then you went to Ari Temkin, who is, yes, a graduate and a fan of Kansas, but also covers the Big 12 overall, and he went after him and essentially said that nobody is bigger than Kansas basketball. You can't come in there and think that you're bigger than Kansas basketball, and if you do, that fan base is going to revolt on you. And I think that there's not a lot of Kansas fans that are overly brokenhearted that Darren Peterson is no longer a part of that program. So who is the real Darren Peterson? What will he be like as a pro? That's the million-dollar question. And if the Jazz, in some way, shape, or form, thinks that Kansas Darren Peterson will be the NBA Darren Peterson, that probably ignites them even more to try to find a way to get A.J. DeBonsa.
Yeah, I am. Yesterday was a day I was feeling like the Jazz would make a move or try to do something. Today I'm more, as I read things, and we got to let this Darren Peterson thing play out, period.
Yes. Yeah.
And a lot of stuff in the next couple of weeks is going to come to light. In terms of talent, I think everybody's sold. And if there is half the people, I mean, for every AJ person I hear somebody talking about Peterson being the guy. And even last night I saw people throwing Boozer into the mix and, hey, you're missing something here. I mean, he had a fabulous day yesterday at the Combine. Tested out really well laterally, which is something you want to look at. Shot the ball exceptionally well. And then Caleb Wilson, who, if you listen to DJ and PK this morning, Kristen Peak, who's done a phenomenal job forever, or where she's been, but she was on today and she talked about Caleb Wilson and how, Caleb Wilson took it as a slight that he was, not put on an under 18 team last year. And he is a kid who sees that slight and does something about it. And she's like, man, he needs to be in the equation too. So, I mean, it is in essence one of the great problems in Jazz history, but it is something that they got to work through because this is huge. This is huge. This is more than just a piece to this team right now. This is your building block to the future.
Well, and also, too, I think considering that situation, what you're talking about, a key building block on the future of the Utah Jazz rests with this number 2 overall selection. And because of that, I think that there are things that you have to take into consideration that maybe you wouldn't put such a high priority on. Number 1, does the guy love basketball? Does he truly love the game of basketball? Because there's a lot of guys that were born with the right DNA to be great at basketball, but don't truly love the game. So does he love the game of basketball? Is it like, I think we're finding out that, what's the kid's name from LSU who couldn't make a jump shot?
Ben Simmons.
I think we're finding out Ben Simmons never loved basketball. Ben Simmons likes fishing way more than he likes basketball, but he knew he could make a lot of money playing basketball, and he did, and then he got out. And so there are guys out there that are truly born to play the game, but not emotionally born to play the game. Is Darren Peterson part of that? I think we can see A.J. DeBonsa physically is not only born to play, but mentally loves the game of basketball. I think Caleb Wilson loves the game of basketball. Cameron Boozer, I think, does, but also that was all he was ever raised to do was play basketball. And so I think that's an element that sometimes you can be like, okay, we're drafting 14 through 16. Let's take a flyer on this kid. He's athletically gifted. We're not sure where his mind is, but let's get him in and see if we can get him where he needs to be. You can't do that at number 2. You have to know because you have to hit on this pick.
Yeah, you have to hit, and it's so much harder than you think because of all those variables you just spoke about. And that's why this period between now and the actual draft is so it's like gold to these guys because the rules are set up where you don't have access to these guys really directly other than just in passing, maybe seeing you scouting a game, being at practice, having an opportunity with coach there to talk with them. But outside of that, this is your time to really get into these guys and their lives. And do they love basketball? I mean, we had a number of guys who played basketball because they were tall.
Mm-hmm.
We had guys that played basketball because they liked the perks that came with it. And then there were guys who just, when you talk about a guy, I got to coach Tyler Haas. And Tyler is the leading scorer in the history of the school at BYU. In fact, I coached the two different leading scorers in the history of BYU at 2 different times. Obviously, Jimmer passed Danny, which Danny argues if the 3 was there, right? That wouldn't even be close. And then Tyler. But you talk about loving the game of basketball. One thing Marty, when he was raising these kids, it was like these guys, they want to do this. It's going to be on them. I'm going to tell them, hey, I'm available here to come help you, but you got to want to do it. You got to set it up. So Tyler, Tyler was definitely a guy who would. I mean, they ended up going. He'd go get his dad at like 5:30 in the morning, and get him out of bed. And it was a daily thing where he'd go before school and shoot. He had to make X amount of shots, and that number would always increase. But that's the kind of guy you want to get that is driven. And when I heard that story about Caleb Wilson, it's the Jazz are in a great spot here because you're not going to really, unless Peterson's just, that whole thing is just a small part of a huge, big part of issues, which I don't think it is. I think that can be solved. But outside of that, I think these 4 guys are going to play in this league for a long, long time.
I agree.
So it's not like you're going to completely miss, but why not find out? And I do believe what Ryan said yesterday. I don't think he was talking to somebody, and I think the thing he said that stuck with me is they're going to take the best player. This ain't going to be, if then. It's going to be simply who is the best player on the board when we draft, and we're going to take that player. So I think through all that, I mean, the Jazz are in a great spot, but this is the fact-finding, and we're at the second day of the Combine. There's going to be some scrimmages. Some players, I know Boozer's not taking part in the scrimmages, but we're going to continue to get data and detail, and I don't know that it'll ever crystallize, but I think where the Jazz are going to go will start to kind of emanate, in the next couple weeks.
We're live here at Sound Sleep Medical, 801-285-9731. We're going to chat with Mandy a little bit later on in the show. You've heard from her. All the great things are available here at Sound Sleep. If you know you have sleep apnea, they can get you an oral appliance that will fix that. If you don't know if you have sleep apnea, but your wife complains about all your snoring, well, guess what? You come down here, you get a free sleep screening, the free sleep consultation. You'll find out exactly if you have sleep apnea, how bad it is, and then you can get fitted for this oral appliance. All you have to do is call 801-285-9731. Everybody that calls and schedules an appointment, you'll also be entered into a drawing for a Sleep Better gift basket. That'll include the purple pillow, the Minky blanket, and a $50 Amazon gift card, all just for calling 801-285-9731. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covering the Jazz for the Deseret News, she's our good friend Sarah Todd.
Sarah, you were in the draft lottery room. How would you compare this year to what you'd seen in the previous three?
This year, it felt like there was a lot riding on, and there's going to be lottery reform after this year. So it was like the teams who tank this year, this might be the last year where you can really tank hard and give yourself the best odds at getting a high pick. When the Jazz are announced that the combination for the second draw, Austin Ainge, he does the Tiger Woods fist bump, and he says, yes. It was just so nice to see emotion. And the third combination that was drawn was also Utah. And so that gets discarded, but it was just like punctuation. Like all the work we did gave us the best odds, so much so that the second and third combinations were drawn for us. We get a high pick. We did it.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Ladies and
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaComb, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim LaComb. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. We still have a few weeks until the NBA draft, about 5 weeks. So the Jazz hunkering in with the number 2 overall selection, trying to figure out who the heck they're going to take at number 2. Joining us now, Connor O'Neill. He covers Duke basketball for On3. Connor, how you doing, man?
Doing well. Just broke a little basketball news. Duke has a home and home with Illinois, so don't know if that moves the needle for your guys, but always cool to see college basketball teams set up home and homes instead of setting up the neutral court games.
I love the fact that teams do that, because we don't see that a lot anymore, where teams will play a very difficult road game in non-conference play, and setting up home and homes just make a lot of sense between two blue bloods, for crying out loud. Yeah, great. That's a great move. And especially some of those blue bloods like Duke, the tendency is to kind of insulate yourself a little bit with your schedule, knowing that you're going to have a monstrous conference schedule. So what's the emphasis in doing that for Duke? Because they don't necessarily need the quad one games.
Yeah, they don't. So they don't need the quad one games, but John Shire has kind of proven that he strays a little bit from the path that Coach K was on for the last 15 to 20 years of his career, where he wants to get a non-con road game in there early in the season. The first 2 years they didn't do that, but this will be 3 years in a row now that they have a huge on-campus game. They went to Arizona a couple years ago and went to Michigan State last year, and this year they'll have a road game in the ACC-SEC Challenge, but they'll get one on the books for at Illinois in 2027, and Illinois will come to Duke. Look, man, based on what the ACC was, not necessarily this past season, but the seasons before, where they were only talking about getting 3 or 4 or 5 teams into the NCAA tournament, Duke can't afford to be in the position to get a number 1 overall seed while everybody looks at their schedule and says they've played one quad one game in the last month. So they're going to do everything they can to strengthen the heck out of that thing in November and December and really pad up the quad one chances.
We have a unique situation here, obviously in Utah. We have we have Boozer, Carlos Boozer as a scout here in Utah, and obviously Cam is coming out and really had an incredible day yesterday at the Combine. What can you tell us, having watched Cooper Flagg and Cam back-to-back, pretty unique vantage point of 2 great players? What can you tell us about Cam Boozer? And a lot of people obviously are trying to debate number 1 and 2, but and where do you think Cam should go, having watched him play this year?
I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage because I never saw DeBonsa or Peterson live. Even if I had been up in New York for the Duke-Kansas game, Darren Peterson missed that game. It was early in the season. Here's the way I would phrase it. I think I would take AJ DeBonsa number 1 if I had that pick, but also yesterday kind of cracked me up where everybody acted like it was a revelation that Cam Boozer should be in the discussion, because it really was starting to become a DeBonsa or Peterson debate. And then Cam Boozer shoots, 19 of 25, I think, on standstill 3-pointers. And it's kind of like, yeah, guys, I don't know if this should be the watershed moment you think it is, that the consensus National Player of the Year should be talked about as the possible number 1 pick. Like, he was so dominant. His off nights were 16 points, 9 rebounds, a few assists, a few steals, a block or 2. He showed up each and every game and competed his rear end off. it was really impressive that he had the consistency to the level that he did, the competitiveness to the level that he did. I mean, I think back to even the game they lost against UConn. I looked out there early in the second half, and it was like, oh my gosh, can he even see out of his right eye right now? Because he took a shot in the first half that just swelled up. And I think it came out a week or two later that he had fractures in his eye and opted against surgery, opted to let that heal. And he looked like he had just been in a street fight in the locker room after the game. So I wind up thinking of it. This has a negative connotation. I don't mean it that way. I tend to think Cam Boozer is the safest pick at the top of this draft. Like, I think his floor is the highest. If you're looking for a guy that you know is going to come in and be able to be an impact player on your franchise for the entirety of a rookie deal, and then is probably going to look like he gets a max second contract because he's maybe been to an all-star game or two, been in the Rising Stars game. Like, that's the type of player I think you're getting with Cam Boozer. The superstar potential might be there more so for DeBonsa and Darren Peterson, maybe Darius Acuff and Caleb Wilson too. But I just think if you're looking for the safest bet of a really productive NBA player, it's going to be Cam Boozer.
So with his dad as an NBA player, you knew this was in his blood, and you knew that he was raised for this moment and was given all the training, had access to all the best coaches, all the best insight. Does he love the game? Because sometimes when you grow up in it, you don't necessarily love the game. It's just what you've been told to do. You have the DNA to do it, and so that's what you do. Do you get the sense that he truly loves the game of basketball?
Yeah, on a lot of levels. I can think back to some locker room conversation. We get open locker room at Duke after home games, and it's really it's pretty unique across college basketball. I don't know of anybody else that still does that. I can think of some games going in there and talking about a 15 to 18 point win, and him kind of being surly with us and mad that we were asking about things that went well. He just wanted to talk about what he didn't do well. And it was like, well, Cam, you had 24 points on 60+% shooting. Like, do you really think you played that poorly? And it was like, yeah, he could think back to a number of plays that he didn't make. He seems to live it. I mean, it's definitely hard baked into his DNA. And I would have very little doubts about him as a pro and really immersing himself into basketball as a life.
You had an opportunity to see Caleb Wilson, obviously, live as well, and his name's being tossed around. Another guy that is perhaps should be more talked about, but I think so many people are fixated on those three guys. Tell me your thoughts on Caleb Wilson and what struck you as you watched him play.
The biggest thing that I can say for him is he was the absolute heartbeat of that team. When Duke went to Carolina in the only game that Caleb played against Duke this year, Duke was up 18-4, 20-6, something like that. I mean, it looked like Duke was going to run through them in their own building. And Caleb Wilson started hitting the most ridiculous, like 18-foot turnaround jumpers from the mid post, from the baseline. He pumped life into that place. He is, I think, a quintessential energy player where he's able to really impact a game with his, not only his skill set, but his energy and the kind of exuberance that he plays with. It's contagious. And that's why a lot of people in this neck of the woods had a lot of, there was a lot of debate and consternation about, can you really fire Hubert Davis when he didn't have the heartbeat of his team for the last month and a half of his season because of the thumb injuries and whatnot. But that's not really for me to comment on. I just think, like, when I think of last year's Carolina team, I think of how much better they were when they were led by a freshman on a team that had some older guys on it, like Henry Vassar and Seth Trimble. They're both going through the process right now, but everything about the leadership of that team was with the kid. Caleb really made them tick.
So back to Cam Boozer, when you see him and what he did at the collegiate level, what transfers for him immediately to the NBA level?
I think the shooting does. he was a better polished shooter than Cooper Flagg was. Cooper Flagg's jumper improved throughout the season at Duke. Cam Boozer was a better shooter when he got to Duke, and I think he leaves as a little bit of a better shooter than Cooper was leaving. I mean, I guess this is probably going to plague Cam Boozer into his NBA career. The discussion of, is he athletic enough? Does he play above the rim enough? Because it is just such a tall man's game at this point. Look, I don't know how he matches up with Wemby. I don't know how anybody alive matches up with that guy. But I do look at Cam.
Looks like we may have lost our guy there for a moment, but
he was spitting truth right there.
Yeah.
I like him.
Yeah, I do too. And honestly too, it's an interesting situation because I think he's spot on. And I've heard this from multiple people that yes, if you want to play it safe and get a perennial all-star, a guy that will help you win games, but may not be that guy that puts a team on his shoulders in the NBA and takes you to a championship. Cam Boozer's that guy. And not to say that he couldn't be that guy down the line, but I think from a safe standpoint, I think you're spot on. And again, you cut out a little bit on us, but you talked about his size, you talked about his shooting. You think he can shoot in the NBA right out of the gate?
I do. I think that was proven yesterday in the combine. Not to put all your stock in what one guy shooting drill, but I think we saw it throughout the year. He had a huge three against Michigan in probably Duke's biggest game of the year against the team that wound up being the national champs. His shooting and his ability to make the right play in the right spots was what stood out the most.
Duke's obviously been a blue blood forever, and rightfully so, played their way into that. But in the last couple of years, I feel like that tag doesn't hold the water or the weight that it used to because everybody's got a little bit of money now. How has the NIL affected Duke? I watched Kentucky really, really struggle to get guys to go, and that's never been an issue at Kentucky. But what do you see with the way Duke recruits? Is it still like, hey, we got our chosen guys, we go out and we get them and no problem, or has there been more wrinkles in the mix?
So this is a little bit of a shift this year. I mean, the last 2 years with how good the freshman classes were, you could build your team around some freshmen and then supplement with veterans. And that's really what the makeup of Duke has been. And even though they don't have a national championship for it, they've gone 70-7 the last 2 seasons. And of the 7 losses, you could say they had control of the game at some point in 5 or 6 of those 7 losses. So they've really been one of the most dominant rosters across the last 2 years. The way they do it, I think first and foremost is they sell you that they can build both your on-court skills. Like they will make you a better basketball player. Cooper Flagg was a better basketball player when he left Duke. I know everybody thinks of him as a prodigy that was playing against Team USA before they went over and won gold, but he became a better basketball player at Duke too. And the other part of it is they'll help you build your brand. Like they'll hook you up with some NBA connections. They have a pro day where all the NBA guys, before they report to training camp, they come back and practice with the current team for a week. So these guys are going through warm-ups and going through practices against Jason Tatum and Kyrie Irving. They really sell the pipeline to the NBA. And this year it's really going to be hammered home because they have about the deepest roster I think Duke has had in definitely John Shire's tenure. And it kind of seems like it's the deepest roster they've had in 2 decades, just about. So it's really going to test how much you can keep guys satisfied when they're making money, but they might only play 5 to 8 minutes a game if the matchups dictate or if somebody else is hot at their position. But Duke is, when you think about the blue bloods that have been able to maintain through the NIL era and through the transfer portal era, it's Duke, and then it's a little bit of a drop off to what Carolina has been, what Kentucky has been, even what Kansas has been.
When you see the way that Duke lost and the way in which they lost to UConn, and I mean, the team was loaded. You had that game, and obviously just some horrific mistakes down the stretch caused Duke to lose that game. How much blowback does John Shire take on losses like that in the NCAA tournament from the natives?
He takes some. There was a point toward the end of the season where I kind of asked John in a press conference some version of, are you aware of the narratives that form about the way they lose games? And he kind of, in a roundabout way, wound up just saying, how do you want us to lose? Like, would it be better if we went out there and got our asses kicked by like 20? Would that make everybody feel better about what happened? So that's kind of the main takeaway is like, you want to be there. You want to be close. And the only way to be close is to be there in that spot. And then it's just a matter of getting over the hump. And this year's team was actually better in late game situations than the previous year's team. The previous year's team, there was just a sense of inevitability where they would be ahead of you. And it was going to end with a margin of like 8 to 15 points, even against a really good team. And until the Final Four, when Houston was the one that they couldn't kill. This year's team, I mean, they blew a lead against Florida, and then Isaiah Evans hit a 3 to win it in the last minute. They were behind Arkansas. They were behind Michigan State. They trailed Louisville at halftime by, I think, double digits. So there's some of that. I kind of think the poetic way to end this would be trailing by like 10 or 15 points in a national championship and coming back to win it. I think that would like get everybody off of John Shire's back once and for all. But a national championship, no matter how they come by it, would do the same. But yeah, it's really a fascinating topic. And part of the process with the roster that they put together this year is there's never been more pressure on them to win. Like this team is so deep. They have seemingly such a margin for error where if they have an injury or two, they'll still go into an 8 or 9 man rotation. That you could really say the pressure has never been higher on his team to get to a Final Four or win a national championship.
Well, we appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging out with us. Look forward to catching up with you down the line, especially if Cameron Boozer's wearing a Jazz uniform next year. So should be a fun one as well, leading up over the next 5 weeks. But again, can't thank you enough for hopping on with us.
Sure. Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Tim.
There he is. Really an interesting and that's the thing. We're going to get a lot of different perspectives. We're going to get a lot of different analysis from a lot of different people, whether it be AJ, whether it be Darren Peterson, Cam Boozer. We'll take a closer look at Caleb Wilson as well. But there's Connor O'Neill, who covers Duke for On 3, and it just like you're going to get some truth, you're going to get some exaggeration, and the truth is always somewhere in between.
His read on Cameron Boozer is what mine is from a distance. I do think he is a hard-playing guy. I do believe out of the top 4, he's probably the safest first pick in terms of where he is right now. And but man, some major question marks. The under, not be able to play above the rim. His vert was like 35, I think, yesterday. And so I think his desire to be great, his want to play, all that stuff is, I get that same read. And I watched that game where his eye nearly got gouged out. And I love when a guy comes back because they can sit there and say, I need some ice. But he made himself be back out there, and I like that about that game.
Yeah, I do too. How much does that vert concern you? Because AJ was at 42 inches. I want to say Darren Peterson was 39.5, almost 40 inches on the vertical.
I think that he got the same vert as Cooper Flagg last year. So it's not like it's just some guys obviously have a little more pop in their legs. And you watch his tape, and the part that concerns me is he scores in and around the restricted area a lot. Those guys in college, okay, you're going to have a 7-footer here and there. But they're not going to be grown men.
Yeah.
And then, like he said, Wemby last night was otherworldly in that first quarter. Like, he was beamed down from a spaceship, and he got out and was like, I will play now. And he just put on a show. It was beautiful.
Nothing you can do.
Nothing you can do. And he made a great point. There isn't anybody in the league that can stop him. He's becoming the best player in the world right during this playoff stretch.
Hey, make sure to hang out with us. We'll be live at Beehive Meals coming up tomorrow as they open a new facility in Ogden. Yep. Myself, Coach, will be live, bringing you all the action, having some fun up there at Beehive Meals tomorrow. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach. Coming up next, what you may have missed right here on the Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside Coach Tim Lacombe. And Coach is going through the process. We talk about advanced windows all the time, how they can better your home, how they can save money on your heating and cooling bill. I know they've been out, they've measured, and you're close to getting those bad boys installed.
Yeah, they're being made right now here in the state of Utah, and it's really great because every step of the way has been exactly what they said it would be. That's the thing I'm looking for, probably more than anything. It's people are the secret sauce. So a lot of people can give you windows, and we certainly got a great price. But it's the people doing it, and they've done a great job to this point. We are through the measuring phase, and they're being made. So we're probably looking about 5 weeks, and we'll have those things installed in the house.
Everything is manufactured here. It's not like they measure, take some orders, send an email to somewhere back in the Midwest, and then you have to wait for those things to get shipped back out here. Everything is done here in Utah. It's a one-stop shop with advanced windows, local manufacturing, local people, and you're going to save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. So give them a call right now. It's Advanced Windows, 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
The KSL Sports Zone is your ready home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees and El Paso Chihuahuas play at 6:30. Listen on 1280 The Zone. Meanwhile, on 97.5 The Zone, you'll hear Real Salt Lake and the Houston Dynamo. That match starts at 7:30 with pregame at 6:30. If you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
For over 30 years, Replenish Landscape provides the finest compost and hardscape products from bark, mulch, top dressing, and playground materials. Replenish products are perfect for flower, veggie gardens, and top dressings for your lawn. Visit replenishcompost.com. Replenish is good stuff.
The
Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I am fired up for our next conversation. Joining us in about 10 minutes from right now will be the one, the only, Greg Wrubel. And Greg will be joining us on video. Remember, you can catch the whole show via video at YouTube. Just search KSL Sports, or you can just go right to KSLSports.com.
Greg is my favorite Canadian.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Followed closely second by Geddy Lee.
Yeah. And Greg loves himself some Rush, too.
So I went to a Rush show at Delta Center. I think the 40, Rush 40. And this is before Neil passed. So I got to see the band in action. And they're coming back out this summer with a new drummer, by the way.
Okay.
But I was down on the floor with a buddy, and I hear to my left, Coach! I turn around, and if it isn't Greg Wrubel seated next to Roxy Bernstein.
Oh, wow.
They took the concert in Salt Lake together. So that was fun to see those two guys hanging out and enjoying. They both love themselves some Rush. Roxy's just a music head altogether. That's what we would always talk about when he would do our games. We'd sit down and talk music.
Nice. Roxy's really good.
And a good dude.
Yeah.
Really good dude.
So, by the way, what you may have missed last night, you mentioned it. We'll talk more about it a little bit later on, but Wemby put on a show. Oof. And the Spurs now up 3-2.
So he got ejected, had a little venom. And it was interesting because in the pregame show I was watching, and Reggie Miller, who I love, Reg. I think he does such a good job. And I've really enjoyed Jamal Crawford, too. Mm-hmm. I think he's doing a nice job. But Reggie said, I just got a feeling that Wemby said, just watching him warm up, he's got something tonight. And, when Reggie says stuff like that, because Reggie's got a good eye, I was like, let's watch this thing. And he missed a couple of shots, and then he just went crazy. Had 18 points in the first quarter, right?
Yeah.
And he was just unbelievable. He ended up with 27, 17 boards. I mean, he's just putting up otherworldly numbers on a nightly basis and making things that look really difficult. He's making them look easy.
Yeah, and that's what's really, really scary about everybody else in the league watching that, is that you're seeing it start to sink in for him. And when he does lock in and he does settle in and the game becomes slower, frankly, I don't know how he's unguardable. And from a defensive pressure, it's like Rudy Gobert times 10. It's like, how I don't even know how you work with this guy.
And it's going to be another iteration because we went through the Parker and Duncan era, and obviously Ginobili got in there. Steph Castle is one of those guys. That guy, he would rather rip your head off than lose a game. And I like their young core. If it sets up, and I think it will. What we said yesterday was Minnesota's starting to show frailty.
Yeah.
Seems like the Spurs are getting stronger. Minnesota's starting to slide a little. So this next game's huge, but Spurs will win this series. And the Spurs-Oklahoma City series may set up as one of the best series we've seen in years because the Spurs have had Oklahoma City's number. Oklahoma City's the reigning champ. And that thing, seriously, we haven't had a great series like that in a long time. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
That'll be must-watch basketball television.
Because San Antonio's going to come in with some swagger.
There's no doubt. But at the same time, I watched Michael Jordan go in with some swagger against Detroit a couple times and get his head knocked off, right? So there is a pecking order, but sometimes greatness supersedes that. And if the Spurs could maybe make a jump here in Wemby in a year where he comes back from injury, man, the Spurs, and Ryan has said it, the Jazz can't go lightly because those guys are waiting.
Yep.
These two teams we're talking about are waiting.
And they're not going away.
They're not going away, no. The good thing, though, is they will have to start to sell off and piece off. So as the Jazz hopefully start their uptick with contracts really solid in a moving up direction, maybe these teams, Oklahoma City will start getting, teams are going to start piecing off their guys.
Greg Wrubel is going to join us next. We've heard people talk about Darren Peterson. We just had a conversation regarding Cameron Boozer. Coming up next, our guy, Greg Wrubel, will break down a little A.J. DeBonsa next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
If you're tired of scrambling to figure out dinner every night, you're not alone. Finding something that's quick, easy, and that your whole family will actually eat can feel like a challenge. That's why so many people turn to Beehive Meals for their classic, delicious slow cooker meals. And now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, Flat Top Meals. Fresh prepped and delivered right to your door, these meals are ready to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or a regular skillet. Enjoy favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more. Everything is prepped for you, so there's no chopping, no measuring, and no extra prep. Just thaw, cook, and dinner is ready before you know it. With 8 meals in every box and multiple family sizes to choose from, it's easy to stock your freezer with meals that satisfy. Order online and have everything delivered right to your door, ready whenever you need a quick and easy dinner. Make dinner time easy and delicious with new flat top meals at beehivemeals.com.
Utah's got the Big Five, but this week we're showing you the Mini Five, hidden state parks flying under the radar. Tonight, Paiute State Park in Junction.
It gets overlooked because it doesn't have the amenities that some of the other big parks have. I'm staying here till I'm done, till I can't walk.
Watch KSL 5 News at 10 and you can win a guest card to hit the road yourself. The Mini 5, Utah's Hidden Gems, tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
Get $1,000 in free survival gear for a limited time. You heard that right. Right now, when you order the powerful Grid Doctor 3300 solar generator from MyPatriotSupply.com, we'll send you over $1,000 in life-saving preparedness supplies, including a 4-week survival food kit, water filtration system, an off-grid cook stove, and much more, absolutely free. This offer won't last long, so get your generator and free survival gear now at MyPatriotSupply.com. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
The best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. And joining us now, the play-by-play voice for Brigham Young University and a longtime Rush fan. Yes, you know him, you love him. It's Greg Wrubel right here on the Zone. Greg, how are you?
Hey, guys. Good to see you both.
Fired up. All right, so I got to imagine you're a deep cut guy when it comes to Rush, or are you just playing the favorites?
No, I go as deep as they go. I go as deep as anyone goes. I go as deep as Tim Lacombe in the Rush catalog. So
he goes into the trees, don't you? You go into the trees.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
One of the all-time greats, and I'm excited that they're back and touring this spring and summer with a new drummer after 10 years to kind of process the whole Neil Peart passing and let some time settle. And I do have tickets to see them on the summer portion of their tour, and so I'm looking forward to that. And, it should be a highlight of the summer.
Where are you going to see them, Rubes?
Madison Square Garden.
Oh,
of all places.
No big deal.
The Mecca?
Wow.
Wow.
Hey, look, if you're going to go watch them,
I've done games at MSG, but I've never seen a concert at Madison Square Garden. So I think I've got the first of the 3 or 4 shows they're doing there. It should be a blast.
Is all that NIL money kicking into the broadcasting down there as well? Like,
no,
is that a crumble cookie guy stepping up saying,
yeah.
I'll send you to Madison Square Garden?
No, I'm the one guy not getting the trickle down in the NIL
world.
World.
Man, you deserve it though, Rubes.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Thank you.
Best in the business. All right, so
by the way, it's kind of a full circle moment, with Timmy now being the interviewer and me the interviewee in this setting. It's funny. I was thinking about it today, Tim. I first met you before you were at BYU.
Yes, I remember the day. Actually,
I think it was at Lone Peak High School. I think I was there for an event, speaking, hosting something, and you were either still at Lone Peak or had gone to AF and come back for some reason for that night. But I met you at a social event, late 90s, early 2000s, before you were even at BYU, and that's how long it's been.
Yeah, you definitely are a guy that I've heard a lot through the years in my ear. And I've told you flat out, like, I love the way you do games. You're so fun to listen to. I love the emotion. I like it better when I don't sit right next to you, because there were times where that recoil pencil got me in the side of the head or something. But no, Rubes cares as much as anybody.
Oh, there's
Scotty.
no doubt.
And you do too. I mean, you sit there and you ache when they hurt, and you're excited when things are good. And I can tell you this, one thing you want out of your broadcasting team is you want to feel like you're on the same team with them. There's some times where when things are tough, that chair starts to slide a little further away from the bench. Like, no, there's a distinct line here. And I never felt that, with Rubes. Rubes was always with us, no matter the situation. And that's something I always appreciate.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, when you spent the year with AJ DeBonsa, and it feels like with AJ, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it just didn't feel like a one and done with him. It didn't feel like it was a mercenary kind of feel. It felt like he really bought into BYU, the culture, the community, and everything about it, which I think really tied him to this fan base and this community way more than just perhaps your average one and done would.
And I think we've seen it, guys, in back-to-back years with Yegor and with AJ. Both guys were in Provo for a year. Both came from outside of the geography, outside of the culture, if you will. And I think managed to leave a pretty solid imprint and then have BYU imprinted on them at the same time. which is, I guess, what you want to see. You want to have it matter to them, right? Even though it's not a 4-year stay, you want to have it be more than just a transactional, I got some training type thing moving on. I think it means more to both guys. And I've always thought BYU is a special place, and I think that they both felt that when they were here. I think Yegor was really touched by how people still respond to him and react to him out in the world. When it comes to him representing BYU, I'm speaking of Madison Square Garden. We went there for the Clemson game this past year, and Yegor, of course, plays nearby and came to the game, and he kind of felt the love all over again. As a Brooklyn Net there, coming to watch his team play in Madison Square Garden. I love that connection we were able to make. And then, AJ, his AJ DiBonsa Foundation at its first real event here in the state of Utah, something that's going to help kids for years and years. And it kind of got its formation here in Utah. And I think AJ will feel, no matter where he gets drafted, that BYU connection stays with him. And I think he'll be touched by that. And so, again, I think best case scenario for a pair of one and done guys, the year meant something to them as it meant to the fan base too.
What are a couple of things, I guess, some moments that stand out to you about AJ on the floor that kind of show you what he's made of? And I know there are a million, but you have a unique vantage point and a unique perspective. So I'd be curious the moments that kind of stood out to you, moment or moments, and then let me follow it up with something off the floor, that struck you as the essence of what this kid's about.
Yeah, I would say on the floor, there were like individual moments that were jaw droppers. There was the putback dunk. I think it's Abilene Christian early in the year. I could be off on that one, but there was a one-hand putback follow that just, I had not seen that kind of play made by a BYU guy before necessarily. That jumps out. There were moments like that where again, you're just kind of taken aback. Like, did I just see what I saw with that kind of athleticism? And there was an overall overriding impression, aside from just moments, Tim, there was an overriding impression that he's going to get what he wants kind of when he wants it. And that's a unique thing to see at the college level. And so I think that's the overriding impression, was that this was a talent that doesn't come around very often, certainly generational relative to BYU and the kind of players we've been seeing over decades. So it was a unique thing to me to have that be the guy that you get to call. And that's why we're thinking about him right now as the number one, overall draft pick. Off the floor, I did get to host his first AJ DiBonsa Foundation Gala at Sundance. And that was where the off the floor, kind of aspect was kind of galvanized, where you got to see the kind of people he's helping and the objectives he has for the future of helping kids who were once in a position like him. A very generous guy, a very family connected guy. And again, his family was a part of this thing from the get-go. It was never just AJ. It was kind of AJ and the family. And that was kind of the feeling you got throughout this year as well. And then beyond that, just the professional nature in which he handled himself. We were in very crowded and populated environments when it came to circulating, getting to and from, buses and hotels and things like that. And he just handled it with such great cool and aplomb. And it showed you how well he'd been trained for the moment, but always kind of in control of the situation and yet connected to teammates. You never felt, that you couldn't, be part of his circle. And so I was impressed in every way, on floor and off floor, about how ready he is to do this at the next level.
So in the NBA, that there's going to be salary discrepancies based on talent level. And I asked Kevin Young this a while ago. Do you worry about that at the collegiate level, in a locker room with 18, 19, 20-year-olds when there's an obvious discrepancy in amount of NIL? And he said, look, these guys are essentially pros now. They handle themselves like pros. We're going to expect them to handle themselves like pros. But overall, I mean, whatever the number was, it doesn't matter. But it was sizable with AJ. But it seemed like there was never any animosity in the locker room towards his stardom or what was potentially he was making, because it felt like he wasn't about to allow that to happen. And with him as a teammate, what made him successful with his other teammates in the locker room, making sure that they were all on the same page?
I think just that. I think that there's a pragmatism in a locker room where everyone knows kind of the deal, and everyone's out to get their best deal. And there will be a bit of a salary ladder or a compensation ladder in any locker room. But I never felt like he was, putting that out for people to see as much as the teammates could benefit from him. Again, everything that comes with AJ being who he is, I think helped BYU. It helped attract talent. It continues to help attract talent. And ultimately, it was a rising tide that lifted a bunch of ships this year. I'll go back to the Richie Saunders injury as being, the biggest factor in BYU maybe not capping out its potential this past year. And that's just a bad luck thing. That's just, a happenstance thing that you can't control. And the longer I've done this, guys, the most common thread I've seen is that the one thing that keeps a very good team from becoming a great team is usually some kind of injury or some kind of absence at the wrong time of the year that just strikes you when you needed, to kind of stay a complete team. And I think that was the case we saw this past year with Richie and AJ and the Cougs.
I really like the direction recruiting's going with basketball. It kind of seems to be a little bit of a shift in terms of, who's going to be the role players, who are going to be the guys coming off the bench. And it seems to me, bringing in some transfers with familiarity to the area and the culture make a lot of sense. Just your overall thought on the roster as it's constructed so far.
Yeah. So you have 3 seasons of Kevin Young. You're about to have a third season with Kevin Young. And so we're going to see 3 different constructions, but I think the third construction is going to look a lot more like the first construction. The second construction was unique because it was featuring the number 1 potential NBA draft pick in AJ Dibonsa. Okay. And so Kevin Young's offense looked a little different with a guy like AJ than it did the year before. It was an offense designed to capitalize on his skills and his abilities, but it wasn't the system that looked pretty good in year 1 differently. And I think you're going to see year 3 look a little more like year 1. You're not going to have that domineering. Now, Bruce Branch is no slouch, and Robert Wright III is no slouch, and Colin Chandler's there are a lot of good players in this group, but there's not the AJ that makes you want to lean to ISO and maybe let them do their thing more than we saw maybe in year 1. So I think, Timmy, year 3 looks a little more like year 1 in terms of construction. Better 3-point team, more 3-point reliant, more assist rate reliant, a little deeper with better talent, a few more bench minutes and bench points. I think that's what's going to be a natural outcropping of this next roster construction. Not that year 2 was a bad construction. How could it be when you've got AJ and Rob together with Richie Saunders? That's ideal, right? That's the big 3. And that's why BYU was ranked all year. That was a really great group. But it'll look different this year, but not in a bad way, I don't think.
Rob Wright essentially gets to carry a heavy ownership of this team, and he had some last year, but as you mentioned, that was AJ's team. This feels like this is evolving into Rob Wright's team. How do you feel like he's ready for that challenge and the expectations of being the guy on this team?
Yeah, I'm really glad he's back. He changes the dynamic of this next construction dramatically if he's not here. I think he is and can be a truly all-around point guard. I think he can get to where he wants. He's fast with the ball. He's fast without the ball. I love Rob Wright. I think he will be one of the top 5 point guards in the country this next year, and will be the engine that helps to make this thing go. And it's such a huge thing to not have to worry about. Losing AJ's one thing, losing Richie's another. To have to lose, all 3 of your big 3 would have been a heavy load to bear. I'm glad BYU doesn't have to worry about it. I think Rob's outstanding.
The Brendan Sorsby news out of Texas Tech certainly took the airways by storm, and it obviously is going to affect how the Big 12 shakes out football wise. How excited are you for football? And it looks as though BYU is going to have a real crack.
Yeah, I wish, I wish they had every wide receiver, back from last year. They're down a pretty good one right now, but I think they added some nice pieces. You're going to see freshmen come along quicker than otherwise expected, I think, in that room. But I don't see anything that keeps BYU away from being considered, along with Texas Tech, as one of the top 2 teams in the Big 12 this year. I think Bear Bachmeier is a star in the making. I think, when you bring back the Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year in LJ Martin, that's a huge piece of this puzzle. There's just enough guys back on defense that the Jay Hill departure doesn't gut you by any stretch. I don't see why you can't think of BYU as a top 2 team and kind of step by step with this team, right? The first year, they weren't the winning team in the Big 12. The second year, they tied for the regular season title, didn't win the tiebreak. The next year, they get to Arlington, and maybe this is the year they get over the hump and maybe win their first Big 12 title. That's kind of how Kalani's got this thing, growing and step by step progressing. So that would be the hope. But either way, I think BYU becomes a ranked team to open the season, and for a lot of good reasons. And relative to Texas Tech, even without Sorsby, if Will Hammond can recover in time for the start of the season or just a couple of weeks in, I think Tech's going to be okay too.
So one of my all-time favorite movies is Raising Arizona, and in that Nick Cage says those truly were the salad days. Are these the salad days of BYU athletics right now?
Well, I hope it's not a hard ceiling or a hard cap. I hope it's still a flywheel thing, that the momentum has gained such traction that this is what you now expect from BYU. You expect BYU to be a top contending team in men's basketball and football for years to come. I think the 2Ks, Kevin and Kalani, are the most important pieces to this puzzle in athletics right now. Coach Young has already shown, what kind of tactician he is, what kind of talent attractor he is. Kalani Sitake's record speaks for itself through a decade right now, and now that he's got increased resources and the Big 12 cachet going for him, why can he not keep it going as well? So I think as long as Kevin Young and Kalani Sitake are in charge of their programs, BYU should expect to be at or near the top of the Big 12. This shouldn't be a brief window type situation. I think it's a real deal what BYU's got going on.
Obviously, Brian Santiago's talked about how BYU's not going to dip into the venture capital or the funds that are available from the Big 12. But overall, your thoughts on that and what it does competitively for the Big 12?
Yeah, I mean, clearly it looks like the majority of teams aren't dipping into it right now. I think it's I think more from the institutional standpoint, meaning the conference offices, that is. From a conference institutional standpoint, I think it's probably good for the league, maybe better for the league than it is for individual schools in that conference. But Brett Yormark is always that guy, right? He's always going to be, trying to push advances and make the Big 12 as competitive and long-standing, viable as he possibly can be. And so. Clearly, venture capital inputs are something that's coming to college athletics relative to individual schools. BYU doesn't feel the need, nor do many schools in the Big 12 feel the need right now. But, everyone's going to need to find a way to make these budgets match and balance at some point. It's a hard thing to do. Even the richest of conferences have schools deeply in the red, and that's never going to be BYU.
Well, Coach, Greg and I used to joke about that we were co-parenting Hands. Well, now Greg's got sole custody of Hands. So,
good luck.
So enjoy that.
Enjoy those weekends. Can you imagine when he picks him up and he runs up and hugs him?
Yeah, I mean, we used to have that drop off at McDonald's every Friday afternoon, but now it's all Greg now. So there you go.
Yeah, and I want to applaud Scotty for making it as amicable an arrangement as possible. Over the years and even into the future now. But yeah, I'll see Hans again soon. And yet we know that there's always a corner of Scotty's heart that Hans will always occupy. And,
no doubt.
And so, that's a bond that can never be broken. Even though I'm looking forward to Hans getting maybe a little more freedom and maybe getting to the road games a little earlier than before occasionally. We can have a few more meals together as a result. But it's been fun watching Hans go through that phase of his career with you, Scotty, and then add me to his plate, and then have it all work out the way it has. Really happy for him too.
Yeah, no, I'm fired up. I love that dude like a brother, always will. So,
and Rubes in essence raised me in the media world.
There, yeah, no doubt.
I just kind of followed him and watched what he did for years, and look where I ended up.
You look more at Greg and less at his basketball color analyst. Maybe avoid that angle, but more Greg. A little bit. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah. Hey, Rubes,
I only say that.
I probably had more text exchanges with Tim Lacombe outside the game than I had in the game when he was actually somebody I was covering on a regular basis. It's been one of those, again, it's been 25 plus years of knowing him, and we never go too long without a text about something or another. Usually music related.
Yeah, he'll send me a screenshot of what he's listening to in the car. That's what you. Hey, Rubes, before I let you go, I would be remiss. Tomorrow night, Jason Bonham, Led Zeppelin Experiences in Salt Lake. I mean, it is basically like seeing them. So I don't know what your night's like, but I just wanted to throw it out there.
I'm calling a baseball game tomorrow night.
But, okay, no sweat.
Know that's happening. Yeah.
Okay, man. Just need to let a fellow metalhead.
There you go.
No.
Hey, thanks, Greg. Always a pleasure. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, guys. Pleasure's mine. See you.
There he is, Greg Wrubel, play-by-play voice of BYU, right here on the Zone. And normally you just say football and basketball. No, he's doing baseball. He's doing soccer. That man's it never slows down for him.
He never sleeps.
No. And as well prepared as any play-by-play guy I've ever been around. I know what you're doing there. That was a great transition, by the way, and I apologize for being slow picking that up.
It's okay. I was just thinking that would work.
It did work. And look, the guy that's been doing radio for 20 years didn't pick up on it. That's on me. That's why this guy's the new guy, because he's smart.
Oh, gosh.
Mandy's hanging out with us. We're live here at Sound Sleep Medical. That's Sound Sleep. Mandy, you've helped so many of our listeners, and the thing I want people to know is that there's not a type when it comes to sleep apnea. There's not a lot of people think it's, the dude in his 40s or 50s, heavy set, and certainly that can be the type, but also you've got young athletes that are dealing with it. Lloyd's 100 pounds soaking wet. He's dealing with sleep apnea. Yep. So there's it, and females as well. There's not a type out there.
There's not. We treat all ages and all sizes with sleep apnea around here. So really, come and find out.
So telltale signs you're dealing with sleep apnea. What are those?
Morning headaches, tired throughout the day, waking up throughout the night, thinking that you're waking up because you need to use the restroom, but likely it's apnea events that are waking you most of the time.
What can you expect when you call and get a consultation, come in and see? What's that like?
Yeah, so we offer with our offer today, we offer a free sleep screening. So they come in the day before their consultation, take that sleep test home with them. It will give us a lot of information that they'll come in for the consultation the next day, and our providers will go over it with them. So it'll tell you oxygen levels, how many times you stop breathing. I mean, we see people that stop breathing for over 2 minutes at a time at night that don't know that they're doing it. Snoring is a big one I didn't mention either. That's probably the biggest one and why people come in.
So, Coach, you can take that. A lot of places say, okay, you know what? You're going to go to this hospital or you're going to go to this clinic and you're going to have that sleep test. And it's really hard because you're uncomfortable. It doesn't make any sense.
It's horrible.
It is
You're
horrible.
laying there with wires and you're like, how am I supposed to sleep like this?
Whereas here, they give you some equipment. You take it home. You sleep in your own bed. Then you bring it back in and they test it and they have all the results right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I need to do this.
Let's do it.
All right. I'll be your living example.
Okay. Perfect.
They found out Lloyd was clinically dead for several minutes during the.
This is
my wife's been hounding me to do this, and I don't want to, because I went and got the wires and I didn't sleep great that night, and they're like, well, you have it. Well, no duh, I have it.
And they wanted to put you on a CPAP, right?
Right.
And you
I
don't
didn't
want to
carry that around.
Yep.
So you don't have to with this.
You don't have to. Yeah, we offer a custom fit mouthpiece that's custom to your teeth, and all it does is holds that jaw forward, keeps that airway from closing off during the night.
Well, here we go. I will be, our listeners, I'll be your living example of how this all works.
801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731. You got 6 locations, so we're here in Sandy, but you can find us sleep.
All across the valley.
All across the valley. Sound Sleep Medical, again, 801-285-9731. And if you call right now and set up that appointment, We're not above bribing you.
No, we're not. So you will be entered into a drawing for our Sleep Better gift basket, which is a purple pillow, a Minky throw, and a $50 Amazon gift card.
We're giving that away today.
Yeah.
So let's go. 801-285-9731. Mandy's the best. She'll get you squared away. It's Sound Sleep right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Question of the morning. How about the Jazz picking a number 2?
Get your guy and go from there. Have him be in a situation where he can develop at his pace. They're going to get a stud. I'm very confident of that. They will get a big-time player. I would not be shocked if A.J. DeBonce is in a Jazz uniform. The pathway is there.
It's clear what would have to be done. The exact price has to be negotiated. But Washington can move from 1 to 2. If the Jazz would end up with a 5th or 6th pick in the draft, we wouldn't have the same level of confidence.
This is an easy transition that they can get that. These are exciting times now for Jazz fans. I always felt that it had the potential to be a franchise-changing situation, and by getting the number 2 pick, it is a franchise-changing situation.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you're tired of scrambling to figure out dinner every night, you're not alone. Finding something that's quick, easy, and that your whole family will actually eat can feel like a challenge. That's why so many people turn to Beehive Meals for their classic, delicious slow cooker meals. And now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, Flat Top Meals. Fresh prepped and delivered right to your door, these meals are ready to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or a regular skillet. Enjoy favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more. Everything is prepped for you, so there's no chopping, no measuring, and no extra prep. Just thaw, cook, and dinner is ready before you know it. With 8 meals in every box and multiple family sizes to choose from, it's easy to stock your freezer with meals that satisfy. Order online and have everything delivered right to your door, ready whenever you need a quick and easy dinner. Make dinner time easy and delicious with new flat top meals at beehivemeals.com.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up, your cholesterol keeps climbing, or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Swung on, smoked into the gap right center field. It's down for a base hit. It's cut off by Matthews before getting to the track, and Cal Raleigh has a base hit. The dugout celebrating. And so's Cal. Everyone can feel great about that one. Cal Raleigh with a base hit.
Breaks that 0 for 38 slump. Yeah, they're going crazy in the dugout, including Brian Wu. That's got to feel great for Cal Raleigh. That slump is finally over. Man, a great swing. Wow, that's got to feel good.
Cal Raleigh, you know what? That's what we do is we bring things up and then things get better. That's the good vibes of the show. We talked about Cal Raleigh going 0 for 36. It extended to 0 for 38, and then he got his hit in Seattle's 10-2 victory over the Houston Astros. So Cal Raleigh, the streak is over, but there was a reason, not just us. Logan Gilbert, a pitcher for the Mariners, told him, what you need to do is go in the showers and take a shower with your full uniform on. It'll wash out the bad mojo. So on Monday, he went into the showers, fully dressed, full uniform, a non-nude, and took a shower and just washed the mojo out. Next day, he gets his hit.
Well, he thinks it was that, but we know what it is.
But we know what the story really was.
We brought it to attention. If you bring us your slumps, you bring us your sports troubles.
Yes.
You'll be amazed at how it gets flipped if you just bring it to us and drop it on us. Leave it with us.
We'll handle it.
We'll handle it. We'll fix it.
We got you covered. So Cal Raleigh, ding dong, the streak is dead. Last year, such a monster, second in MVP, and I think he was second in MVP. But this year, just struggling like crazy. Okay, so if you got a kid and he can't make a free throw, he's usually a 75, 80% free throw shooter. And all of a sudden, he gets the yips, and he can't make free throws. Do you bring it up to him, and does that make it worse, or do you try to just say, you'll be fine, or do you work on the mechanics? Like, how do you handle that?
You threaten them if they miss again. What you do honestly is you don't make it a big deal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that I coach that struggled to shoot the ball, and so. The main thing, you don't talk about it, you work on it. And I tried not to get during the season into mechanics, unless they weren't following through on their, just things that were simple. But, yeah, you don't – with him, I'm sure it was leave him alone.
Yeah.
And we said it yesterday. He's probably going to go on a tear now.
Oh, yeah.
That's how baseball works, right? You end up kind of hitting what's on the back of your baseball card. And he's been a pretty good hitter. So may not be hitting the home runs he hit last year, but he'll get out of this.
One thing that always amazes me on free throw shooting is in the course of a game how contagious bad free throw shooting
it's so
can be.
True. Yeah, somebody misses one, it's almost like the next guy goes up thinking, I can't miss too.
Yeah.
And then they miss, and it's into two of guys' heads. And then at the end of games, that's part of the end of games. Sometimes guys get rid of the ball too quick because they don't want to be the one that has to go up there and make the free throws. So
I mean, honestly, I think that's what happened to Duke. I think the other twin, the Boozer twin, really didn't want to be at the free throw line and gave it up. And all of a sudden, you give up that the turnover, you hit a three on the other end, and boom, you just lost a game.
And it's the saddest part of it is they were so good this year and played so well and really should have won that game, but it comes down to the fundamental thing you learn as a kid, which is fake one to make one. Don't ever throw that first pass that you're going to telegraph. Show them that, get them to jump, and then they're going to create a lane for you. And he had a trap, right? So all he had to do was one pump fake, maybe move a guy, and then in the moment you get sped up. And part of it, maybe I don't want to get fouled. But if he could have gotten through that and thrown it ahead, that game was over.
Yeah.
And simply by just using something elementary. And it comes back to what I've said about Darren Peterson watching his tape. He uses shot fakes, pass fakes as good as anybody I've seen. Just quick, get the guy to react, and then that just opens up space for you.
Yeah. There's ways to lose games, and then there's that way to lose a game. And that
was rough.
That was no bueno.
Very rough. And the year before.
Oh, yeah, the
Houston
Houston
get it in
game.
bounds, right?
Yeah.
So,
all right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Some movement in the 76er front office as Daryl Morey, once the whiz kid of the Rockets, then at Philadelphia, the shine's off, and he has been bounced. Said that they met together with the ownership group, and they felt like it was time to move on. Daryl Morey wasn't thrilled about it, but in the end decided not to make a big fuss. He walks away, but Nick Nurse remains as the head coach. Was that the right move to keep the coach and move on the GM?
Oh, I don't know about that. I think the GM is obviously a little bit more, I guess, first line. The coach there, Nick Nurse, has done a great job. I mean, he won a championship.
Yeah, in Toronto.
Their big issue isn't any of that. It's Embiid and the fact that he's not in uniform as much as he is in street clothes, and they've really had a hard time keeping him healthy. And so, yeah, I mean, it's basically GM, and if not coach, you're probably next, right? He's feeling that basically Daryl Morey just missed a free throw.
Yeah,
and now it's his turn, so he's got to come through.
And you're right, because like in football, you'll see a GM take a hit, and then the head coach will fire his coordinators 1 year, and that means he's on a 1 year notice. So if you move on the coordinators, that means they're giving you a little bit of time, but not a lot. So you better get it fixed.
Yeah, and they've got the guy. I mean, they've got great talent there. So it's a matter of being able to get it to fire and figuring out how to keep Embiid healthy. But, Maxi's bona fide, and I love him, and I think Edgecombe's right behind him. I think he's the same archetype. I think he can be on that same plane as Maxi. So you got really dangerous backcourt, and so they got to figure out a way to get what they need to get out of Embiid, or figure out a way to end that whole experiment, that whole process.
I just don't know who's willing to take him off their books.
Understood. Yeah, and that's the issue, right?
Yeah.
That's where a lot of teams, for different reason, but John Morant, this is why, in essence, JJJ's here in Utah, because nobody wanted Ja. They didn't want to take on the salary and all that came with it.
There's got to be a way, and I think the NBA would be better served if there was a way to essentially wipe a guy off the books, kind of like how the NFL, the Broncos were stuck with Russell Wilson. So they're like, okay, it's going to be rough for a couple of years, but we're just going to waive him. Hope somebody picks him up. They didn't. But he's going to count as a dead money towards the cap. But you just absorb that for a couple of years, or you can spread it out. And I think the NBA needs to do a little bit better job. I know there are some avenues there, but if a team really needs to move on from a guy and just find a way to make a clean break and maybe absorb some trouble for a year, but still do it, I think that needs to be talked about in the next collective bargaining agreement.
I agree. You got to have flexibility, right? And that's what, in terms of acquiring players, that's what the big hubbubs have been with tanking is, how do you get players?
Yeah.
If you are in trouble, how do you get them? What's our flexibility? And so, to finish dead last, and then, for instance, like Indiana gets jumped this year and is actually their picks taken. That's their own fault. I get that. But bottom line is they had one of the worst records, and they're being, in essence, penalized by the system. So, yeah, there's got to be flexibility at every piece.
All right, there's your bad. Let's do the ugly.
And, of course, the ugly.
Well, if you're a seventh-round NFL pick, the likelihood of you being successful in the league is very diminished. You still got drafted. There still is a little bit of investment in you, but overall, the likelihood of you making the team isn't great already. And then when you cause problems for yourself, it definitely makes it impossible. New England rookie defender Quintavious Hutchins, he was a seventh-round pick for the Patriots out of Boston College. He was arraigned yesterday on charges of assault and battery against a family household member, according to court documents. He pleaded not guilty, was released on on his own. It said, the Patriots, we are aware of the report. We take these matters very seriously, and we're in the process of gathering additional information. The incident apparently took place on Tuesday. He is alleged to have grabbed a woman by the neck and forcibly pushed her with force at one of the school's resident halls at Boston College. So, yeah, this means that he probably will no longer remain a member of the New England Patriots. Now, if you're a first-rounder, second-rounder, you might be able to withstand that. Seventh-rounder, no.
Yeah, you don't want to deal with that. That's the last thing you want to try to do when you're trying to make a team is make headlines in the wrong way. That would be probably stupidity 101,
yeah.
Right? But probably a deeper-seated issue. But yeah, if he had more talent, that's the unfortunate part in our world. People would maybe find a way around it. But seventh-round draft pick,
There was a
Home Depot is hiring.
Yes, yeah. You may want to check into Lowe's, Home Depot, maybe even your local McDonald's, because that's probably a little bit more up your alley.
Yeah, the NFL may not be for you, my friend.
Nope.
On a little, I know that's the ugly, but on a little happier side, I talked to Caleb Lohner last night.
Yes,
and
tearing it up.
He is thrilled. Had an unbelievable mini camp. And you're right. Coach called him out by name and basically said he really impressed him. They said, "What did you do better?" And he's like, "Everything, everything." So he came away. At least his feeling is he's gonna make a push to try to get on the field this year.
Nice. Well, and that's the thing with Denver. They've got a lot of wide open opportunities there at tight end. So, and it's a position that they just can't seem to find guys that'll work. And if Lohner ends up making that fit, boom, let's go.
That will mean, we may have to go down there and do a show.
Yeah.
In Denver.
Just don't wear the Raiders gear.
No,
we'll be okay.
No. I won't do that.
Yeah. I know.
I'm a
Coward.
Raider. I knew that was coming. I ain't wearing Raiders gear because it may not be a Raiders game.
Don't be a coward. Come on.
I mean, I'm not going to be one of those guys. Like I saw, and people like try to characterize. I saw it on both sides. Like you go out, we'd be playing a game at TCU when I was at BYU. And there'd be a guy in a Utah shirt there.
Yeah.
Right? Or when I was at Utah, we'd go places and there'd be a guy in a BYU shirt. Don't be that guy.
Yeah.
So that's why, Lloyd, I don't want to be that guy.
Oh, okay.
If they were playing the Raiders, then I probably wouldn't go. We'd probably go to a different game because I got to be true to my team.
I know, right? You're
my newly stamped team.
Oh, see, I was going to say you've been a lifelong Raiders fan.
No, newly stamped. He knows.
No, I did it on air.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's all right. I love that you and Lloyd are bonding over this.
Well, we got to have something to bond over. He's up my, he's in my business.
Check swing. He didn't go all the way around, Lloyd. Caught it. All right, 11:46, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Question of the morning. How about the Jazz picking a number 2?
Get your guy and go from there. Have him be in a situation where he can develop at his pace. They're going to get a stud. I'm very confident of that. They will get a big-time player. I would not be shocked if A.J. DeBonce is in a Jazz uniform. The pathway is there.
It's clear what would have to be done. The exact price has to be negotiated. But Washington can move from 1 to 2. If the Jazz would end up with a 5th or 6th pick in the draft, we wouldn't have the same level of confidence.
This is an easy transition that they can get that. These are exciting times now for Jazz fans. I always felt that it had the potential to be a franchise-changing situation, and by getting the number 2 pick, it is a franchise-changing situation.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Huge fan of Beehive Mills, and you've heard us talk about them for years now because they've had the slow cooker subscription menu items. They show up to your house. You just throw them in the slow cooker. Boom, you're ready to go. But with spring and summer here, you want to be a little bit more adventurous, right? You want to get outside. You want to cook on the flat top, and Beehive Mills understands that. So they have a new flat top meal menu. Everything comes ready to go. There's no chopping, no measurement required. All you have to do is thaw it out, cook it on the flat top, the griddle, or even a skillet, and you've got a homemade meal on the table ready to go. It's a great option when you want something fast, but you still want to have that hands-on cooking experience. Beehive Mills knows that that's a thing, and they want to make sure that you're happy, not just with the slow cookers, but the flat top meals as well. So go to beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com and check out the flat top meal menu. This month, you've got teriyaki chicken. You've got loaded grilled chicken. You've got taco hash. They'll even work in some jalapeno cheddar smash burgers for you as well. Steak fajitas is just the tip of the iceberg. Go to beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide.
Learn more at liveonutah.org.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared. And in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account without penalties or taxes. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
For over 30 years, Replenish Landscape provides the finest compost and hardscape products from bark, mulch, top dressing, and playground materials. Replenish products are perfect for flower, veggie gardens, and top dressings for your lawn. Visit replenishcompost.com. Replenish is good stuff.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe.
Now I know you all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right. I always get embarrassed because Lloyd doesn't, he plays music for a reason. And so I'm trying to think on why the Miami Sound Machine is being played. Rhythm is going to get you. Rhythm is going to get you. Gloria Estefan. Is there a reason behind this, Lloyd?
There actually isn't. I asked Alex and he said it's just what Alex went with. I was like, okay. Rhythm got me.
I'd say go back to Santana.
He's breaking away from Santana a little bit. That's good.
Gloria Estefan, though.
Clip those wings. I don't mind it. It's okay. I mean, there's somebody out there jiving in the car. That's what
Rhythm is going to let it breathe a little bit.
I have had, and I don't mean to, but I have had multiple texts and tweets saying you're doing the best thing you've done is that they're playing different music.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were going to say you had like multiple texts with Gloria Estefan.
No.
From people, we were going to have to honk you on that one.
From people saying the music's gotten better.
Oh, yeah.
So I like this, Alex. The rhythm is going to get you if you're not careful.
There you go. And we got tickets to give away. Caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. You'll win a 5-pack to see RSL versus the Colorado Rapids game at America First Field on Saturday, May 16th, 7:30. If you want those tickets, all you have to do is be caller number 12 right now. Lloyd will try to get you to give him something for free. That's not legal. If you're caller 12, he has to give you the tickets. So if he says, hey, what's in it for me? What are you willing to exchange for these tickets? Just say, Lloyd, give me the tickets.
That day Lloyd was gone and Alema made him go to 92.
Yeah. Oh, that was Buller. Yeah.
Buller. That wasn't cool.
Yeah. Well, that was Buller. Buller did that to me when I was producing.
92.
And he's like, all right.
Buller's done that to all of us.
Yeah. Buller loves doing
that. Let's go with 92.
Yeah. Poor Christian back there. It's like, all right. Hey, we are live here at Sound Sleep. Mandy's with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Mandy, a lot of our guys out there dealing with sleep apnea. I dealt with sleep apnea for a long time, and I still do. And I thought when I dropped some LBs a couple years ago that I would get rid of that. And sometimes that helps people, but it didn't. I still deal with it. And so regardless of size, I still have sleep apnea. Lloyd deals with it. A lot of females deal with that as well. There's not a type when it comes to that.
There's not. We probably have about just as many men as we do women that come in here and that test positive for sleep apnea.
And if you don't know if you have sleep apnea, but you have morning headaches, that was my thing. I'd wake up every morning and pop a couple ibuprofen because I had just terrible headaches when I'd wake up. Right. And then, of course, the snoring and you're drowsy at 2 p.m. You probably do have sleep apnea, but let's get you tested, and you can do that for free.
Yeah. So come on in. We're offering today our free sleep screening and our free sleep consultation. So you come in, pick up a test. It's just a little kit that you take home. You get to sleep on your pillow in the comfort of your own bed. It's going to give us a lot of data that you'll bring back the following day and sit down with one of our sleep professionals, and they'll go over all the data with you, and they'll talk about the options for you. I mean, a lot of people think that CPAP is the only way to cure sleep apnea, or to treat it. But it's not. We offer a custom fit mouthpiece. It's small, easy to travel with, easy to take care of. You don't have to have distilled water, electricity. And it treats just as good as a CPAP machine for most people.
Is it something that people can use like an HSA or insurance
Absolutely.
money? Okay.
Yeah, so we are in network with a lot of the insurance companies out there. We'll do a benefit check for the patient, kind of let them know what their benefits are as far as treatment goes. It is HSA and flexible spending eligible as well.
Yeah, and so, we're almost halfway through the year. You're like, I haven't touched that FSA yet. You know what? Let's get it used up because you got some opportunities here. But I think it's important people know this is an insurance eligible because this is a very tested. I don't want people to hear the words boil and bite and think that's for you because that'll do more damage than good.
Absolutely. These are custom fit to your mouth. We do 3D digital imaging here in the office, so it is a custom fit device. Don't go buy a boil and bite, please. You'll jack up your teeth. You'll jack up your jaw for sure. So,
if you're unaware of what these do, essentially, when you're sleeping and your lower jaw collapses, that's what creates a problem. This will keep your lower jaw kind of positioned forward while you sleep, and so you don't snore. You get that oxygen you need, and it's just an easy way. If you go camping, if you're traveling, like I travel all the time, and it makes it a lot easier just to pop that thing in your bag instead of checking in a CPAP machine through security and people are wondering what's going on here.
Yeah, exactly. And this isn't just you're going to come in and we're going to make a mouthpiece for you and send you away. We have lots of follow-up care. We are going to do follow-up sleep tests on you to make sure that the device is working for you. So it's an entire treatment that we offer here. So give us a call.
Yeah.
Have nothing to lose.
801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731. One of 6 locations up and down the Wasatch Front. We're here in Sandy, but there's going to be one close to you. And all you have to do is call and schedule an appointment, and you'll be in a drawing for a Sleep Better gift basket that includes a purple pillow, a Minky blanket, and a $50 Amazon gift card. So call 801-285-9731 right here on The Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Spring is calling, and we're not sending into voicemail. I bet you're thinking about heading south this spring, but what if you tried something different, like Cedar City and Bryan had? With gas prices going up, this is the kind of trip that gives you more vacation for the tank you're already on. Start with Three Peaks OHV trails that say, go ahead, take the scenic route, then cool it down with disc golf. Because yes, you can be competitive and outdoorsy at the same time. Next, Thor's Hideout. Legendary hike, epic payoff. And if you want the kind of ride you'll talk about all week, hit the Iron Hills Trail System, now an official recreation trail. Just need to chill? Frontier Homestead Park, Cedar City Veterans Park, or play around at Cedar City Golf Course. Then finish strong with local dining, shopping, and small town charm in the historic downtown of Cedar City and Parowan. Spring is calling. Answer it with a one-tank getaway at visitcedarcity.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's high noon up and down the Wasatch Front, and Scotty and the coach are just getting started.
You spent the year with AJ DeBonsa, and it just didn't feel like a one and done with him. It felt like he really bought into BYU, the culture, the community, and everything about it.
And I think we've seen it, guys, in back-to-back years with Diego and with AJ. Both guys were in Provo for a year. Both came from outside of the geography, outside of the culture, if you will, and I think managed to leave a pretty solid imprint and then have BYU imprinted on them at the same time. You want to have it matter to them, right? Even though it's not a 4-year stay, I think it means more to both guys. Always thought BYU is a special place, and I think that they both felt that when they were here.
This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't feel the
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Brian Taylor's going to join us here in just a little bit. We're going to talk a little PGA Championship with him. As, yes, it is major week for the PGA Tour at the PGA Championship.
It's
always
time.
A lot of fun.
I'm part of this thing now.
Yeah.
This is fun.
Talk a little golf. Brian Taylor is a good dude. I don't know if you've had a chance to chat with him before.
I have talked to Brian here and there. Good dude.
He does have a little bit of a condescending tone to him, and that's the burly high grad in him.
I get it. I mean, I get it. We are below you in Idaho. That is a fact.
Yeah, but so he and I, we grew up in cities that were right next to each other. He in the bigger, more sophisticated city. I was more in the farm community, the Hicks, as they would call us. And so he comes on with a little bit of a uppity attitude sometimes. So you got to bring him back down to earth a bit. But for the most part, he does a good job.
Okay, well, I'm just going to try to prime him for info.
There you go. Absolutely. I'm fired up for the PGA Championship. I know that there's a lot of people out there that are kind of iffy on golf right now. And not because they don't like it. It's just that there's not that overwhelming character right now. There's not that overwhelming personality that draws you in. But in terms of just quality from top to bottom, this is about as good as a sport's been.
For sure. And it's kind of weathered the crisis of live. You know, that was not very long lived.
No.
But it was an issue, and there was certainly a distraction by it. And no, but right now we're doing a heck of a job. following golf, and I think these guys are doing a heck of a job playing it.
Well, let's get to it. Here is Brian Taylor from Real Golf Radio.
The PGA Championship Update is presented by Copper Rock, where the pros play, on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
All right, Brian Taylor, kind enough to join us right here on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. BT, how are you?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
We're doing well, doing well. How's the scene out there right now?
It's pretty good. Right outside, I should have turned around here so you could see me a little better, but just feet from the chipping area. You've got guys out prepping for the first round tomorrow and trying some of this 3 1/4 inch rough out and chipping into the wind. It's a blustery day today, but it's good. No rain, so golf course conditions should be nice and firm, just how they like them.
We talked to Bob this week, and he talked about how, guys that can really bomb it are going to be a little bit of advantage, and how many more guys there are that can. Just your couple names, I guess Cameron Young, he's a guy that's just been so hot. I mean, he's got to be a guy that is going to be firmly in contention here.
Yeah, I mean, I like Cam. How can you not like Cam? He's super gritty. Good player, obviously coming off of what he did at the Ryder Cup last year, has really stepped his game up and become one of the preeminent guys on the PGA Tour right now. So, I like Cam. He's on a heater, and he's like all in with this putter. It's working for him, and here's the thing though. I just got the feeling like this one might come down to number 1 and number 2 in the world. Like, we don't ever get it very often, rarely, but this seems to be shaping up like a collision course of the defending champion of the PGA Championship and the current reigning Masters champion. So I like Scotty and Rory colliding this week. It's Rory's already talking about how it's a big old wide fairway for him that he can hit driver as far and as hard as he can and then go chase it and go out and hit it again. It becomes a bit of a putting contest. But, I don't know. I think both these guys, Scotty Scheffler is 3 times a runner-up in his last 3 events. And I think that's probably not sitting too well with him. Guys don't, play that well at that level to finish second. I think Tiger summed it up for us back in the day when he said, second's first loser. So he's. I just think these guys are going to find a way to come together this week, and it would be awesome.
Should there be any concern with Rory in that blister, or is that a big nothing burger?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see, right? It's Billy Casper would always say you have to have a repertoire of alibis. So maybe it's one of those. But look, you have to walk. So if you have foot issues, I remember when we covered the Jazz back in the day, Scotty, I was going to shoot around and Karl Malone was like going for a pedicure. And I remember at the time, this is back in, mid 90s. And, I didn't even know guys did pedicures, but he says, you got to take care of the dogs. And I thought about that. I'm like, look, that guy gets an issue with his toe. I mean, you're out there on your feet, playing 82 games, that can be an issue. So I'm not saying it's a nothing burger, but it's he seems to be fine with it, and he's going to wrap it up and go.
Matt Fitzpatrick's had a great year, but is coming off a tough showing at the Truist Championship last week. Is he a guy that who's usually been pretty clutch? Is he a guy that can kind of get things righted and make a run here?
Yeah, I would think that last week with him might be a little bit more. I've had a good year. I've got a big event next week. It's a signature event, so I'm supposed to be here, and I'm just going to kind of keep things moving. I'm not saying he threw it. I'm not saying anything, but it just feels like, I'm not reading into him having an off week, I guess. I think he was super happy for his brother to be there in contention and, new member of the PGA Tour, which is a cool story right there. And, Matt's won 3 times this year. I was so impressed with his play at the Ryder Cup. I came out in our, first show of the year. I said, Matt Fitzpatrick's going to win a major in 2026. Then he comes out and wins 3 tour events and is looking like he's in position to win another major championship. So I didn't pick him for this week. I got him kind of slated in for Royal Birkdale and the Open Championship. But nevertheless, the guy is nails right now, and I think he's going to be tough. Now, what he has going against him is that this was a weird stat. Elias put this together, the group that does the notes here at the PGA, and there has been a player the last 5 years in the PGA with at least coming into the PGA Championship with at least 3 wins on the PGA Tour for the season. And only Scotty Scheffler a couple of years ago has had a top 20 finish. So doesn't necessarily bode well for, how you'll finish at the PGA Championship. It's kind of obscure. Here's the other one against Fitzpatrick. Americans have won the last 10 majors outside of the 8 of the last 10 majors outside of the 2 Masters that Rory has. And they've won the last 10 PGA championships. So it's a pretty good run for Americans at the PGA Championship.
So some nice groups going out tomorrow. You got Scheffler, Fitzpatrick, and Justin Rose. And then later on, you've got one that I think is going to be really fascinating to watch is DeChambeau, Oberg, and Ricky Fowler. But the one I think a lot of people are looking at is Rory McIlroy, Jordan Spieth, and Jon Rahm. So you've got some firepower playing together in some of these groupings. How do I should know this, and I'm going to sound dumb, but how do they come up with the groupings at the PGA Championship?
The funny thing about that is it used to be, this is what the computer spit out.
Yeah,
that was sort of the fun. That was sort of the funniest thing for everybody knew that wasn't the case, but they were supposedly random pairings. But no, I mean, there's certain pairings that they do, traditional pairings, at the U.S. Open and the Masters. I should know that too. I don't know that there's a traditional pairing here at the PGA, but you're looking at those are just top popular names. The biggest thing right now is the television partners pay a lot of money for the coverage, and so you want these featured groups, right? And so you'll see their times. You'll have some featured groups in the morning. You'll have featured groups in the afternoon. So at any point in time you tune into the championship, you're going to have some of those big names playing together. So that's the biggest thing. I mean, even Ricky Fowler, right? I mean, he was close to a win last week, which was pretty cool. That'd be great to see. He picked up a dub there, early in his career, but at Quail Hollow. But mostly that I look at that's the popularity group, right? I mean, those guys are, there's guys that just are fan favorites, and that's what you see in that group.
So I got to compete with these guys this week. and I just need a couple of names. You mentioned the top dogs, but give me a couple of names down the board that you think may have a chance.
I mean, Justin Rose, you could throw his name in there. I mean, okay. Justin finished runner-up to Keegan Bradley this event back in 2018. Yeah, and he was my pick early on to win this week. I felt like, as we entered this major year, I thought, it's too tough to get a Masters. He was so close losing to the play after Rory last year. I was like, I don't think he's going to do it. And he almost did, which is actually hats off to him. But this feels like a golf course that'd be great for Justin Rose. My only concern is he decided to switch to a new equipment company called McLaren Golf. And so, yes, the car. So I don't know much about it, but that's a bit of my guess is it came with some nice endorsement money. That's all I can say. But, yeah, so Jay Rose and a nice car, my guess, has probably got a nice car to go with it. But, so that's my only concern about Justin. But I like Justin. Another guy that we haven't talked a lot about but should be talked more about is Justin Thomas, the guy that won the PGA a couple of years ago and is obviously a top player in the world, but he's coming off of that back surgery, so it's been a little hit and miss. But I've seen little stints out of Justin Thomas that makes me think that you could see something out of him this week.
Brian Taylor, Real Golf Radio. You hear it every Saturday morning right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, so we talked a little bit about Rory. You think there could be a mammoth matchup between he and Scotty Scheffler. Talk about Scotty's game coming into this game. Obviously, he's the best of the best, but is he coming in with some momentum?
You had me at Mammoth, Scotty.
I know, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, I didn't have it on my bingo card at 52 years old to suddenly become a hockey fan, just so you know. But
I'm right there with you.
I found myself after midnight watching playoff hockey, and I'm hooked, man. I think I'm going to be a season ticket holder. Like I liked it that much. So, no, Scotty's look, Scotty's been playing some great golf, and only Scotty Scheffler level players would be disappointed with having 3 runner-up finishes. He got the win to kick off the year. He blew the field away at the Amex, just went deep. And then he had this string of bad first rounds, and then he would absolutely blitz up his way up the leaderboard on the weekend and come up just short. And so, he even joked about it. He's like, I spotted Rory, however many shots at the Masters, and then I tried to give him a run. But, Rory would say, well, I just outplayed you. Look, either way, Scotty's been playing good golf. He just hasn't put it all together. He hasn't been quite as sharp in every aspect of his game that we've seen over the last several years. That's allowed him to win easily, So it isn't coming as easy as what we've seen the last few years. But even with his B game, remember we used to talk a lot about Tiger and his B game. Even with his B game, he can win. He's in contention. He's top 5 and he's runner up. And so I just think he's due. And if you look at players, we talked a lot about Rory and, could he win the Masters back to back, and how it really was only Jack and Tiger and Faldo, and now Rory was able to do it. So that's a rare thing. In the PGA, it's not so much a rare thing. You actually see it quite a bit. Brooks most recently went back to back, and I think you could see Scotty winning back to back.
Jordan Spieth is chasing career Grand Slam. The odds makers don't give him much of a chance. Does BT?
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I love Jordan Spieth. I was probably maybe the biggest Jordan Spieth fan when he was in 2015 and everything that he was doing. You go back and you look at, some of he's the last player to win back-to-back majors, in the last, 20-some years. I mean, since Tiger. It was Tiger, and then it was Jordan in 2015 who won the Masters and the U.S. Open, and then, put himself in with a chance at the Open Championship. That's back when the PGA was in the fall. But, guys don't win. He was doing things that the greats did. And unfortunately, just things got a little sideways with the game, and he's been struggling a little bit. So, I wish I call Bob Grand Slam Bob, because he sort of basically roots for every Grand Slam opportunity. So he's all in on Jordan this week. I wouldn't put my hard-earned money on Jordan this week, but it would be an amazing story. We'll be talking about Grand Slam again in June next month at Shinnecock. Scotty Scheffler an opportunity to join that elite club, and so I I can't see Jordan not doing it ever in his career. I just don't know if he's quite in form enough to do it this year with so many guys in form. I mean, we already talked about Fitzpatrick and Cam Young and Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy, and we haven't even talked about Bryson DeChambeau. And, there's just a lot of guys that I think are in form and playing well right now that it's just going to make it. I mean, he's got the talent. Can he put it all together this week? He can any week. I don't know if it's going to be this week.
And there's been 6 to do it, correct? 6 players to have the career Grand Slam. Is that correct?
I think, yeah, Rory was the 6th. Yeah,
and so he would be 7. Okay, cool.
That's right. Yep.
So I'm looking to get a new set of clubs. Should I invest, or should I invest in a 3D printer and go Bryson and just build my own?
Wow. Well, if you're going to invest, you might want to invest in a YouTube channel like Bryson. That's probably what you ought to invest in. But I don't give investment advice.
So obviously, Bryson, it was funny about a year ago. Hans and I, we were talking after one of our conversations. It was either with you or Bob, and we both kind of joked. We got to stop asking him about Liv, because you could tell you guys were getting a little annoyed by still talking about Liv all the time. And but now that it's either going to be a quick death or a slow death. Either way, Liv's going away. Is the PGA, are they really sticking to their guns like, hey, we might not take everybody back? Or are they just puffing out their chests a little bit about that?
Well, negotiation's all about leverage, right?
Yeah.
And, it seems like the PGA Tour has all the leverage at this point. I'm with you. I don't know if it's going to be fast or slow, but there does seem to be enough of a crowd in the PGA Tour that doesn't want to just welcome everybody back. In fact, the tone is kind of, if you can help the PGA Tour, we're going to make a way for you to come back. If not, then you might have a little bit of a longer, road to hoe here. So, it's going to be interesting. The PGA Tour, Bryson came out and said, look, I don't know if I want to go back to the PGA Tour unless A, the players want me back, which I thought that was kind of interesting. He's like, if the guys want me, and then the second thing is he said, I just got to be able to continue to create content. That's a big deal for me. That's important to me. And within 2 days of him saying that, the PGA Tour came out with their new player social media platform policy, which everybody's just calling it Bryson bait, and so it's pretty clear that the PGA Tour, and why wouldn't you? Certainly Bryson is a huge star in and out of the game, and he would be a great asset to have to your organization. So of course you'd want to have Bryson back. But then you start looking at some of the other characters, and some that have withdrew their membership, some that filed suit against the PGA Tour that first year because they felt like they should have been be able to play in the playoffs because they had enough FedEx Cup points. And, so it got ugly in some cases. And so I do think that they will look at this as an individual case. You saw Patrick Reed, he quit and then went the DP World Tour route, got his wins, and he'll be eligible 1 year after his last playing on LIV, which will be in the fall, which, potentially could see him come down to our Utah event there at Black Desert. We'll see if he's interested in returning then or waiting until the full season next year. But so there's that. And then, of course, Brooks Koepka was able to pay some fines, and he was back in and reinstated and good to go. So I think it's going to be more of a tailored approach to each of the individuals as they decide to make their way back, rather than a blanket, hey, everybody's welcome back kind of program.
We talked to Bob yesterday. We talked to Bob this week. My days get a little nutty. But
it was yesterday.
We talked to Bob yesterday, and we talked about Tony Finau and how he's dealing with injury. And I wondered, and I thought I'd ask you, do you feel like maybe being away from the game for a bit may help him? It just seems like he's got another run in him to me. But what's your take on Tony's situation?
Yeah, I agree with that. We all, of course, wish Tony the best. I do think it's got to be the injury situation. I mean, he's got the right ankle, and some of the people that I've spoken with have said that it actually creeped into the left knee as well because of the compensation with the right ankle. And, those things can happen. You think about a golf swing and the balance and the torque that you put on that lower body. And Tony's always had an abbreviated, takeaway, and created a lot of power with that lower body. So, if he's not able to, really create the force that you need to with either the right ankle or the left knee, then you got to kind of compensate with it with your hands or your arms, your upper body. And in a golf swing, the more upper body that's involved as opposed to the lower body, there's more variables, there's more timing, there's more hands and stuff like that. And so, you don't have to be off by much. We just talked about Jordan Spieth. Now, you don't have to be off by much to kind of slip in this game, especially at this level. And so, I have to think that, if you were to say, okay, is Tony Finau had his window and now he's done, like his playing career, his days are behind him, or is there an injury that's causing him to have to manipulate his swing in a way that is affecting his performance? I'm going to go with that story versus the fact that he's done, right? Or that his best days are behind him. So he's 3 years from a win. His biggest drought was 5. So he's not like he hasn't been through something like this before. His putting stats have actually improved. Back in Pebble Beach, he was number 1 in strokes gained putting. I mean, that's a big deal. He went from 167th to 20th on tour in 3-putt avoidance. That's a massive move. So you start to, and that's always been the sort of bugaboo with Tony is the putter. I just think it's really more of the scoring average, his shots off the tee and into the greens that are the bigger issue with his performance right now. And, sometimes, again, an injury can creep up and cause issues there.
So, I'm reading about Morikawa, and he's dealing with the back issue as well. Is it just like I don't remember back in the day when I started watching golf, and you and I back in the old Southern Idaho days would be watching, a major here and there. And I never really remember injuries being a huge issue back with those guys. But now with the training and the torque that these guys are bringing to the table, is that causing wear and tear maybe at a higher level than what we've seen in the past?
It's an interesting observation and an interesting topic to explore. I'm not going to pretend to know, or be the expert on this. I think that the players today are more athletic than they've ever been. but there's certainly a difference between the way that Johnny Miller and Mike Reed and, Paul Azinger and, Freddie Couples, the way they swung a golf club versus the way Tiger, came on the court. I remember when Tiger came on in 96, 97. I mean, it was unheard of. I mean, he swung so hard, seemingly so hard, right? And what was interesting is I remember reading his book when it came out, how he played golf. And he talked about his power move was snapping his left knee at impact. Now, think about that for a second. And how many knee surgeries Tiger's been through, right? And so then you say, okay, well, I got to take it easy on the knee, so I'm going to change things up. And all of a sudden, the torque went from the knee to the back. And all of a sudden, the back surgery started happening. So, and Tiger was sort of the first one to really bring in, heavy weight training, into professional golf. I remember, Johnny Miller was famous for his term muscle bound. And he went to work on a ranch in the one off season. And he came back muscle bound, and he said it affected his golf swing. And so it was really because he was kind of one that was against any sort of like muscle building, because you needed to be like fluid and sinewy and not like bulky by any means. And so it really Tiger shifted it. Now guys they're lifting hard the morning before they go out and play a major championship round, and when they're done, they'll go lift again. And so it's a different approach. Also, the way that they're using the ground forces to be able to create power through the swing is different than what it used to be before. And if you were to ask me back in the 2000, who's going to have the more longevity from a health standpoint in their swing, Tiger Woods or Phil Mickelson? I mean, Phil was, he was lumpy. He was the guy famous for subcutaneous fat comments and things like that. And yet he had this really long, lanky, sort of smooth swing compared to Tiger's punch. And when, Phil, as far as I know, Phil's really never had an injury. And Tiger's, surgery upon surgery. And so, I do think there's something to be aware of there. And I'm not an expert at physio enough to know, exactly all of the details. But that's my observations around watching these guys and their longevity. Bob even said early in our show, we say Tiger's going to be the greatest golfer ever. And Bob would say, if he stays healthy. And I just laughed at him. I'm like, there's never been a more fit guy ever to play the game. What do you mean stay healthy? And, he kind of proved to be right there.
Well, I've always taken the John Daly fitness approach to golf, and it seems like that's worked out for him. I mean, I don't remember a lot of injuries with John Daly.
Not golf induced.
Not golf induced.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Not golf induced.
Hey, BT, we appreciate it, man.
Thanks, guys. I was going to say maybe divorce is not so much injuries, but yeah.
Yeah. No. I'm gonna. Yeah, there's a lot of other things that have hit Daly, but in terms of back and torque issues, not so much. Hey, you're the best, BT. Have a good one. We'll chat with you coming up later in the week. Brian Taylor, Real Golf Radio, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
He's great. I love his and talk about a guy that knows it and loves it and wants to just soak everything out that's going on out there. I mean, the guy is absolutely dialed in.
Yeah, he is. And he takes his job very seriously. He don't like to joke around.
No, he does not.
No, very.
Yeah, let's get to the biz, and then we can joke at the end.
Yeah. By the way, you're sponsors of these updates, courtesy of Real Golf Radio, brought to you by Mountain America Credit Union, Mountainland Supply, Black Desert Resort, Hoops Vision, and Uinta Golf. All right. It's so much fun to get out here. Sound Sleep Medical. I love being here because I know how much it's helped my life. And I know Lloyd's happy. There's so many people that I know personally that have had these oral appliances, and they just treat that sleep apnea in such a way that it's convenient, but also extremely effective as well. And Mandy's joining us once again. And Mandy, one thing you mentioned on one of our previous conversations, that it's not like, okay, here's your appliance, now go away. If you have, like, let's say you lose a tooth or you have a crown or some dental adjustments, you can bring it in and you can adjust it accordingly. So it always has the perfect fit.
It does. Yep. If you have any dental work down the road, anything like that, like you said, you just bring it in. We're able to adjust around it. So that's actually my role here, is I do all the patient care and follow up and fittings. So, and I'm a lover of patient care and making sure that our device does do what we tell the patients it's going to do. So we continue to do those follow-ups with them. And, if something doesn't feel quite right, we'll get it right and get it fixed for them.
In an earlier conversation, you said that, some people are 2 minutes. They're in the middle of that can't be good for your health.
It's not. So, when those things happen, your oxygen level is dropping down, your heart is racing all throughout the night. So long-term side effects of sleep apnea, high blood pressure, heart disease, early onset of dementia, all those kinds of things. So you really want to see if you're suffering from that, because people don't want to deal with that long-term,
It's really interesting, and Melissa and you throughout the years have really educated me on the amount of health issues that are caused by sleep apnea, as you mentioned, or made worse by sleep apnea. You even throw diabetes in the mix.
Exactly. Yeah, those blood sugar levels, and you're not getting good sleep at night. Diabetes is a big one as well.
It's so critical to get your good quality 8 hours. And I think people are realizing now, you see the fitness trends, people are understanding, hey, a lot of this just comes back to a good night's sleep.
Yeah. Well, and sleep apnea comes back to a lot. It's kind of a full circle thing, right? So you're not getting good sleep. You don't have the energy to go exercise and stay healthy and do all the things you need to do for that. So treat the problem. It kind of fixes everything else. I had a patient that I called and did a 2-week follow-up with, and he had told me in that first 2 weeks he had already lost 5 pounds and he was sleeping great.
Well, that's great to hear.
Yeah.
How many times do people come to you and say, I didn't know how bad I was sleeping until I actually got a good night's sleep?
All the time. And I will tell patients if they're like, I don't know if it's doing okay, if it's doing what it should be. I'm like, go a night without it. Not that I want to tell them not to treat their apnea, but even go a couple hours without it. You can tell the difference.
And the device itself, if something goes wrong, there's a warranty on it, and you can just bring it back and get a new one.
Yeah, manufacturer warranty of 3 years. Our manufacturer is great. They have an awesome warranty. We have patients that dogs love the smell of these things, so we have patients a lot of times that their dogs will get to them. Our manufacturer will replace it, no questions asked.
Lloyd, you lost one due to a dog, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
I think he sure did. I remember that.
So that's a great thing. You got the warranty. It's professionally fit, and it helps. Your medical insurances will help out. And again, you can use your FSA or HSA money towards it as well. There's so many great opportunities. There's no excuses why you shouldn't get a good night's sleep. You can treat your sleep apnea without a CPAP machine. You don't have to feel like Darth Vader when you're sleeping. All you have to do is call 801-285-9731. Everybody who calls and schedules an appointment, you'll be entered into a drawing for a Sleep Better gift basket. That includes a purple pillow, a Minky throw, and a $50 Amazon gift card. Just call 801-285-9731 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jay Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
If your teen is thinking about college but not sure what path to take, start at Huntsman Business Day at Utah State University, a one-day hands-on experience designed to help students explore a business degree in a real way, from leadership activities to business games. They'll get a clear picture of what they could study. It's free, it's on campus in Logan, and it includes lunch, June 11th or June 18th. Register today today at huntsman.usu.edu/business day. Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everything to you. You say you want to start something new, and it's breaking my heart you're leaving. Maybe I'm grieving, but if you want to leave, take good care.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim LeCaux. Hey, we still have some golfers to hand out. It's the Copper Rock PGA Championship contest. Caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. You will be assigned a golfer. Lloyd will tell you what golfer you're assigned to. And if your golfer ends up winning the PGA Championship, you will win a Copper Rock logo golf bag and a $100 gas gift card. It's all brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play. So all you have to do is be caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. All right. So there's a lot of questions about Darren Peterson, his health, where he's at mentally, the combine going on yesterday. We saw a lot of measurables. By the way, his wingspan is ridiculous.
Yeah, standing reach was ridiculous. You're right. Unreal.
I just, the human body, it should not be built that way, but it is with him. And he's certainly built for the game of basketball. There's no doubt. And, of course, the injuries and what he's been dealing with, of course, that's a big topic of conversation. And he was asked about that yesterday at the Combine.
Yeah, I feel like I'm back at that level now. Obviously, I wasn't where I wanted to be, just with what I had going on. I feel like I'm back at it now, figuring out what it was. That kind of helped my mental as well, because when something's wrong, you don't know what it is. It can be rough. So helped my mental figuring out what it was, and then now just getting back to it, feeling good.
So he's got his mentals back to where he needs it to be. And his body's back in high school shape, and we saw a lot of where he was at in high school and just how good he was. And you look at that prep film of his, ridiculous. And if he can get back into that, not just physically but mentally, then I think it's off to the races for him.
Back to his measurables from yesterday. Barefoot 6'4.5", weight 198.8. His wingspan, as you mentioned, 6'9" and 3/4, excuse me, and then his standing reach 8'7". This dude is just like, he wouldn't need to ask anybody to hand him anything in this room.
He's like,
you want a cookie?
Those go gadget arms, man.
So, but the cool part about it is what he fits what the Jazz are doing. You look at Ace last year. I mean, this guy, his wingspan's over 7 feet. So, these are the prospects of the future, guys that can play multiple positions, kind of in that 6'8", 6'6" to 7 foot range, and they all do multiple different things. And the Jazz are in a great spot because they only have to let one go. One's going to be gone, and then they got their pick. And it's just how that all transpires over the next couple of weeks will be the most intriguing piece.
So you and I and DJ were talking after DJ and PK in studio, and DJ asked you about defense. Will the Jazz be better defensively? And you said, just look at the length. And let's just say, because right now everybody believes AJ is going to go one. So let's say Darren Peterson is the newest member of the Utah Jazz. That length, not just height, but the overall wingspan, the length, how does that, I mean, it kind of goes without saying, but talk about the advantages of what that does defensively for you.
So if you just imagine let's tilt the court so we got that sky cam view, right? So you're looking at from the top. And if everybody, you put a player, at the top of the key with the ball, two guys extended out, 3-point line, free throw line extended outside the 3-point line, and then those coffin corners. So that's your offense. Defensively, obviously, you don't want to be hugging up on all those guys because it just opens space. You see, if everybody's hugged up, there's space. So what you teach players to do is be in the gap. If you're guarding somebody, you're obviously going to be steps toward the ball. So when the ball comes toward you, you're going home. When the ball goes away from you, you're actually sliding toward the ball. So the ball is almost like a magnet for the defense. It's pulling it to the midpoint. And defensively, you can only really be as good as your presentation.
Yeah.
The big issues when Donovan Mitchell and Mike Conley were at the guard line was there was all sorts of space because there just was, Donovan's not a big guy by today's, NBA. And then obviously Conley's small. He's one of those existing 6'1" guards. So the ability to have a guy who's in the gap is what you call it when they're off the ball and in the gap showing presentation, like you're not coming here. You want to dribble that ball, you're going to go somewhere else. The ability to affect so much more space, and that if you think about it, where the Jazz will have Keontae, Ace Bailey, talked about his wingspan, Lowry, obviously Jaren Jackson Jr. and Walker. I mean, you're just massive in the gaps. And so it's a fine, understanding, but that's the game. The game, you're looking for space. It's just like hockey, I learned. Like in hockey, there's no space in playoff hockey. If you get space, you better make it happen. And in the NBA, space is bought by length. Defensively, you can make up more ground with length. Offensively, you can just do things with length that can't be countered.
So the Jazz, one of the worst defensive teams in the NBA last year. It was abysmal.
And last couple of years.
Yeah, last couple of years. Adding whether it's AJ, whether it's Darren Peterson, and then this team is healthy right from the gate, right out of the gate, and with that length, you're going to see a much, much different defensive team.
Well, and Will has even said the emphasis will be defensively this year. This team is great offensively.
No problem.
If they play like they played last year, they really shared the ball. There were shooters at every spot most times, so that everybody was a threat. And then guys who were just shooters, like Bryce Sensabaugh, became more of a threat to lift you and drive. So guys worked on their game. The offensive side really has a nice feel. But defensively, I think that's where all the emphasis is going to be put in preseason, training camp and all that. I think that's going to be the emphasis. And the other great part, you won't have to stop and explain things to people. Everybody's been in the system, even Jaren Jackson Jr., right, for a short period of time, but he played games. So when you say, hey, whatever your terminology is, these guys understand it. And when you call a play, they'll get it. And the new guy will just get in line and figure it out. But it's a major advantage, and I love that aspect of the Jaren trade is that he did play a little bit. But a lot of the guys who are going to be role players, and the playoffs are about stars, but man, you see it every single night. A role player will step up and make their claim to that game. So those guys are important, and those guys all developed this year.
Yeah.
So you've got a again, just like Danny Ainge's got a ton of options, Will Hardy's got more options than he's like, what all of a sudden we came out of the desert and there's all this water. He's got to be feeling like a new man.
So I think it's important. Yes, the end of last year wasn't fun for a lot of Jazz fans. I get that. But when Bryce Sensabaugh was able to get up a ton of shots and develop and really allow his game to flourish. Ace Bailey, the same. There's going to be a time next year, if Bryce Sensabaugh is on this team, that Bryce Sensabaugh will win you a game. Just
no question.
Based, like for whatever reason, other guys are having a night off or other guys are getting taken out of the game. Bryce Sensabaugh will win you a game or two with that shooting ability. It's just going to happen. And you're going to be like, okay, why is Bryce Sensabaugh such a valuable piece of this team? Well, because he was able to develop last year. Like, there were a lot of growing pains last year, but it's going to pay dividends when you need those role players to come in and save the day. There's always going to be that moment where Sunday out of Gaines comes out of nowhere and hits a big shot. Bryce Sensabaugh hits a big shot. Like, there's those individual moments where you're going to need somebody not named Jaren Jackson, not named Keontae, not named Markkanen, that you're going to rely on to play big minutes. And now you've got some development behind that.
Yeah, and real minutes, real games.
Yeah.
Guys having to play in overtimes and hitting pivotal shots and possessions. All that stuff you can't manufacture that in practice. It has to happen in real time. And so for that to happen was a blessing, that the Jazz certainly took advantage of. But I think the uptick from not this last year, the year before last, the uptick from that year to this year in accountability. I saw Bryce Sensabaugh, get taken out for a defensive assignment. I saw Bryce Sensabaugh take charges this year. He wouldn't be close enough in help to get a charge last year. So it was just kind of, it's almost like Sean Payton was talking about with Caleb Lohner. Like, guys don't know much. They come in, if they throw themselves into it. And I feel like Filipowski, I feel like Sensabaugh, I feel like Cody, everybody's come in here. They've picked the right character type of guy because they're working. And that's great. So, I mean, the positive mojo you feel today as opposed to coming off last year's lottery and the disappointment at that point of not getting the number one pick. Like, this may be, you talked about the salad days for BYU, man. This may be like filet mignon up here.
Oh, I know.
With the Mammoth and the Mammoth and the Jazz and what they've got building, what's bubbling is kind of exciting.
And no pun intended, but what they are actually building in that arena is going to be like you're essentially have a new look Jazz team, a playoff hockey team, and for all intents and purposes, a new arena downtown. I mean, come on. You don't get much better than that.
And a renovated downtown.
Yeah. The whole downtown to go along with it.
A new concert venue down there that we can go hang out in, a little smaller, more intimate, but lots of cool things.
I'm not a big fan of the big arena shows. I like the smaller the better.
Smaller the better for me too.
Yeah. But there's some bands that you just can't get away from. Like they're gonna put a show on in a football stadium, whether you like it or not. But man, if you can find that mid-tier band that hasn't broken out yet, and you're able to be one of like 400 or 500 people to watch that, that's where it's at.
That wasn't bad. I did that one time, believe it or not. We Coach Rose and I were invited to just in a small group.
Yeah.
Like 300 people down at Velour to see Imagine Dragons in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it was, you can imagine that club packed to the gills, and Imagine Dragons came out and just blew the place apart.
I have cut off a longtime friend. I'm kidding, but I still harbor a lot of anger that had access to when Garth Brooks came in. What was that, Lloyd? About 2017, 2016, around there.
Yep.
And the night before, he went out to just a bar here locally and put on a show in front of like 60 people. And
wow.
My friend had an opportunity to get me there and neglected to tell me about it, and I will never forgive him. To be able to see Garth Brooks in that kind of a situation, and I'm a huge Garth Brooks fan, old school Garth Brooks,
right.
not the when he got weird there at the end. But man, how great would that have been?
Oh, so you don't talk to?
No, I cut him off. I'm
anymore?
like, yeah, you're jerks. No, I'm kidding.
Are you a ticket snob? Have you gotten to that stage in life where if you go to a show, you got to sit close? Or does it depend?
We're in the tree of honesty right now.
A little bit.
Okay. I mean, I've hit that. I can't do the other thing.
Like because I'm not a huge, I'm a homebody now. And so if I'm going to go somewhere and I'm going to deal with people and traffic and parking and all that stuff, I want it to be
memorable.
I want to sit in front of those people.
Is that what it's probably more about that for him, right? Just the status?
Well, I mean, just,
Scotty's all about status.
Being
I
around
want to
the,
go through the rope where the others cannot go.
if I'm going to be around the unclean, there's no, I'm just joking.
But not really.
I will say my kid, though, is turning into he's been a snob for a while because there was some program he had at school where they were like, hey, if you do this and this and this, and he was in elementary school at the time, you could win jazz tickets. And everybody's like, ooh. And he's like, are they upper or lower? And I'm like,
oh, the qualifying question.
Like, come on,
from
bro.
Brody.
Don't be that guy. And you know what? You know what will get you hung up on real quick with Lloyd is if you call in when we have a Jazz Ticket Tuesday and you ask Lloyd, where are those tickets at? Lloyd will hang up on you.
Yeah, we'll have a bad connection.
Yeah. So
don't try that.
If you want to win tickets, don't ask Lloyd where they're at. Don't get all uppity.
If you don't mind, before I give him my email, where are they?
Hey, they're free tickets, so shut up and take them.
Yes, Lloyd. That is said with all the Sports Zone energy.
Yeah, that's Sports Zone energy right there, Lloyd.
Full Sports Zone energy right there.
I love that that's going through the reeds.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe. Coming up a little bit later on, Ryan Smith with some comments about the Jazz willingness to trade up in the draft now that he knows his team is selecting number 2 overall. You'll hear from him coming up at about 1:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. How much does the second pick change your perspective on the Jazz tanking?
I don't know. It's too early to say. You have to get the players, and then they have to play to the level that you want them to play at. That hasn't happened. When I see it, I think I'll like it, but I still haven't seen it yet. So I'm a little apprehensive to say absolutely. Simply getting the picks wasn't the goal. Getting the quality player with the pick is the goal. Any team can tank. That doesn't take skill. What takes skill is identifying the right player. You want separation? Do stuff that not everybody can do. Anybody can tank. That's been proven. But that doesn't mean it was successful. As long as you cash in on it, then you're good to go. I would argue if you didn't cash in on it, that makes the tanking worthless.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, if you're banged up and you need to get looked at so you can get back out on the golf course, the basketball court, the pickleball court, whatever the case might be, guess what? You need to go to the same specialists, the same doctors that treat the Utah Jazz, that treat the Utah Mammoth, Real Salt Lake, University of Utah teams. It's University of Utah Health, and they can help you in so many different ways. They've got great telehealth options. I don't think people take advantage of that enough. You've got incredible options to get the health you need right from the comfort of your own home. You can also go in and check out any of the specialists, and you've got the #1 ranked hospital in the state of Utah, University of Utah Hospital, ranked by U.S. News and World Report as the best in the state for 11 consecutive years. You don't need to go through life with pain. It's not just getting old. There's ways you can really treat that pain and get back to the level and quality of life you deserve. Go to uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
The KSL Sports Zone is your ready home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees and El Paso Chihuahuas play at 6:30. Listen on 1280 The Zone. Meanwhile, on 97.5 The Zone, you'll hear Real Salt Lake and the Houston Dynamo. That match starts at 7:30 with pregame at 6:30. If you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoche. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Darling, you got to let me know. Should I stay or should I go? If you say that you are not.
Hey, coming up on Friday, we'll be hanging out with Jake and the crew at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. That's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. So many great savings. Jake will roll out the red carpet. I believe he's still offering the free gas for a year. So if you just paid $4.50 a gallon like I did this morning, guess what? You go get yourself a new Mazda down at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and Jake will take care of your gas bill for a year. So it's that simple.
This is where the old guy says, I remember getting gas at 75 cents.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that long ago, actually, but geez.
It's a lot.
It's painful, and especially if you're like Mandy and you're driving all over the place. That probably isn't fun at all.
It hurts.
Yeah,
it hurts.
It is. All right, so the one thing that people have a lot of issues they're dealing with in their life, sleep shouldn't be one of them.
Mm-mm.
And if you got sleep apnea, let's get it treated even without a CPAP machine.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if you don't know if you have sleep apnea, this is a great opportunity to just come in and find out. It's no risk. I mean, free sleep screening, free tests that you take home with you, and come back in and meet with one of our professionals, and they'll do a consultation with you, let you know what's going on when you are sleeping. Most of us don't know unless you've got a spouse that's rolling you over because you're snoring or says you stop breathing. But even then, you don't want to believe them.
No. You're like, oh, you're up in the night. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. I've never. And she's like, yes, I am
up
all night because of you. You know, if you're married, you shouldn't be sleeping in 2 different bedrooms. Come on, let's get the spark back. Come on.
The part I liked about this was it's professionally fit, right?
Yeah.
These aren't just one size fits all, which makes all the difference.
It does. It does. It does in your teeth, in your jaw, and we also provide, because it is positioning that lower jaw forward a little bit, so we also provide a little piece that you use in the morning for about 10 minutes that helps reset that bite back, kind of de-stress those jaw muscles as well.
And a lot of people ask, people have asked, like, do you use it? Yes, I absolutely do. And then number 2, is it painful? And I'll be honest, like, it's not uncomfortable. It's not painful. It just takes a little bit of the first 2 nights, takes a second to adjust to it.
Yep.
And then once you get through those first 2 nights, then you don't know what it's like to sleep without it, and you don't want to sleep without it. Like there's been a couple times I've forgotten to put it in my bag, and I'm in a hotel, and I don't sleep well in hotels anyway. But then I forget my sound sleep device, and then I wake up and it's no bueno.
Yeah,
it's not good.
Yeah, most patients, their takeaway when I do their 2-week follow-ups, they're like, night 1 and night 2 was a little rough, but then it's fine.
Yeah. Well, I got a text from my wife during the last break, and she said, you make sure you get one of those tests because I'm tired of trying to have you go, and you're actually sitting there, so get it.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
We'll
send it with
you. You have to follow Rachel's orders.
Got it.
801-285-9731. How many times do you have spouses call on behalf of somebody?
All the time. Or sitting in my office saying, I don't know, my wife made me come in.
That's me.
And so if you think your wife is wrong and you think you don't have sleep apnea, prove it.
Come prove it right.
Come
yeah,
in
prove it.
and take the test, and then you'd be like, hey, look at the results. But chances are it's probably going to say something else.
Yeah, it's true. 9 times out of 10, if you snore, you've got sleep apnea for sure.
801-285-9731. Call right now. And again, great opportunities to win stuff too.
Yeah, we're giving away, you'll be entered into a drawing for our free Sleep Better gift basket, which is a purple pillow, a Minky throw, and a $50 Amazon gift card. But the offer that we're offering is that free sleep screening and free consultation.
801-285-9731. Free sleep consultation, free sleep screening, and that test, that's probably saving people thousands of dollars.
Oh,
right?
yeah. You go to anywhere else and pay cash for a test, you're paying at least $1,000 for it.
801-285-9731. You can have your sleep apnea treated without a CPAP machine. It's all right here at Sound Sleep, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You don't know what you got till it's gone. It's never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Utah's got the Big 5, but this week we're showing you the Mini 5. Hidden state parks flying under the radar. Tonight, Paiute State Park in Junction.
It gets overlooked because it doesn't have the amenities that some of the other big parks have. I'm staying here till I'm done, till I can't walk.
Watch KSL 5 News at 10 and you can win a guest card to hit the road yourself. The Mini 5, Utah's Hidden Gems, tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim LeCaux. Hall & Oates?
Yes, yes, and yes. They are great.
Yes, another band that was taken from us too soon because they couldn't get along.
And I like that, the private eye, that's the phase we're in of the fact-finding process on these players.
I mean, Darren Peterson's going to have like some intern from some NBA team like hiding in the bushes outside of his home just to get whatever intel, maybe going through his trash, seeing what letters are coming, what he likes to eat at midnight. I mean, no stone will be left unturned here.
It reminds me of the Rockwell video. I always feel like
somebody's
what? Oh, that's Michael too. I mean, it all.
Did Michael
sang on that? Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yes,
really.
Michael Jackson actually did background on that.
Oh, learn something new every day. Hey, the Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. And remember, we will be live at Beehive Mills tomorrow. They're opening up a new facility in Ogden. Really fired up to get up there. Such great people. They started it in the middle of COVID. And the thing is just blown up. Just a great American/Utah success story. You're going to love chatting with the owners because they're just down-to-earth people that are like, what can we do to carve out something for ourselves? And they created a monster, and it's great. So, again, we'll be live at Beehive Mills tomorrow with all kinds of great energy.
Well, I'm a subscriber.
Dare I say Sports Zone energy.
Or I should say my wife's a subscriber. We have been for some time. It's actually perfect for our situation as empty nesters.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we have the exact amount, it seems like, and I love the flavor. That's what we always say is like the flavor in this is so good.
And it's all you got to do, cut the top, put it in the slow cooker, and now they've got the flat top meals too. All right, Ryan Smith in an interview yesterday was asked about the number 1 overall pick. This is on the heels of the Jazz finding out that they'd be selecting at number 2, and was asked, hey, is there any interest in jumping up to number 1?
Contrary to popular belief, we don't control that. We're trying to win a championship, so everything should be on the table. Austin and Danny have also been known to do some pretty crazy stuff on draft night. The next 40 days, you're going to see some madness in the NBA. And, it might or might not be with us. And maybe the best thing that Danny sees and Austin see is just the path of just to go and let's draft the best player available. I know that they don't draft just based on fit. Always take the best. They are of the mindset, always take the best player available. We'll figure out how to make them fit.
You agree with that?
I do. And I would even add that Danny's told me personally that he's looking for something elite. Like a prospect that does something, has something. Like Wembanyama was a no-brainer because his size and reach are elite. You add all the other stuff to it, and it's like, whoa, that's why he's superhuman. But, he's looking for, like in Ace Bailey's case, that was a perfect situation where so many things got said about the kid, but you look right down to his size and his wingspan and his ability to get places on the floor. I mean, to me, there was no doubt in my mind if Ace was there, and I kept saying that. If Ace is there, the Jazz will gobble him up so fast regardless of the narrative because he has elite size for his position.
Is that work against Boozer in terms of Boozer's a great player, but is he really truly NBA elite at anything?
Well, it's so interesting because it's almost the exact conversation I was having with people last year about Con Knipple because his name was in that top 5. And you look at that situation and you to me, I watch the tape. I'm like, man, this kid does everything well. He plays hard. He seems to love the game, have a great attitude. Why is he not down the list? And that's, everybody talks about being a safe pick, being, a lower ceiling, obviously. And he went on to have a great year this year at Charlotte. So it's a little bit interesting to me, but I actually asked the question later to a couple people inside the organization, on where they were on Con. And I don't know that they would have taken him had he been there. I think it would have been Ace and Con. It would have been Ace.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Interesting. One thing Con has proven is that he's an elite shooter.
No, he is.
And
Absolutely.
he may be already the best shooter in the NBA if Steph's not healthy.
Absolutely. He is an elite shooter, and he will be defined. His game won't be defined by that because he's kind of a two-way guy, definitely tries his tail off on the defensive end and is in the right spots most of the time.
So overall, this is going to be an interesting draft, but you heard – and this isn't any breaking news when Ryan talks about that Danny can get crazy and Austin can get crazy on draft night because there's a sample size of them doing that. Everything's on the table. So if you think that the Jazz have one or two options available to them, take whoever's at 2 or trade up to number 1. No, I think, as you mentioned, we talk about the Markelle Fultz thing. Danny traded down. It wasn't popular, but he traded down and ended up looking like a genius in the whole thing. So it wouldn't surprise me at all to see a trade up, a trade down, a trade for players. Well, that would surprise me actually. But I see pretty much anything going.
And that's the perfect scenario for him to make the best decision because sometimes you're landlocked on what you can do. And with the roster they have, some of the talent available that is coveted by other teams, that other teams would. So, yeah, I think Ryan, as he said, everything being on the table means everything on the table. And from that vantage point, then, you need to just rank these guys. And that ranking will have all sorts of components, have all the components of what they did prior to going to college, what they did in college. It goes way back. And then, obviously, their combine scores and their interviews are going to be really important. I thought it was interesting yesterday. Peterson, and another quote that came out was like, I'm playing the one.
Yeah,
right?
I forgot about that.
So, again, I have the creatine evidence. I have now saying, hey, I'm going to be this. I like, again, there's a nice, got to be a nice balance between ego and deference, right, to kind of reading the room. And, what I loved about, speaking of Ace Bailey, he never really outstepped his bounds. The kid he just came in and was like, okay, I want to learn, throw me at whatever. And it seemed like he was just always there, eager to learn, wanting to get shots up, doing all those things. It's just, I don't know. It's a tough one for sure. It's a tough one for sure.
Well, I think the one thing that if you're a Utah Jazz fan, you do not want the Jazz painted into a situation where it's like, oh, the Jazz want A.J. DeBonsa. The Jazz publicly are going to say exactly what Ryan said. Hey, we're looking at every option. Because if Washington thinks that let's say the Jazz are absolutely in love with A.J., right? And that's their sole purpose. They're like Kevin Costner in that film, draft AJ no matter what. They are just focused in on that. The last thing they want is that to get out there because Washington then holds all the cards. They've got all the leverage. The Jazz want to be known as that crazy guy with a gun that could do whatever. You don't know what's going to go on because you don't want to get painted and, paint yourself in a corner that, okay, Washington's like, you better give us this, this, and this, or we're going to draft AJ. And we know you want him, so you better be willing to open up the coffers and give us some stuff if you really want your guy. I don't think Danny would ever allow himself to get in that situation.
No, and there is a world where they absolutely love AJ, but the price to pay is too steep.
Too steep, yeah.
And I mean that's basically everything. There are certain things in my life, like I'd probably drive a different car if I had the money or whatever, but that comes at a cost. And what are you willing to give up to do it? And so yeah, I think it's an interesting one for sure. And this whole process to me, like this Peterson thing just keeps having layers. And I'm so intrigued to hear kind of the feedback from the end of today and going through interviews with teams and things like that. And just, there will be things that start leaking out through Shams and Jeremy Woo and all the people back there that need to get a story.
You love Jeremy Woo.
Jeremy Woo's a trip now. I looked over, I said, what they got up there?
I love it. Coach sunk his teeth into wait a minute, who's this guy? It was Jeremy Woo.
Back. Yeah. No, he just had kind of a throwback look. It's like he corresponded from 77.
Yeah.
Coming in at you.
Hey, you know what? One thing Danny has done is he's played the long game on this. Even if it's just about AJ, like he knew AJ so long before, and then I'm sure had some good introductions and helped facilitate getting him to BYU. I think there was a lot of things that happened along the way, and don't think Danny's like, hey, look, if we don't get him now in the draft, we'll get him in 6 or 7 years. When he doesn't like Washington and he's ready to move on, we'll be right there to snatch him up.
Most really successful people I know are playing the long game all the time because you just never know what's around the next corner. So certainly that's the approach that Danny takes. And I've said this before, but sitting there watching games prior to watching games in Delta Center, Danny will come in. It doesn't matter the opposing team, somebody from the staff will come down and give him a hug. Somebody, 2 or 3 of the players from the other team will run down and high five him. And then he just spends a ton of time with guys. Like I watched him early on in the process work with Bryce Sensabaugh, reworking his shot to get it off quicker, and kind of watched he's involved in a lot of things. But the bottom line is he's really revered around the league. People know him, people love him. And, the media and to a certain extent, it gets made out that he's just willing to wheel and deal off the cuff. But there is strategy in everything that he does.
It's almost to a point where if I'm a GM and Danny calls me up and Austin and Justin Zanuck and they're like, hey, we've got this for you, I'm almost like not wanting to do it because I'm like, I don't want to be the guy that gets suckered into another Danny Ainge trade.
That's true.
Like, I don't want to be embarrassed by trading with this guy because everybody's going to see that he fleeced me and then I'm going to come under scrutiny. I'd rather just say no and not take the public attention and turn a deal down.
I think that the trades with Cleveland and Minnesota have worked out okay.
Yeah.
For both of those teams. It worked out great for the Jazz too. So that's what you're trying to do in any kind of acquisition or trade is – yeah, I mean, you're trying to get the better side of it. Danny's gotten the way better side of it certain times, but you have to just chalk that up to the other side not knowing the game.
Yeah.
You got to know the game you're in. You're always in a game, and you got to know what game you're in.
Hey, it's like rounders. If you're at a poker table and you can't spot the sucker, you're the sucker.
You're the sucker. And that happened to me most of my life. I'm like, which one of these? Oh, wait, it's me, isn't it?
Oh, boy.
I guess I'll just make people laugh and see how long I can stay.
Why am I the one losing all the money here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's because I'm the sucker. Yeah. So, again, the Jazz have some work to do, but I like the measurables coming out on both AJ and Darren Peterson.
Yeah, that's the other thing I want to say is that the truth of the matter may be that both of these guys are going to be really great pros and that the margin between them is fairly slim, and so why would you go give up a ton of assets? I mean, if the price really, and I heard today that Washington would want a pick and a player, I just don't think there's any way you do that.
Yeah, I mean, unless, I'm trying to think of what player you would give up. Obviously, you got to give up you'll give up the number 2.
Well, the name that they were throwing was Ace.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
There's no way.
Yeah, no. And that's fine. Throw that out there, and then you always throw out your best offer, and then you're willing to come down a little bit. But I'm trying to think like I wouldn't give up Bryce Sensabaugh on a pick.
I don't know. I maybe would do that. No, actually, hold on a minute. Let me back up. No, I would not do that. I wouldn't give. It would be either or.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do both.
So,
but I don't think
Jazz don't have a number one next year, right?
I don't know that.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure, but
yeah, you're right. It's the they have their own, right? Or did they give that to Memphis?
I think they gave that to Memphis.
Thought they gave Memphis, maybe so.
Maybe they gave Minnesota's one. Either way. But I would give up a future number one. I would give up next year's number one. I would make it restricted, maybe 1 through 5, 1 through 6. But I would do that to move up, but I wouldn't throw in a player.
So I've got the trade pulled up here. So the players, obviously, we know there were 3 first. It just says 3 future firsts. Ben Anderson didn't know this right off the bat. He's yelling at the radio.
Yeah, but so it wouldn't if the Jazz don't have a first next year. Would you give up another first? Yeah, I would look into that. I just don't like giving up a pick and a player.
Well, I still have to know what the main difference is. And again, if you're in love with somebody and you're this close, you've got the assets to make it happen.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, do you want to do that? And are they that different? Are the players going to be that different to your organization that you'll do such a thing?
One thing that would surprise me, though, is if something happens early in the process. And even early, I mean like the Monday before. Like something's not going to go down here in the next couple of weeks. If something does happen, I would imagine it would be anywhere as the earliest it would happen would probably be 24 to 48 hours before draft day. And even then, I think the more likelihood would be on draft day that something goes down for the Utah Jazz. Like, I don't think Danny's going to show his hand too early in this process. And the other thing, too, I got to be careful about this because we keep throwing Danny out there. And trust me, Danny's going to have a big say in all of this, and he should. But ultimately, you've got Danny, you've got Austin, and you've got Justin Zanuck. All 3 guys at different points in their life, different points in their career, and different backgrounds. And all 3 of them are incredibly capable of running an organization. Justin Zanuck, if I had a GM job open tomorrow and I was an owner of a team, Justin Zanuck would be my general manager faster than I could print out the contract to send to him. That's how much I think of Justin Zanuck.
Me too.
So,
I love that dude.
And so I want to be careful when we talk about Danny. I think we use Danny just as the term for the Jazz front office, when in reality it's Danny, Austin, and Justin. And those 3 all have great skills. They're all different at how they handle things, but so well connected, and they're going to have a lay of the land for sure.
And those guys also know that Danny is. Ryan says it a lot. Danny's one of one.
Yes.
There's a Danny Ainge, and everybody. I got friends that don't really even know sports, and they'll say Danny Ainge, and he's the boss. Everybody knows who Danny is. So that's the only reason I think we throw that out there. But certainly, I think the piece on accountability. I think the way that the team approached the season this year, it's one of the things, and I talked to Austin when he got the job, was, wanted guys to feel what it feels like to be out there and having to hold down the fort, have an assignment. And Will was hard on him. Will coached him up hard. So I like the approach this year under Austin, and that guy is brilliant. I mean, Cornette, I watched him play for the Spurs last night. I mean, Austin picked him up off a scrap heap. He's in Boston. He just has a way of finding players that he certainly can find the top tier guys and make decisions on them, but it's the guys in the trenches and guys that he can really distinguish from a group of really good players who could actually help your franchise.
Did you coach Austin? Or was
I
he
didn't.
gone?
I coached against Austin.
Okay. He was gone before you got there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
People forget. Heck of a college player.
He was great. Heady as can be. They say coach on the floor. I would say that Coach Rose would probably say that he was probably a little too much of a coach on the floor, which they laugh about all the time. That's not. Austin was Austin, and he wanted to win in the worst way. And, if he had an idea that he felt like could do it, he'd throw it out there. And there were I heard oftentimes where he would come over and say, hey, we need to do this, and I'm seeing this. And so it was very much a coach-player relationship that Austin had some ownership of.
Well, certainly, I think I'm trying to think of all the other terms: coach on the floor, sneaky, athletic,
crafty, clever. He was an irritant. I mean, he wasn't quite what his dad was back in the day. Those days were fun, just watching. I go back all the way. I watched Danny go coast to coast against Notre Dame in Ron Durfee's basement. About hit my head on the ceiling when he made the basket. But like in the NBA, like it was almost an every game thing. He was the guy for Boston that would go instigate.
I tried to get Danny to talk about it. Was the beginning of March Madness, and Danny came on for his weekly conversation. I'm like, hey, do you ever just like, hey, if there's a player out there, like, do you really know the game? And you're like, come here, let me show you this. This was to get us into the Elite Eight. I know what I'm talking about.
Only time in school history.
Yeah. And he said, no, I never talk about that. He goes, that's so long ago.
He doesn't talk about himself. It's pretty cool.
I know. If I were him, I would lead every dinner party with, oh, hey, by the way, look at my phone here. I've got some highlights. I want you to take a look at.
You want a T-shirt?
Yeah. Like, come on.
Bobblehead?
I'm here for you. But no, he's like, nah, nobody cares about that stuff anymore, which I firmly disagree in. All right, Mandy's with us. We're live here at Sound Sleep. All right, so Mandy has got the test. You are going to go take the test tonight.
Yes, I am. Let me have that because I want to show this on the stream. I mean, it's about that size you take home. So, you don't have to need a backpack or anything.
No.
Right there.
It's really simple, too. And, again, if you were to do this in a lab or a hospital, you're looking at $1,000 out of pocket pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. And not a very good night's sleep. At least you get to go home and sleep on your pillow in your bed in your comfort.
What's my instructions on that? Do I just go to bed and follow them when I go to bed, or is there a time frame?
I'm going to show you how to put it on, and
sweet.
we need you to sleep at least 4 to 6 hours with it. So
I can do that. I definitely can do that.
Good.
No problem there. I got that thing covered.
You may not believe me because I've been bouncing around the aisle, but I can sit in it for 1 minute.
Yeah.
You do actually sleep, huh?
Yes, I do.
It's hard to get
coached.
Well,
we'll see. You'll see.
Yeah. You're like, yeah, not really. No, you were up quite a bit. But it's so simple. You get to do it in the comfort of your own home. And then you come back in and Mandy will pop in that SD card and she'll have everything that happened in that night. Like you're like, okay, you were up here, you snored here, all this stuff. You went this amount of time without taking a breath. I mean, that's all right there.
Stop breathing. You went from your back to your side, to your back to your side, to your back to your side.
I'm guilty. I already know. So here we go. This is going to be an ugly reading, but it sounds like I'm in the right place for that.
No, you're absolutely,
and
because
we can fix it.
Because the information is so valuable. People just don't know what they're dealing with.
No, you don't, because you're sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know what you're dealing with, and so many people come back and we give them this data and then they're scared, right? And then we have to say, well, you got to wait 2 weeks before we can get your mouthpiece to you. But
like, what's going to
people
happen?
Are scared. I know people are scared.
Staying up at night.
It's scary.
Avoid sleeping.
I don't dare go to sleep.
Sounds like a movie or something.
Yeah.
Must not sleep.
801-285-9731. The consultation's free. The screening is free. Then, if you decide to go forward, we're talking about a fully 3D fitted, customized specifically and only to you.
Yep.
This isn't a CPAP machine.
No
masks, no hoses.
No water, no electricity. Throw it in your bag, travel, whatever you want to do with it. Super easy to wear, just like bleach trays. People bleach their teeth at night, just kind of like that. It is, it's a tight, snug fit though to your teeth. So it also acts as a retainer and holds people's teeth in place as well.
But I love how you have locations all over the state too. It's easy to go. I have one in my town in Murray.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
You are such a proud Murray.
I love Murray.
He's been there for 1 month.
Yeah, I'm a Murray resident.
Long time. You've been a Murray resident longer than you've been a Raiders fan.
That is true. That is true. But I moved from Provo, so this is new territory.
I'm glad you decided to move up here to the better land.
Well, it's certainly. I've been on both sides of the fence.
Mandy can't help herself.
Many a time. Yes, I coached at both BYU and Utah, so I get it from both sides.
The U looks a lot better than that Y down there. No.
801-285-9731. And by the way, our people down in Provo, you have sleep apnea, Mandy.
Please
we'll
come
even
see me.
Still help you.
I will.
may not be as she'll give you all the same kind of love.
She'll give you the nightmare one that makes you sleep great, but you just have nightmares of the Utes kicking BYU's butt.
801-285-9731. Call right now. Let's get you tested, and if so, let's get you in one of these devices. Now, the great thing, there's a warranty. It's professionally fit. It's covered by most medical insurances, and you know what? FSA, HSA, I mean, insurance doesn't put its power behind something if it's not well tested and it's treated like a medical device.
Yeah, it's an FDA approved device. And, we're getting to the half mark of the year where people's deductibles are met. And so cost starts to become a lot lower. But don't wait till the end of the year because it gets crazy.
Yeah. The text I got in the last break was, we have many in our HSA.
Oh,
wow, look at
your
this.
wife and I are going to become best friends.
Yeah, she's on it. She's leading me right down the path. Sound her sleep.
It sounds like Rachel wants a
I
good
think
night's
she
sleep.
wants sleep. She doesn't care about you.
It's been too many years.
801-285-9731. Mandy ready to help you out. It's Sound Sleep right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball, 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
If you're tired of scrambling to figure out dinner every night, you're not alone. Finding something that's quick, easy, and that your whole family will actually eat can feel like a challenge. That's why so many people turn to Beehive Meals for their classic, delicious slow cooker meals. And now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, Flat Top Meals. Fresh prepped and delivered right to your door, these meals are ready to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or a regular skillet. Enjoy favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more. Everything is prepped for you, so there's no chopping, no measuring, and no extra prep. Just thaw, cook, and dinner is ready before you know it. With 8 meals in every box and multiple family sizes to choose from, it's easy to stock your freezer with meals that satisfy. Order online and have everything delivered right to your door, ready whenever you need a quick and easy dinner. Make dinner time easy and delicious with new flat top meals at beehivemeals.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe. All right. You ready for this?
I am ready for this.
This is the inaugural debut of the Major Pain in the Butt featuring Tim Lacombe. So, Lloyd, do we get to keep our previous records and then have Coach catch up, or are we wiping everybody and we all start 0-0?
Clean slate.
That's because I had I was on a significant heater.
Were you, though? I don't even remember.
Let's get a plaque made for it, and it can hang in Lloyd's office, and it can always be remembered.
Okay.
The Hans and Scotty
Major pain
in the butt results.
Well, actually, that would go to Hans overall, but I'd made up some ground there.
Hans won it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
We'll try to follow your lead there, big fella.
All right. So here's what happens. We all pick 3 golfers. Now, here is the order. We're going to go Tim 1, I will go 2, Lloyd will go 3, and our good friend Alex back in studio will be 4. And then it snakes like a fantasy football draft. So Alex will have 2 picks back-to-back. Then it'll go Lloyd, me, and then you will have back-to-back picks, and we'll shuffle through one more time.
Sounds great.
So each...
I'm just going to say my dark horse is J.J. Spawn.
Lloyd, stop. Don't do this. Coach isn't going to fall for this. He's not going to put up with this. So we will have 3 golfers, and then we will tally them up at the end of the tournament, and whoever has the lowest score with their 3 golfers wins. So not only do you want your golfer to win the tournament, but more importantly, all 3 of your guys need to make the cut. Because if not, then you're pretty much SOL.
You get the lowest score. Whatever the whoever finishes, whatever they finish, that's made the cut, whatever that low score is, that's where you finish. Isn't that it?
Yep.
That's right,
Yep.
right? Okay.
Yep. And you will get, what do we give? 2 bonus points if you
pick the winner.
If you pick the winner.
Yep.
So
do we get any top 5, top 10s? None of that?
Nope.
Okay.
All right. So with
Understood.
With that, Coach, you have the first overall pick in the Major Pain in the Butt.
With the first pick in the 2026 Scotty and Coach and Lloyd Major Pain in the Butt draft, I'm going to take what Vegas tells me to take, guys.
You're going Scotty?
I would take Rory, but that blister.
Oh, you're nervous about the blister,
I'm nervous about it because I've played with a blister and I'm no good, and it definitely affected me. I'm going to take Scotty Scheffler.
All right.
Keep it right here in the U.S. of A.
All right. I will go give me Rory then. Lloyd?
All right. I am going to take Xander Schauffele.
That's the other thing.
He takes every Xander.
He takes Xander every
Xander
time.
is my guy.
I love it.
Even if I was going first, I'd still take Xander.
Oh, man, you just set Alex up nice.
Oh, man. I think can I get Oberg?
Nope, you can't.
I can't?
Yes, he can.
Yes, he
Lloyd.
can. Why couldn't he?
All right, I'm
Yeah,
taking
why are you asking that?
That's the one I'm taking.
All right.
You get 2.
I get 2?
Back to back. Yep.
Oh. Has Bryson DeChambeau been picked?
Nope.
I'm taking that one too then.
That's such a bad pick.
Lloyd.
I like it though.
Hey, Alex, the results will be posted on YouTube.
Yes. So don't you worry. You're doing all right.
Bryson
Don't let
DeChambeau.
Lloyd get into your head. Yes.
Those are my 2 picks.
I'm going to take Justin Rose and his McLaren clubs.
Ooh. I know what Scotty's going to do now.
I'm going to go Cam Young.
Oh, you just broke my heart. Give me Matt Fitzpatrick. And I get 2, right?
Nope. You just get 1 because we only have 3 golfers.
Oh, hi. Tim here. I listen well.
You know what? Give me Cam Young.
He's already gone.
Oh, I already took him. Yeah, never mind. Sorry.
You took him twice.
My bad. Can I count his score twice?
I'm gonna go double Cam.
Give me Cam again.
Yeah, give me
It's
him
like a
again.
double bogey.
8 Hey, the ramen noodle's still available.
Yeah, he is. I don't want to take him.
You know what? He might just have enough. No, he doesn't.
And I always take Morikawa, but his back's messed up. I don't want to mess with him.
This is who's going to win it. Whoever Scotty picks right here. Why don't you give Spieth some love? If the Grand Slam happens, no, there's no way. I have a better chance of winning this week than he does.
Yeah, I'll go Rahm.
Okay.
So I'm going to give me Ricky Fowler.
I like it.
For the last one, I'm going to take Chris Gotterup.
Guys, I only got 2 picks. That's what I was trying to tell you. I needed 2 going back down.
Oh, you did need 2.
Yeah, and you're like, no, you only get 3 going.
Oh, boy.
Okay, we have to rewind now.
That was on tape.
Sorry.
So
all
right. So yeah.
Okay, Cameron Young's off the board.
This
right?
is not. This
for the
is not
third
one
time.
of my finer moments. Who did you take number 2?
Me?
Yeah.
I took Matt Fitzpatrick.
Okay, Fitzpatrick. Okay, and now you get another pick. I'm sorry.
And now I get
Already trying
another
to
pick.
Hose his co-host.
No, I'm going to take.
You can't take Rahm. You can't take Fowler.
You can take those if you want.
No, that's why I said you can.
I thought you said you can't.
No,
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 Scotty.
No, you can't take those guys.
Give me Justin Thomas.
I actually really do like that.
Yeah.
If you were gonna take Fowler from me, I was gonna go with.
So we
JT.
actually can keep it the way it was.
No, because I'm going to take Fowler.
Okay. You changed your pick?
Yeah.
I love it. Give me Tommy Fleetwood. I actually really do like what you did because I was like regretting it when I took it.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So that worked out for you.
It actually really did.
See, that's Lloyd's world.
No, and watch Tommy Fleetwood win the whole thing, or John Rahm win the whole thing.
I'm so glad that I'm not
I know
crazy.
who's not going to. Bryson DeChambeau.
Well, you guys were all going. I'm sitting there thinking,
Lloyd,
why
are you
2.
piling on our guy?
Because Bryson is the worst. Him and his 3D 5-wood.
All right. So who did you take? Was it
Gotterup?
Gotterup was the last pick.
Gotterup.
His name was mentioned today.
Plus 6,000 in Vegas odds.
The time I hit Morikawa, he was in the 10,000. He was like one of these plus 12,000 guys.
All right. So
that was a good day.
You have Scotty Scheffler, Matt Fitzpatrick, Justin Thomas. I've got Rory, Cam Young, and
Twice.
Cam Young, and Ricky Fowler. Lloyd's got Xander Schauffele, Justin Rose, Tommy Fleetwood. Alex has got Oberg, Bryson DeChambeau, and last name Gotterup.
We should post these and see who people think's going to win.
I think we should. Should we poll question that thing?
I know, and everybody back there loves who. Okay, Mr. Ideas.
Good idea there, Coach. We will post that.
Who's going to execute?
Well, we got me or Alex will execute that.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it, Coach.
I wondered what you guys did in there.
Can we get some
Nothing. We actually really don't do anything.
Can we get some graphics too?
Yeah, we'll get some graphics too.
Just order those up. That would be awesome.
Alex is ordering the graphics right as we speak right now.
With a side of bold.
Yeah. All right. So there you go. Major pain in the butt. We do it before every major. The tradition continues.
I like my team.
It is a tradition like none other.
I
You feel good?
I do. That was a fun process, being squoze out of a pick.
Yeah, that's my bad.
But then I got to see where y'all were going. So
well, I think where Scotty got thrown off is that we've now have 4 people picking. Normally we just had 3.
Yeah.
So I can see where the
because you said it when you explained it. You said you get 2 coming back down.
Yeah, I know. I just,
no, it's fine.
And
I mean, you're the commissioner,
and I picked Cam Young twice, so this wasn't my best segment.
You notice how I just got in line.
Yeah, I love it, man. You're the ultimate team guy. You're like, all right, you know what? Fine. I'll only have 2 golfers. That's what you guys want me to do. Then I'm down.
It's just a flesh wound.
Just a bloody flesh wound. All right. So, yeah, I think out of this group, we're going to have a winner in terms of the overall winner.
That would be incredible. That'd be
taking 12 golfers now, so I hope so.
Yeah, I would certainly hope.
We completely missed the target.
Yeah, it's going to be John Rahm. I know it. Rahm's going to win this whole thing. If you're down in Vegas, not that I would suggest you do certain things, but I think I just gave Rahm the trophy right there.
You know what's crazy in terms of Vegas is he's third in odds.
I know,
which surprises me because he's out on the Live Tour.
Oh boy, that Live I can't wait for that.
Those guys only play like 3 rounds,
and they're short.
So that 4th round always kills them.
Yep, that's true. All right, we'll wrap up this bad boy coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, folks, it is time to get those carpets cleaned. Zero Res, they're not messing around. They have got an incredible special where they will clean 3 rooms of carpet and the hallway thrown in for just $119 because Zero Res is proud of that patented water technology. They know they're going to get your carpets cleaner. They're going to get those carpets are going to dry faster and they're going to stay cleaner longer because no harsh chemicals, none of that nasty stuff that residue that just kind of hangs out in your carpet. It attracts more dirt and it makes for those crunchy carpets. Nobody wants that. So let's get it done the right way. And Zero Res ready to help you out and ready to make sure for all the family occasions you've got coming up this summer that your carpets are going to match how you want your home to look. There's a lot of people out there, myself included, that'll have Zero Res come by and then you step into those carpets. You're like, oh, I didn't know how bad those carpets were looking until I actually got those cleaned the right way with Zero Res. Not only get those carpets cleaned, but you can also get your air ducts cleaned as well. They can do tile. So many great opportunities for Zero Res to come in and help you out. Go to zerores.com. It's spelled the same forwards or backwards. It's Zero Res. And you can also check them out online and make your appointment online at zerores.com. That's zerores.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on oil?
We've got many markdowns on oil.
How about on that new STP Any Mileage?
You'll save $5 when you buy 5 quarts of STP Any Mileage with an oil filter and get up to 5,000 miles of protection.
Heck of a markdown for quite a lot of miles.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today. Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey.
Copper Rock, born to be played.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, fired up for tomorrow. We will be live at Beehive Mills. They're opening up a brand new production facility in Ogden. So Coach and I will celebrate. We will be there live for the grand opening. We will have nothing but nonstop Sports Zone energy from 10 to 2. And I might add, that Sports Zone energy will continue throughout the afternoon as Jake and Ben will be there as well.
That was a fun show today. I felt like we had Sports Zone energy.
A lot of Sports Zone energy.
Greg Wrubel was terrific. Love talking to Rubes.
So was he on the charter with you guys back in the day, or would he fly with you?
No, he would always fly on his own.
Oh, okay.
He needed those miles.
Smart man. Although I always loved I love being on the charter, just knowing right after a game, let's get back home. Let's not waste any time.
Yeah, no, and I said it. Rubes is he's a loyal dude, and off the court like he said, I met him 20 years before I was even at BYU. I remember when I was at Utah walking up to talk to him, and he and Mark both would look at me like I had chicken pox. They didn't want to be anywhere near me.
And then you change the color of your tie.
Well, I had everybody but the strength coach down there. Justin McClure was convinced I was a spy.
Oh, really?
Wow. He didn't trust me for a couple of years. Then I got in.
Then you got in. Good. There you go.
Because I'm always nice, Lloyd didn't know that, but
yeah. When you, I got to imagine too. All right, so when did you guys get out pre-COVID?
We did. We missed COVID and NIL.
I knew you missed NIL, but
yeah, we missed both. That was a good hop.
So you never got to enjoy life without the suits.
No, I was suited.
Yeah.
Unless we went to Maui, we got to wear those Hawaiian shirts.
Hawaiian shirts, but yeah.
Or, sometimes in other events you could wear a polo. Certainly, if you're in the beach town or something. Yeah. But most of the time it was seats.
Those MTEs, you can get away with wearing the polo or the Hawaiian shirt.
Exactly.
But it's interesting. All right, so again, I wasn't in the coaching profession. I kind of miss the suits. Like, some of these guys look like they're junior high track and field coaches with how they dress out there. Like, come on.
I agree. The decorum definitely has dropped in the dress regard, but I always found it funny we wore suits.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just found it funny. It seemed, I don't know, but I guess you can't wear the uniform either, like they do in baseball. Imagine the coach is standing there on the side.
There was always that talk. I remember one of the first national shows I ever listened to in sports radio. I got home off the mission. I was listening. In fact, I think it was the old K-Fan. And this guy goes in, what coach would you not want to see wear a uniform like baseball? And everybody's like, Rick Majerus.
It's like, he loved to play, though, back in the day. I got in a pickup game with him when he first got to Utah. And I went up to watch the Russian. There was a Russian team delegation that came through with a group of like 17 and under, and there were some Utah players. Like Bradley was part of that, Cuff was part of that, Ken Roberts was part of that, Durant may have been part of that if I remember. But anyway, they played the Russians in the Huntsman Center. It was this thing, and so I went up to watch practice for the Utah team one day because I knew Ryan and I knew Sean back in the day, and when the team went in to do a chalk talk, a bunch of us went out and was shooting on the court, and Majerus came out. And he's like, you guys want to go 3-on-3? And so we start picking our teams. And so I go up, and I was one of those guys that would try to dunk and grab the rim,
Yeah.
And so I did that to try to impress him. And he's like, if you can't screen, son, I don't want you on my team. I mean, so we started playing, and he was throwing elbows, and I mean, he was into it, 3-on-3.
Wow.
It was probably his first, maybe year or so here. Pretty crazy.
Wow. Was he any good? I mean, you said he was throwing elbows, but
took up a lot of space.
Yeah, okay. Very space eater.
Space eater.
I got you. That's what they called me when I played basketball back in the day. So it's like, hey, just get in the way.
As he would say, I said a mean pick.
Yeah.
Call me Rick the Pick.
Hey, Mandy's hanging out with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Mandy, thanks for letting us come by here, by the way, and invade your space. I know we create a lot of problems.
No,
but,
it's so fun to have you guys here.
So disrespectfully.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, then I found out you like music. We're fine.
So Coach here is going to get the test.
Yeah, we're going to go scan his teeth right now.
You're going to scan the teeth, take the test, and see exactly how sound sleep can help you out. I'm fired up for this.
I'm excited too, and we'll follow up. That'll be one of our things when we come back through. I can just, if anybody has questions too, I can be somebody that fire questions at me and I can ask, but I'm excited to finally address it. I've been putting it off.
Yep. You're like a lot of people. I was just, not to get like technical here, but I was just reading that 43 million Americans have obstructive sleep apnea and over 80% of them are undiagnosed.
Oh, yeah.
That's over, 20 million people that are out there not being treated.
And honestly, I mean, it kind of becomes a running joke in the family. Like, oh, there's dad falls asleep on the couch and nobody can hear themselves think anymore because he's snoring. And it's like, ah, ha, ha. But
it's not funny.
It's really, when you look at the health issues, and sometimes people just actually flat out pass away from this.
Yeah, so many people pass away in their sleep apnea. And, it, like we said earlier, it affects your heart. So heart disease, high blood pressure, heart attacks. I mean, those are all big, big results of untreated sleep apnea.
There's a lot of CPAP machines that are on somebody's nightstand that's just collecting dust because nobody wants to use them. Yep. And that's fine. You don't have to use them. You can use an oral appliance here.
Yeah, we've got a better option, and we, 95% of the time it works as good, if not better. CPAP success rate's 45%, oral appliances 95%.
Really?
Uh-huh.
That's crazy.
I know.
That is crazy. It seems silly not to at least come get, because the test's free,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, the test is free, the consultation's free.
You got to pay.
Yeah.
So if you're curious, and you're worried about it, this would be a great place to come because you have that free test. I'm actually going to bring it back tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I'll have the results, and we can talk through them, and we'll get me going.
We're going to get you going.
Love it. Yeah. All you have to do is call right now, 801-285-9731. Now, we're here in Sandy, but you got a bunch of locations up and down.
All across the valley.
It's really simple.
Clearfield down to Provo.
If you can hear us, you got one close to you. 801-285-9731. Jake and Ben coming up next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and $0 down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and $0 down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris
RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
If your teen is thinking about college but not sure what path to take, start at Huntsman Business Day at Utah State University, a one-day hands-on experience designed to help students explore a business degree in a real way, from leadership activities to business games. They'll get a clear picture of what they could study. It's free. It's on campus in Logan, and it includes lunch, June 11th or June 18th. Register today at huntsman.usu.edu/business day.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone. Happy Wednesday to all of you who celebrate.
Celebrate Wednesday?
However you may be listening over the air, streaming on the YouTube, KSLSports.com, or say hello to our friends from the future via the podcast. Ben, we're going to talk to Coach Evan Brads coming up here momentarily. Of course, Coach Brads was with the Jazz for several years. Spent last season as an assistant coach at Duke, which is why, of course, he's relevant to today's conversation with a Duke player being considered in the draft by the Utah Jazz. But now he's the head coach at his alma mater, Belmont. So pretty exciting for him.
Great run from him, to come up. He was an assistant with Boston as well. He had coached with their G League team and then, joins Will Hardy's staff with the Jazz. And look at him now, a head coach in college basketball. Very difficult.
So cool. And it's coaching trees are always something that interests me. It's fun to have Coach Lacombe on the staff now and hear him talk about the legendary coaches that he's worked with. And, Rick Majerus was controversial. He was one of a kind, but he was one heck of a basketball coach. And, where coaches learn from, you look back to who Coach Majerus learned from. I always found that stuff pretty interesting. All right. Joining us now, as we mentioned, he is currently the head coach at Belmont. Of course, he was an assistant coach for the Utah Jazz, and last season spent the season as an assistant coach for the Duke Blue Devils. Joining us now, Coach Evan Brads. Hi, Coach.
Hey, Coach.
What's going on, y'all? How are you guys doing?
We're doing terrific. Thanks so much for joining us. Before we get into your last season at Duke, what you're doing now, what have these last, 16 months, 18 months been like for you? This is just 3 different stops. It's probably been pretty crazy.
Yeah, my wife is not very happy with me moving all over the country. So maybe some threats have been made if we try to move again. But no, it's been exciting. It's not boring at all. I can tell you that. So, it's kind of nice to kind of feel a little settled here in Nashville, hopefully. And, but it's been a fun ride, that's for sure.
Before we dive into it on the same note, going back to your alma mater, first of all, absolute congratulations on becoming a head coach. That is amazing, but it's got to be extra special to go back home in a sense.
No, for sure. I never thought I would get this opportunity to be sitting in this chair. Playing here for 4 years is one thing, but then, to be sitting here leading the ship is, it's very surreal to say the least.
Now, do you go with like a plush leather chair, or are you more like a Game of Thrones style, like intimidation?
Like the Throne of Swords or whatever. Yeah, no, I don't have that yet. I have your normal black office chair. It's all good. No leather, none of that.
All right, Coach. Well, the Jazz win the number 2 overall pick. I'm sure you keep an eye on the lottery, and obviously you had, I don't want to say, some skin in the game, but Cam Boozer extraordinarily well. You coached him last year at Duke. When you see Cam Boozer, when you saw him for this last season, he wins every award there is in college basketball. What type of a player was he for you?
Yeah, he's just the ultimate competitor and ultimate winner. I had an incredible year coaching Cam. I was very lucky, fortunate to be able to do that for a year. And, there's nothing bad I can say about him, which is a good thing, right? I loved coaching him every day, his dedication to what he's trying to accomplish, but again, it comes back to him just being that ultimate competitor and winner. Those are the types of guys that I was drawn to, and you can see why he's done that at a high level for his whole life.
So give us a little bit of a scout on his game. Of course, I'm sure most of our listeners have seen him many times, but from a coaching perspective, tell us, what are his best attributes and what about his game is so good?
Yeah, I think the best part about his game is all around, he's just a really talented young player who can do a little bit of everything, playing with the ball, playing without the ball, playing on the perimeter, playing in the post. There's not a whole lot he can't do. If you watch any of the Duke games from last year, we played them all over the place, played them with the ball, playing pick and roll, had them setting screens, had them coming off ball screens as well. So, there's the complete all around game is, something that I think, it's really unique and special to have at such a young age.
You've worked with a lot of these young guys. Obviously, it was a very young roster in Utah, and then college is inherently young. When an NBA team gets a high-level draft pick, and you saw a lot of them come to the Jazz in your time here, how do you start? What's day one look like? What's the approach? What are you trying to develop, I guess?
Yeah, for me, it was kind of like the routine of just being in the NBA. 32 games in a college season or 38 is what we played last year. And then you come to the NBA, and it's like, here's 82 games. They hit you in the face pretty quick, right? So just trying to help them develop that routine of what their days are going to be like every single day, and trying to, instill that early on, and still like, all right, we're going to work out at this time every single day. You need to go to the weight room every time at this day, just try to build that habit and that routine for them. Because once you kind of get into it, it's a lot, but you can kind of get on a roll and just stack days.
What kind of defensive player do you think Cam can be?
Yeah, extremely versatile. Like, I think he's going to be able to guard all over the court, just kind of like he does on offense, play him all over. He can guard bigger guys because of his strength, and he'll continue to grow with his switching ability, hopefully guard 1 through 4 as well.
Do you think one of the misnomers on Cam is that he's strictly a low post player or a back to the basket guy? But if you watch the games, late Duke had him with the ball at the top of the key a lot, like either creating for himself or creating for others. Do you think that's something that will translate to the NBA?
Yeah, I think so. I think the versatility translates, across all levels. Like the more you can do, the more spots you can play all over the court, the better, right? And like you said, we had him playing pick and roll, creating for himself, creating for the screener, creating for the guys who are spaced as well. I think he can, be placed anywhere really on the court and have success. I'm a huge Cam Boozer fan, if you can't tell.
Evan Brads is with us, head coach at Belmont, but coached last year at Duke. And I feel like since you are now a head coach at Belmont and not still at Duke, I can actually ask this question because there is another Boozer that is still staying at Duke. But I want to know what kind of sports parent Carlos was. Was he kind of, were you like, oh, Carlos, lose my number, bro?
Relax.
Or, like what was he, or was he stand in the corner and be quiet guy?
No, Carlos is great. Every time I saw him, he gave me a big hug, like we were family. He was very supportive of our staff. Push the boys. That's what he would always ask. How are the boys doing? I'm like, man, the boys are great. Like they work extremely hard. He was like, keep coaching them, coach them hard. Keep teaching them. Very supportive of our staff.
I guess, and I know he's a former player of yours, it's going to be hard to talk about, but is there anything that would concern you with Cam Boozer at all at the next level, having coached in the NBA as long as you did?
No. I'm a Cam Boozer fan. I think the ultimate competitiveness that he has and him just being an overall winner is going to carry him on. I don't think that there's going to be any issues with that. I think that stuff translates. Winning at every level, I think is a huge skill. Knowing how to win is a skill, and I think he's going to do great.
As I guess you were only assistant at Duke for 1 year, so maybe you didn't get a lot of this. But as a member of the coaching staff, how much due diligence do NBA teams do in regards to talking to assistants and members of the staff that have coached?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I came in in May last year and didn't coach that previous team, but I'm sure that knowing how the NBA works, they do a lot of intel gathering. They probably talk to every assistant they've ever coached with, whether it's high school or college, right? Just trying to get as much background information on them as possible.
So you expect to hear from Will Hardy and the Aggies?
Ed, I love talking to those dudes. So anytime, they can call me anytime.
We hear Kevin Young locally, coaching at BYU say, hey, it's not bad when I'm recruiting. I can call up Kevin Durant or call up Joel Embiid, who he's worked with in the past when he's trying to get a player to come and play at BYU. Who are you most likely to call from the Jazz during your time when you're trying to land the next recruit at Belmont?
I'm probably going to call Big Walker. Yeah. We worked together for those 3 years he came in the league. I feel like we have a great relationship, and I'm going to save it, so I'm not going to be blowing him up all the time. But if I do need it, I think he'll answer the call.
Plus, isn't he still engaged or dating Miss America? I mean, he's got to have a good personality, right?
No, a great personality. I love Walker. But also, he's, obviously really talented. A lot of guys, know who he is, and he's a good player, better person. So if I need it, I think I could call him.
All right, again, I know you've been removed from the Jazz for a year now, but Keontae George exploded last year. These are some of the guys you've been a part of their development. You've seen them come through. Surprised to see, where Keontae has taken his game now in year 3 after, I don't want to say a bad first 2 years, but certainly up and down.
No, I'm not surprised. Keontae is a worker. I think that's kind of been his MO since getting to the Jazz. I loved coaching him, to see the time and effort he puts into it, and I think it's, for him to explode this year was great. I'll be honest with you. I didn't watch as many Jazz games as I would have liked to, being, far away from it, but I still followed along on like the ESPN app and all that good stuff. So I'm not surprised. I'm really happy for him. Really thankful that I got to coach him.
I think a lot of people with the Jazz moves, and it looks like they're headed in a different direction next year, are looking forward to seeing Will Hardy really be able to coach and really be able to go for it. Can you talk a little bit about him, what it's like to be on his staff? And you had a front row seat for his growth in his first years as a head coach. So curious to your thoughts on that.
No, I'm excited for Will. I think Will's an incredible coach. I learned so much from him. I'm extremely thankful. He gave me my first chance to be an assistant coach, probably gave me more responsibility than I deserved at that time. But really excited to watch him, watch the guys. I still talk to a lot of them, almost daily sometimes. So really excited for what that next season is going to look like, and excited to follow the Jazz. He's going to do great.
Belmont has a good history, and you've got some players in the NBA right now that went through Belmont. Ben Shepherd, specifically with the Pacers, has had a very good career in the first couple of years. But I've always said, I do not know how a college coach starts, what day one looks like, and then how you build a winner in today's environment with just the NIL money. What is your job now at Belmont? Like, what are you facing, and how do you think you succeed in that route?
Yeah, I've basically been on the job for probably 6 weeks now, I think. And, that 6 weeks has been, spent just trying to build next year's team. Like right now it's been all roster construction. I feel like I haven't really even talked a ton of basketball yet, which is tough. But, just trying to get the right people in here is really important to me. Get the people that want to be here and want to work really hard and compete at an extremely high level is important. But again, it all does come down to those people and who's around, whether it's the staff or the players. And, I think that's one thing Belmont has done throughout history, no matter who the coach is we've had a lot of really competitive, really good people throughout this program on our staff and on the court as well.
What's Jon Scheyer like?
Oh, he's probably the most competitive person that I've ever been around, whether it's, staff pickup, whether it's ping pong or golf or just literally probably like running a race, like me and him just sprinting, well, not doing that much, but, he's extremely competitive. He loves the competitive part of it and hates to lose, I'll give him that. And then, you talk about his basketball, the ability to coach, he's incredible. He was great to me. He gave me a 1-year lesson of what college basketball was about. I never expected to only be there for a year, but, learned a lot from him. Very thankful that I got that opportunity.
Well, Coach, we can't thank you enough for jumping on with us. This was really great, and we're following from afar. So good luck at Belmont.
Yeah, good luck.
We appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you, Coach. We really appreciate it. There you go. The one and only Evan Brads. He's the head coach at Belmont, but his previous stop was an assistant under Jon Scheyer at Duke, which, of course, is relevant to today's conversation. But before that, he was with Coach Hardy and the Jazz.
Yeah, it's a unique opportunity to talk to somebody who, A, is no longer coaching this person who's entering the draft, and then has a connection to the Jazz and probably knows what the Angels are looking for. Not Austin specifically, but certainly Danny. And there's going to be threads throughout the Jazz that remain with, whatever decision-making Danny still has. And then Austin has inherited working under him at Boston. In fact, Evan goes back to Boston with Danny as well, and Austin. So those connections are very strong. He's going to know what they're looking for. And again, what he picks up, which I think is something that we underrate, and we look at numbers and stats, and the only stat that matters is wins and losses. It's just the only number that matters, and Cam Boozer has been a winner, and that's what he said. It's just, that's what translates. Guys who win find a way to keep winning.
If you were the Angels or whatever, who a GM executive of an NBA team, would you put much stock into what an assistant or even a college head coach has to say?
I would with a guy like Evan Brads, who is no longer there and is not recruiting in that level and doesn't have necessarily a reputation to upkeep there. Now, he does. He's friends with these guys and, might get a job back there one day. So I don't think he's going to burn himself. But I think you have the trust in those guys. And, he doesn't owe the Jazz anything. But as he said, Will Hardy gave him a lot of responsibility early. Mm-hmm. I would try and really listen to what he has to say more than, say, a Jon Scheyer. Because Jon Scheyer is going to say, this is the single greatest player who's ever lived. And he's great because he came to Duke. And if you come to Duke, you're also going to be the greatest player who's ever lived. Okay, well, that's not helpful because I know you're just trying to get whoever the next top recruit is. So in that sense, no. But having some of this reach, having some of those guys, I think probably is very helpful.
A deeper relationship with somebody like Coach Brads. But I think that sometimes assistants get so close to it. It's like, I've actually heard stories on both sides of this thing. One, the Jazz totally got burned by PJ Carlesimo. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Where they asked him about Luther Wright and PJ just
raved.
Completely, raved, sure.
At least hid the issues.
Left out a big part of the conversation that Luther Wright was battling some really difficult stuff. If you don't know that whole story, you can kind of look into it, but really battling mental illness, and PJ kind of left all of that out when the Jazz talked to him. And then I know, and I won't get into specifics here, but I know a really well-known college head coach that when a team called him up to ask about one of his players, just barbecued him.
Huh.
Just barbecued his own guy. And honestly cost that player the opportunity to be drafted. And I just wonder one way or another, like you're right, you're going to get an agenda from a head coach who's selling his program. And I think assistants likely fall into that same category. But I also know that assistants get really close to it. Like if you had Alex Jensen on the phone right now, he wouldn't point out one flaw Rudy Gobert has. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
They get that relationship because the assistants allow themselves to get a lot closer to the players for good reason than, say, the head coach. You know what I mean? I mean, Coach Brads came on and gave a glowing review of Cam Boozer, and I believe he believes every single word.
Absolutely.
Because he obviously has affection for the player and really sees the best of Cam Boozer. Does that make any sense?
Mm-hmm.
But he's also the closest to it.
Correct.
I mean, in the room 24/7. So that's why I ask you the question. I wonder how much weight that executives put on opinions of college coaches or even high school coaches, especially high school coaches.
Yeah, I mean, Evan, the reason why I said, who would you call from the Jazz to help recruit? He said Walker Kessler. It's like, well, he was Walker's direct
He was his
assistant.
guy.
He
Yeah.
was his coach.
Yeah.
The same way Alex Jensen was Rudy Gobert's coach. And when I ask about Keontae, they're all working together. Don't get me wrong, but like, how much time did he spend with Keontae one-on-one? Probably not a whole lot,
No.
to be honest with you. That wasn't his job. That wasn't his guy assigned to him. So, no, he was working with the bigs.
It used to be a little different, like when Phil and Gordy and Jerry had his same, small staff. They all did a little bit of everything, and there was some specialty here. But staffs are so big now. Everybody has their own coach. And so, Johnny Bryant and Donovan Mitchell got to be really close because Johnny Bryant and Donovan Mitchell were always together and always working on stuff.
Yep.
And yeah, Evan Brad's with Walker Kessler, absolutely, and probably really got to know Cam Boozer. And
It would be a very bad sign if Evan Brad's got a call from the Jazz and was like, oof, him? That's who you're looking at?
Yeah.
That would be rough,
Yeah.
And then also you have to parse out and make sure that there's not any ill will there, some kind of, Cam Boozer or Carlos Boozer was hard on him. So he's going to run his son down to get back at him. And obviously Evan Brad's wouldn't do that, but there are weird assistant coaches, I'm sure, across the country that may be willing to do that type of thing. But no, I don't think you're going to get maybe the best breakdown you've ever heard if a coach has worked directly with a guy. But you do your due diligence, and as long as they're not getting those red flags, I think you give them a passing grade.
I was listening to Coach Lacombe talk about Tyler Haws earlier today, and it's like you could tell, Coach probably would tell you Tyler Haws is one of the best players on the planet today because he's got affection for Tyler, and Tyler was the type of player that Tim connected with, and the way they worked and the family and all that stuff. So, it's an interesting thing. Where do you go for the straight scoop on a player? It's hard.
Yeah, really hard.
Especially because there's a lot of people who are that are invested personally in the player. You're not going to get a straight. That's what I'm saying about high school coaches. You're not going to get a straight answer from a high school coach. They're going to beg you to take their player onto your team and probably beg for a bribe.
Yeah, right.
Right along at the same time, You go to, Ben, if I went to your mom and said, because I was thinking of drafting you for my skateboarding team. I went to your mom and said, hey, tell me about your son. How is he as, a person? I'd get a very biased answer.
Correct. But anyone who really knows me, run me down.
Or your cousin or your brother or your friend or whatever. I wonder where you truly go for an independent evaluation. Maybe like their civics teacher or something,
Yeah. Go to my 7th grade English teacher.
Like a teacher that doesn't care about
She's gonna
sports
be
or
like,
anything.
This kid
Yeah, right.
can't keep anything in line.
That's interesting. How do you get to the bottom of it? In the case of Luther Wright, which is an extreme example, but absolutely proves the point. How do you get your information straight where you really have a critical component that would make a huge difference to you drafting or not drafting a player, but you can't seem to get a straight answer on it?
That's where I do think you probably get some guys hanging around. And I don't even know who this would be for the Jazz right now, in all honesty, but there are some dinosaurs. It's a mean word to use, but guys who've just been around forever. And you're like, how are you still doing this job? And you realize because they know everybody across the college ranks and they can actually probably get some truth where new guys don't have that relationship. This guy has known Bill Self for 30 years. So he's actually going to get the real intel on what happened with Darren Peterson. What's actually going on there? Because the guy he doesn't trust, Bill Self, has to sell Darren Peterson.
Can't even be honest with himself about his hairline. How would I expect him to be honest with me about one of his players?
About why is he never on the floor? Why did he sub himself out of every game? How did you actually feel about that? What did the staff actually think? Yeah, if you and I call Bill Self, he's going to say, it's the greatest player I've ever seen in my life.
He's never going to admit it. If Darren Peterson ran over him because he could, like it was an entitlement thing, and then Bill Self is never going to admit that.
Like, man, I can't believe I got in front of him. That
I
was my mistake.
I can't believe I got run over by a player. I'm the great Bill Self. He's never going to admit that.
Yeah.
He's going to make up some crap about cramps.
Correct. So you've got to get somebody who can get to the bottom of these stories and not just, the doctors look at the medicals. Because if the doctors look at the medicals and clear him, okay, that's a worse story almost. It's like, then why is this dude pulling himself out of games? Why won't he play? So you've got to find the guy who can get that answer as well.
I know exactly who that is.
Okay.
Jimmy Dolan's surveillance guy.
Okay.
Could get to the bottom of it.
With a shotgun mic.
You know, Jimmy Dolan has some weasel that could get to the bottom of all this stuff by hiding in the bushes and sifting through their trash and Lord knows what.
You would hope the Knicks drafted better.
You would think. Yeah, good point. Maybe that guy's not so good. Or maybe that guy's busy investigating politicians that wronged Jimmy Dolan instead of looking into... Yeah. Maybe he's busy in Charles Oakley's bushes for some reason. All right, stay tuned. That was great, by the way. Thanks to Coach Brads for coming on. That was really great to get that perspective on a player he just got done coaching.
Yeah, very cool.
So we'll get that up at KSLSports.com if you didn't have a chance to listen to all of it. And we might revisit it a little bit later on in the show.
Great.
All right, stay tuned. More Jake and Ben, top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. But why should you care? You only use it to hydrate, bathe, cook, clean, garden, play, and generally stay alive. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
Tim Hughes back at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. That means it must be spring, and spring has sprung a little early this year. I'm here with Greg. You guys, I don't think, have stopped all winter long, have you?
We haven't. We've had business throughout January, February, and March has taken off like a rocket.
With the lack of precipitation down here in the valleys this winter, the need for nutrients, and I'm going to guess moisture retention is going to be more important than ever, Greg. That's where your soil blends come in.
We have 3 great soil blends for growing specifically. We have the topsoil compost blend, we have a Ute-like garden mix, and we have also the box garden mix, which is formulated specifically for container boxes.
If you're in need this spring and upcoming summer, make sure you stop in to Replenish Landscape Garden Products. You can buy it in bulk, you can buy it in bag, or have it delivered from 4660 South 200 West in Murray. Find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call at 801-262-5142. Replenish. It's good stuff.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. KSLSports.com. Results may vary.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Utah's got the Big Five, but this week we're showing you the Mini Five, hidden state parks flying under the radar. Tonight, Paiute State Park in Junction.
It gets overlooked because it doesn't have the amenities that some of the other big parks have. I'm staying here till I'm done, till I can't walk.
Watch KSL 5 News at 10 and you can win a guest card to hit the road yourself. The Mini 5, Utah's Hidden Gems, tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Shout out to Evan Brads. Big thanks to him, the head coach of Belmont, for joining us in the last segment. That was a lot of fun. You can get that podcast at KSLSports.com. In fact, you can get all of your favorite Jake and Ben content at KSLSports.com or wherever you download your podcasts. And we do love, Ben, our friends from the future. All right, it's time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, Kevin Young was at the NBA Combine yesterday, and he gave a little update on the health of his guy, Richie Saunders.
Yeah, no, Richie's he's doing really well. He's the type of guy, one, the injury wasn't as bad as it could have been, right? It was fairly clean. He's a guy that's, look at his body. He's got like 3% body fat. He's a crazy worker. So he's a guy that's going to get back to his form in no time. But the best part of Richie is actually going to be showcased here, and that's behind closed doors when you're interviewing him. He's going to knock that out of the park. He's just a great person, and I think he did enough this season on the court for everybody to clearly realize that. And, I laugh because I think every team acts like it's a secret that they love Richie, so I can't wait to see exactly where he ends up going.
Be curious if he gets drafted. Most mocks do have him in the second round. Injuries like this, doctors get a look at it. We will see, like this, end up getting a very close look during the pre-draft process. But Richie also benefited from playing over the last 2 years with Yegor Demin or Gioman and now AJ DiBonsa, not just because they were on the court with him, but because they just had 1,000 scouts at every game. He was getting a lot of attention. He was being seen a lot. And look, there were a lot of games where I think people would argue that Richie Saunders was the best player on BYU's roster. Not long-term, but in each individual game. So that will certainly help him, and be great to see him end up in the NBA.
Yeah, he's an all-conference guy, so he should get a look at the NBA, especially now when there's really no such thing as the early entry. What'd you say it was, Ben? How many early entries were there this year?
71.
Down from like 300 or something crazy?
Yeah.
So I would think so. Based on our conversation, though, in the last segment about whether you believe coaches when they're talking about their players, I believe that Richie Saunders' leg could have been holding on by a mere tendon.
Yeah.
And coach would be like,
wasn't as bad as we thought.
Wasn't that bad?
Clean break. It broke off. It broke right off.
It's not on anymore.
But it was clean.
Not as bad as you'd think.
When the bone came through the skin, it was clean.
But with that in mind,
that did not happen, by the way.
No, it did not. But with that being said, it just seems like injury is much less of a deterrent these days, especially this type of injury as opposed to, I think if you've got a history of back issues, I believe that'll probably cause a slide. What technically was Richie's injury?
I think it was just torn ACL.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so routine now. I don't know how much that actually affects your draftability. The problem, though, is going to be if he's going to have to battle his way onto a roster because you don't get a whole lot of patience as a second-round pick, you know?
He's almost guaranteed a two-way. Like, that's who he was going to be anyways. And that's just what you are. Unless you're the first 6, 7, 8 picks now of the second round. And this is a problem because the league is not expanded quick enough. Now, look, I think it's good the league hasn't expanded. Talent in the league is insane. And it's going to add 2 more teams at least. And we'll see what happens there. But because the league has not expanded in so long, and players are now playing into their mid-30s and still being very productive, it's just really hard to find spots. And teams, because they get these 3 two-way spots now, are just utilizing them, which is the right choice, and that's where Richie's going to end up.
But he has skills that are valued in the NBA. But he's going to have to be like Sam Merrill, where he's going to have to get better, and then he's going to have to find the right spot. Because Sam started in Milwaukee, and then ended up at Cleveland, and Cleveland ended up being a great fit for him. And what's his contract now? I mean, he signed a multi-year deal with the Cavs. So good landing spot for Richie Saunders. Means like not in Washington.
Correct. No, don't. Well, and you know what the nice thing for him now is just like, yeah, the two ways are perfect for guys like Richie. Go in, you're going to get a year to rehab. Whoever drafts you understands they're going to have to be slow with you. Let you come back to 100%, get some games in the G League, work your way up. You can sign a 2-year, two-way deal, so you get, $1 million, which is sure less than he was making at BYU, but it's a chance for you to get yourself back into a 100% shape, make sure that knee's healthy, and then your career really does start at the professional level. But those 2 ways are perfect for guys like Richie. I think, wherever he lands, it's a great opportunity.
Coach, I saw the leg come off. Nah, you didn't. It's fine. It wasn't any of that.
But it was clean.
All
clean
right.
off.
What's next?
Number 2, the Spurs State Game 5.
A dominant Victor Wembanyama performance. Dylan Harper continues to look very good. And now the Minnesota Timberwolves will be fighting for their lives going back to Minnesota.
Can I tell you that the narrative around Wemby during the game really bugged me? Where they were acting like it was his revenge game or something like that.
Like that?
And it was a gift that he was even there. It wasn't a revenge game.
Yeah. It's his fault.
It was his fault.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It wasn't
right.
Oh, Wemby is out for revenge on these T-Wolves. Somewhere Naz Reid's like, what are you guys talking about?
What do you mean?
I had to tape my jaw back on. Are you crazy? It's me who should be getting revenge.
Yeah, I'm the revenge guy.
What are you idiots talking about? And Wemby had a good game. It just goes to show that people don't have anything to talk about, even analysts, because as soon as Wemby started having a good game, the layup projection is, it's his revenge game. Yeah. And then that's all you heard.
He did have 27, 17, 5 assists, and 3 blocks. So, he's been the best player in this series, and he's emerged and gone further. I thought Anthony Edwards was a little too quiet for me last night. 20 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists. He only took 13 shots. But that is what... that's what the Spurs are trying to force him into.
Until last night, I forgot Keldon Johnson was even on the Spurs.
Mm-hmm. Didn't he win 6th Man of the Year?
I'm kidding. But he was really good.
Yeah.
21 points in 22 minutes off the bench, 8 of 11 shooting.
But you're right, he has been a little more quiet in this series.
And T-Wolves go home. I have no doubt that they can win it in game 6. We'll see what happens. I was surprised they didn't try to take Wemby's head off.
Yeah.
Should I be giving them credit for that?
No.
Okay, they should have. We'd be giving them credit today.
I mean, they're going to go back to Minnesota and try and do that and get him, angry again.
Did you see that Wemby, after the game, accused them of rage baiting?
Yes.
That was Wemby's turn. It's like, yeah, your rage got you kicked out of the last game,
yeah,
dude.
The bait
of course
worked.
They are.
You took the bait, hook, line, and sinker.
I think they're rage baiting a little bit. You do?
Yeah.
What gave you that impression?
Correct. I think this guy who robbed me at my house was trying to get my money.
Be like Karl Malone.
Yes, that's what they were doing. That's why he pulled the gun on you.
It'd be like Karl Malone in the finals playing against Rodman, being like, hey, I think he's baiting me out there.
He's trying to get under my skin, I think.
I think he might be.
Mm-hmm.
You sure?
Good job, Wemby. And then tonight's game, Game 5, Cavaliers and the
Cavaliers,
Pistons.
I like that.
Yeah, Cavaliers taking on the Pistons.
Like that.
Sorry.
Like that.
Could people hear that? Sorry.
Probably through my
mic. That
mic.
was just made for Christian.
I liked it. I heard it.
Good.
Yeah, the big game, Game 5 here. Pistons obviously do not want to go back to Cleveland down in a series 3-2 and let Cleveland pick up a third straight win with all the momentum. They're going to feel like they have.
The Cleveland Cavaliers and the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah, right. There's definitely some French background there.
I like it.
Yeah.
Especially now that my daughter's in French dual immersion. I can put a French spin on pretty much anything.
Yeah.
Although, is cavalier a French word? It should be.
Anything that ends I-E-R
is a French word.
But Detroit definitely is. Right? That came right down from Canada.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So Cavalier, I bet, is.
Okay. Cleveland Cavalier. I can get on board. I still like Detroit in this series, even though before the season I picked the Cavalier to go to the finals.
Mm-hmm.
I think Detroit wins tonight. Cade's the best player in the series. I mean, you just got done talking about Wemby being the best player in the series. That's Cade in this one, right?
Yeah, I trust that he will emerge here back at home, and they're going to have all this momentum playing at Detroit. That crowd turns out. Now, when they're bad, nobody shows up to those games. I bet you those tickets are $8 to $12. But historically, they've had a very good crowd. So I think it's going to be a tough environment for Cleveland. Would be a big win, though, for the Cavaliers.
Oh, I heard a funny stat yesterday. Did you know that the lowest or the cheapest price to get into a Laker game all season was Game 4?
Okay. We're done. Don't want to see it.
And by the way, we didn't talk about this yesterday, and we really should have, because it seems right up our alley. And there are several Lakers things to talk about today, because there was just an offensive piece in ESPN about LeBron and the Lakers. But do you think J.J. Redick threw that Game 4 because he didn't want to go back to Oklahoma City?
Oh, didn't want to spend another day there? It was like, I've got a plane ticket.
Because you know what I'm talking, right? Lakers had a chance at a game-tying 3. How much time? I have to go back and look how much time was left.
Final 2 possessions of the game, maybe the final possession of the game.
And JJ pulled Rui,
put in
Maxi Kleba.
Was it Kleba?
It was Kleba who hadn't played all game.
Okay, for some reason I think it was Laravia. But yeah, you're probably right. Kleba, who had not, or Clobert, as Captain Jack likes to call him, had not played. Had he played in the series? In all honesty, yeah.
I don't know.
Played the whole game and pulled Rui Hachimura, who was probably the Lakers' second best player off the court.
Not just that, he's shooting 50% from 3 in the playoffs. He's their best 3-point shooter.
Yeah, it was tough.
Rui, have a seat. What was the sommelier cooking up there? I think he didn't want to go back to Oklahoma City. He's like, damn, we're going to win this thing.
Speaking of sommelier and other French words, the word cavalier comes from chevalier, which means like a horseman in France. So yes, French etymology.
Learn something new every day on the Jake and Ben show.
Yeah, chevalier.
A lot of French going on.
I like it.
I don't think of the French much for their horsemanship. That's more, I think of the Spanish.
Or, yeah, Japan, right? Long history of horses.
Yeah. But like the vaquero that came to Mexico, or to Mexico via Spain, right?
Okay. I'd listen. You would know better than I would.
So, I don't know. Did Napoleon have a strong horse cavalry?
Must have.
I guess.
Yeah.
That's where the word cavalry came from, apparently.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah. All right, what's next?
Number 3. The ACC and the Big 12 commissioners have now come out in support of the push for a 2014 college football playoff.
Of course they are, because it's the only way that's how they max out getting their teams in.
Yeah, and look, if you are Brian Santiago, you're probably calling the Big 12 commission saying, hey, we think we deserve to be in last year, and you're only getting one team in the playoff every season.
They keep screwing us.
What's
2 years in a row.
Yeah, we want to be in. And then Utah says, well, if BYU's in, we got to be in. We weren't that far behind you guys. And then Utah gets in, and then everyone feels like, wow, look at how good of a job I've done.
And the concession they'll have to make is automatic bids, which at 24 doesn't matter. So
correct.
I still hate the idea.
I'm totally with you.
So much.
Yeah.
But not a shock that the Big 12 and the ACC would be on board. The problem is, though, Ben, their opinion doesn't matter.
No, it does not.
Old Bert can talk all he wants about wanting 24, but his opinion does not matter.
No. It's going to come down to the TV execs and then the people who run the TV execs.
It's going to come down to Mickey the Mouse, not just the TV execs, because Fox their opinion doesn't matter at the moment. And the mouse wants to keep it that way. So the SEC's opinion is the only one that matters. And so far, Sankey's like, I don't think so.
You think 5 rounds of playoffs is too much for a college team?
You think? Yes.
Do you know how many rounds the NFL playoffs is?
Do you?
4.
Do you know how crappy the 24th team and the best team in the country is?
Yes, I do. They're like the 5th best Big 12 team. Yeah, it's like Houston. It's like every year. Okay.
I mean,
sure, come in. Yeah, come on. Yeah, you're invited.
If you're the 24th,
you belong here.
If you're the 24th ranked team in the country, you are one of two things: 1, a really cute story, or 2, a massive disappointment.
Yes, USC.
Yeah,
Stinkin' Riley
loves number 24.
Cannot wait for a 24-team playoff. Yeah. What do you mean we underachieved? We make the playoff every year. You were preseason top 4. You dropped 20 spots. Well,
we made it.
I really had to twist some arms to get into that 24th spot. It's going head-to-head.
Houston finished 22nd. Navy, 23. North Texas, 24. TCU, 25.
All of those are super cute stories. You're either a super cute story or a massive disappointment. That's it. That's number 24.
I cannot wait to hear Stinkin' Riley making the bid for USC on ESPN over, did you say North Texas was 22? We deserve a spot over North Texas. You can't have a playoff without us. You're competing with North Texas. Yeah, this is so moronic.
Cute story or massive
why not just line your pockets with money? Because this will probably solve it. This will probably be enough money finally for everybody, right? This solves it.
First of all, it never solves. The basketball tournament just expanded to 70 what? So we see this in society all the time. It's like, oh, something happened. We reached the milestone. And you go, oh, okay, all that energy to accomplish that milestone is just going to dissipate because they won, right? And it's like, nope.
You just got the ball rolling.
You're just going to keep on.
Snowball just started.
Keep on pushing. You expect for this energy to go somewhere else? I don't think so. Yeah, no. I mean, it's going to be to 50 whatever by 2040.
Because you know how you justify it? It's only one more weekend. We go to 48 games. We go to 48 teams. It's literally one more weekend. What are you talking about?
Come on.
We'll drop, fine. We'll start the season earlier. We're not dropping a regular season game because those other 100 teams need it that don't make the playoff. But the 48 that do make it, they're fine. Play one extra week. Makes more money for us. Everyone will be happy with it.
Stay tuned. We'll have more Jake and Ben
Shame
show
on you, Big 12.
coming up next, 97.5. Way to go, Bert. The KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
Joining us now, Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports Pro Basketball Talk.
Kurt, who's your favorite watch in the NBA, out of curiosity?
I'm always partial to like dynamic, fast-playing teams and teams that move the ball. So honestly, I was watching a lot of Charlotte this year. I would say LaMelo Ball when he can play, and that's partially because he can be so good, and also because there's a train wreck waiting to happen. He was much better this year because his number of just "what are you thinking" passes went from like 10 a game to 5.
I love watching Ball at times too, but I wouldn't want to build around a team around him either. You may see him just like he does out on the court. He may, "What are you doing?" And as he crashes into the side of a car on his way out of the team line. He's been like 17 accidents. I mean, he plays like he drives.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Leslie and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Spring is calling, and we're not sending into voicemail. I bet you're thinking about heading south this spring, but what if you tried something different, like Cedar City and Bryan had? With gas prices going up, this is the kind of trip that gives you more vacation for the tank you're already on. Start with Three Peaks OHV trails that say, go ahead, take the scenic route, then cool it down with disc golf. Because yes, you can be competitive and outdoorsy at the same time. Next, Thor's Hideout. Legendary hike, epic payoff. And if you want the kind of ride you'll talk about all week, hit the Iron Hills Trail System, now an official recreation trail. Just need to chill? Frontier Homestead Park, Cedar City Veterans Park, or play around at Cedar City Golf Course. Then finish strong with local dining, shopping, and small town charm in the historic downtown of Cedar City and Parowan. Spring is calling. Answer it with a one-tank getaway at visitcedarcity.com.
Utah's Mr. Sports here with a pro tip. Do what I did and choose the world's most efficient water softener. Connecticut uses less salt, delivers better performance, and here's the best part. You get more time for sports, less time wrestling heavy salt bags. Upgrade your system today. SoftwaterUtah.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hove, Hove, you are not ready. Unstoppable dynasty, young Hova. I'm a hustler, baby. Hustler. I just want you to know. Hove, let you know. It ain't where I've been, but where I'm about to go.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Scotty G and the coach coming up on Friday from 10 to 2 at Tim Daly Mazda in Sandy, 10785 South Auto Mall Drive. Check it out. We'll obviously talk a lot of basketball. We'll talk some combine. Can I tell you, Ben, I this is the second day in a row where I'm making a complete reversal on a take from yesterday.
Okay.
And this one was really just laziness on my part. I'm out on Dylan Brooks again.
Okay.
That was not an incredible level troll job, and I regret
He sat under the
saying
basket
that.
at Game 4 between the Lakers and the Thunder and is a noted LeBron hater.
Do you know who Dylan Brooks' agent is?
Clutch.
It's an L.
Yeah.
So now it's totally fake. It's just fake. Now it's just WWE. These guys are having cocktails in the off season. It was just a stunt.
How do you feel about Nurk?
And his beak?
He's an Adele guy.
Is he an Adele guy?
Nurk's been an Adele guy.
Now out on Nurk too.
You're out on Nurk. Dang.
Even though he can finally breathe.
Yeah, I had some Jazz fans yelling at me yesterday on Twitter that Ace Bailey signing with Clutch was bad for the Jazz. And I know we had talked about it on the show, and he had represented Jordan Clarkson, Colin Sexton, Hot Dog, but yeah, he still has representation. In fact, one of the reports yesterday that came out was that the reason Ace chose Clutch was because of the relationship several Jazz players already have with Clutch and endorsed him, meaning Well, and they said specifically Walt Clayton Jr. was really big on Clutch, who obviously was the fellow draft class of Ace Bailey with the Jazz last year.
Mm-hmm.
But the other players would have been that Ace played with. Yes, would have only been Collier and our guy Nurk.
So maybe Adele was twisting the Jazz arm to let Nurk get his beak fixed. Get that beak work done.
So Nurk can finally breathe. Makes me wonder if Nurk's going to be back next year. I think Nurk.
Oh, I hope not.
Is like honestly a not critical piece, but if you get Darren Peterson, like I would almost feel like I have to bring back Nurk because if he's playing point guard, not to get too dorky here, he's just not like let me sit back there and pick you apart point guard, Darren Williams, John Stockton, Chris Paul type. He's I'm going to run a system and you tell me where these passes are and what time I have to make them and I will learn how to do it. But right now he's not quite, yes, I'm just like this floor general point guard who knows how to do everything. Nurk gets these guys open. I mean, I think a big part of Keontae George's, explosion last year was Nurk helping him get open coming off these screens. That would really help a player like Darren Peterson. So you might have to bring him in. You might have to stick with Adele.
I don't think you have to do anything with Nurk. Great, he could set picks. I'll find you 30 other washed-up bigs who could set picks. Nurk has some value, sure, but if he's not coming back on a league minimum contract, then you go find that somewhere else.
I don't think Adele's going to let him come back on the cheap.
Then take that beak on down the road.
That fancy new beak to a fancy new team.
Bring Hassan Whiteside out of retirement. I don't know. You could replace that easy. Remember, the only role that Nurk had success in last year, he's not going to be playing on the team going forward.
He's not the starting center, no.
No, I'm talking about let Nurk cook. I'm talking about run the offense through Nurk.
No, I'd be curious to see what he looks like for 12 minutes off the bench.
You don't let 12 minutes off the bench cook.
No.
Not, you can find that Kevin Love / Phil would be a better backup big than Nurk.
No, I think Nurk's better than Kevin Love right now. Nurk's still big. Kevin Love's a very good locker room guy. I think the Jazz should bring Kevin Love back, too, in all honesty. Now that you have the number 2 overall pick, he really connected with these guys. I would bring him back also. I'd just bring them both back.
But I don't think you have to do anything.
No, you don't have to do anything. Certainly, no. Nothing has ever been dictated by your backup center other than the Jazz giving up a lottery pick for 4 years to move off of Derek Favors. Yeah. It's the most consequential backup big man in NBA history.
And that was the great flaw of that wisdom in making that signing is that your backup big is not that important.
They felt like it was the most critical piece on the roster, and they overpaid for him, and then to get rid of him, they had to sacrifice 4 seasons of basketball. It's a toughie.
Don't make that mistake again.
Don't make that mistake again. No, don't do that with Nurk. And keep him on a 1-year deal, because I don't trust that if he's not in a contract year that he cares all that much.
Mm-hmm.
Because Phoenix didn't love him, and Charlotte didn't love him. But the Jazz really loved him.
Did Portland love him?
Not by the end.
I mean, he was there for a long time.
He was, yeah.
But I think most Blazers fans will tell you that was not a successful
he's liked,
partnership.
Not loved.
Yeah. But, okay, they just signed Peterson. You have to re-sign
You don't have to, but I think it would help. It's a good option for him. We'll see. He's certainly not critical. And no, 1 year, $5 million. Anything over that, you're asking way too much.
But the Dillon Brooks thing was pure theater, and now that really bugs me.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course.
I feel manipulated, and I usually don't fall for these things, and I totally fell for that one, and I'm pretty upset about it.
Dillon Brooks didn't pay for that seat. It's Adele's seat.
That's Adele's seat for sure.
Hello.
By the way, she's been busy with her media minions. And we'll have to get to that a little bit later on in the show.
Okay.
Because just a gross piece of propaganda was published by the Mouse.
Okay. I haven't read it. I'm excited to see it. I want to hear your breakdown.
Don't.
Okay.
Waste of time.
I'll skim it.
I'm pretty mad I clicked on it. And I'll click on almost anything, as you know. I'm pretty mad I clicked on that.
Got some salacious stories that you picked up during the break.
Oh, today is a great news day. Are you kidding? Yeah. Today, the news today is crazy. The billionaire that housed Eric Swalwell was arrested.
Okay.
I've got a new candidate for your crush. Headline: Insanely drunk mom punched bit flight attendant on low-cost international flight.
I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued.
Yeah. I found your latest crush. I mean, there's some wild stuff out there. Rand Paul's kid is saying some crazy stuff.
There's 2 murder charges that have gone to what? Well,
had a couple of Murdaugh is getting off.
Murdaugh, the lady locally who poisoned her husband, the grief counselor, she's going to jail. Yeah, it's a big news day.
We found out why Bridget Macron slapped her husband.
Life's good.
It's an amazing news day today.
It is.
Brian Taylor's going to be on the show at 3:50.
Very excited.
We got to find something salacious to ask Brian about. I wonder how Rory's marriage is.
Who has the rockiest marriage on the PGA Tour? That's the question.
I like it. We'll lead with that.
Lead with that.
Stay tuned. More Jake and Ben next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Hughes once again at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Greg is back with me here, and of course it's in the name, Replenish Compost. And boy, it's beautiful when you pull down into your lot here and you see that bin full of Replenish Compost. It's just waiting to beautify some homes.
We've already moved hundreds of yards so far this spring. It is a material that's been proven for 32 years. It has great nutrients. It looks good, works great as a soil amendment, or it can be used as a top dressing for that professional look.
It's one of the reasons why landscapers, professional landscapers all over the valley and really this part of the world out west use Replenish.
We like to say the very best landscapers are our customers as well.
They can beautify your home too and get your plants and growing areas up and growing the way you wanted them to be this year at Replenish Landscape Garden Products, 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call, 801-262-5142. As always, Replenish is good stuff.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and we'll make your dollar go farther with $3,000 more on your trade-in when you buy your new Mazda CX-5. Plus, get financing for as low as 1.9% and free gas for a year. With all that from Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you and your dollar will go farther than ever. Visit us in Sandy today.
APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for 1,000 financed. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusk up.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on oil?
We've got many markdowns on oil.
How about on that new STP Any Mileage?
You'll save $5 when you buy 5 quarts of STP Any Mileage with an oil filter and get up to 5,000 miles of protection.
Heck of a markdown for quite a lot of miles.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs.
Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Catch the excitement May 14th through 16th with the Epson Tour Copper Rock Championship. Golf's next-gen LPGA stars competing on a course as stunning as it is challenging. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Tickets and info at copperrockchampionship.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, coming up tomorrow, we're going to be hanging out with our friends at Beehive Meals. They're opening their new production facility in Ogden. Scotty G and the coach are going to be there. And we are going to be there, Ben, bringing you all the action. They're very, very excited about their new facility, and I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, very cool. Now, it's a private event. This is not like come on down and hang out. This is a chance for you and I to get to know them a little bit better and talk about the product a little bit more, but this is not about listeners coming down and hanging out.
All right, Ben.
With all due respect to our great listeners.
Yeah, right. Just beehivemeals.com. Check it out. Check out what they're all about. All right, Ben. Dave McMiniman.
Mm-hmm.
Did I say that right?
Yes.
Not Tim McMahon.
Different guy.
Dave McMiniman. Tim covers the Mavericks for the Mouse.
Tim covers Luka for the Mouse. Dave now covers Luka for the Mouse.
Okay. But Dave McMiniman.
They both cover Luka.
He's a noted LeBron guy, McMiniman. And he has a long piece at ESPN.com today. Headline, Ben, what LeBron needs to return to LA and why it's not simple. And some of the you may have seen online some of the bits that were kind of the headliners that are kind of funny, and we can get to those, but basically, let me tell you what this is. LeBron paints himself as a victim, or Dave paints LeBron as a victim. Then Dave paints LeBron as a hero, and then Dave begs the Lakers to keep LeBron next year.
Yeah.
That's basically what it is. Now, let me ask you this. Here, the headlining story that is coming from this and what McMiniman leads with is that LeBron was upset, Ben. March 31st. The Lakers beat the Cavs, and LeBron became, that was his 1,229th win of his career, moving him past Kareem for the most victories by an NBA player.
Okay.
It came on the same night when Luka Doncic topped 15,000 career points. Rui Hachimura reached 5,000 career points, and the sommelier had his 100th coaching victory.
What a night.
Do you want to know why LeBron's bent?
Why was that?
Because Rob Pelinka gave the sommelier the game ball.
Oh.
So on his 100th win, the sommelier got the game ball. LeBron did not. And LeBron was a little bent about that. He then adds that he does have a great relationship, or at least a source says LeBron has a great relationship with J.J. Redick, sources say, with one telling ESPN that Redick's hiring is, quote, one thing the Lakers got right, unquote, which I found funny.
Going back to the awards thing, I will say that is the most important. LeBron getting the most wins ever by a player is more important than 100 wins for J.J. Redick. Like Will Hardy has 100 wins. Like 100 wins by a head coach should be the expectation. Whoever gets the job, if you don't get to 100 wins, you've been an unmitigated disaster. Because the Jazz have let Will Hardy lose for 4 years, and he has 100 wins. So certainly the ball went to the wrong person, but if you're LeBron James, is that enough to get upset about?
No.
No. You have game balls for everything else that have ever existed. 50-point games, triple-doubles, championships, MVPs, finals MVPs, whatever. So, yeah, I'm not sure that ball actually matters all that much. Okay, anyways, keep going.
Does any ball really matter?
Right, no, probably not.
It reminds me of that episode from The Office when Jim made Dwight a certificate for saving him from Roy. Remember that heroic action or whatever? I mean, does it matter? No, it certainly does not. But then, Ben, the McMenamin goes on to describe what a hero LeBron was for accepting the third role on the team.
By the way.
And not even at the beginning of the year, mind you, but when LeBron came back from injury in the spring, he came back accepting his role as the third guy on the team, which is funny. Then he goes on to paint LeBron as the hero because he got him through the first round of the playoffs, and then goes back through Luka Doncic and acquiring him and why LeBron felt like the Lakers were running him out of the franchise, which is probably true.
Yeah.
Then the final part of it goes on to describe that the Lakers should want LeBron back, but if they want LeBron to take a friendly contract, they need to prove to him why or something. But it basically comes off as begging the Lakers to re-sign LeBron. I found this whole thing to be laughable, frankly. And I don't believe even stronger now that he's going to be back with the Lakers. This felt to me like a desperate move to stay in L.A. and not be rejected by a team.
The sentence. James has a great relationship with Redick. Sources close to him say, with one telling ESPN that the Redick hiring is the one thing the Lakers got right. That is such obviously LeBron saying that.
Yeah.
So obvious. Because I've heard LeBron 1,000 times say the one thing, yada, yada, yada. He does that all the time. That's just kind of one of his phrases that he likes to use. The one thing, et cetera, that not everyone talks that way. So that's clearly LeBron saying that. But that's also such a bad thing to hear if you're Rob Pelinka. If I know LeBron said that, Rob Pelinka knows it. And he says, that's the one thing I got right.
Well, and it's LeBron admitting that his time with the Lakers was mostly a failure.
Yes.
Because he's deflecting on why it was a failure back to the franchise.
Correct.
And yeah, LeBron, the sommelier was your podcast partner. They hired him because of you. Of course, you think that's one thing they did right. And remember how bent LeBron was that they didn't hire Ty Lue because Ty Lue didn't want to coach him and would rather coach the Clippers? But I'm curious now to see what happens with LeBron, because I do believe the Lakers are trying to get off of him. And I don't believe he's going to be back in L.A. And I do believe this stuff is to save face, to explain why he won't be back in L.A. But part of the problem is, and McMenamin did lay this out pretty well, is that there's a list of maybe suitors for LeBron, but none of them have cap room. And the only teams with cap room are the Bulls and the Nets, and LeBron doesn't want to go to either one.
He's not going there. No, nobody has the space to certainly give him any money.
Anything.
You can sign guys to veteran minimum contracts, I think, regardless of where you are on the salary cap.
You can,
but
unless you're over the second apron. I don't think you can, right?
Which I think Cleveland right now is over the second apron.
Yeah.
So they would have to get rid of a bunch of money to be able to sign a player like LeBron. So yeah, the only money he's talking about if he leaves LA is a couple of $1 million.
Or the exceptions.
Right. The taxpayer exception. Yeah, which... Okay, then he's not making any money. And if that's the case, I guess sign wherever. But no, I'm with you. I think this does not bode well for his return to Los Angeles. And like even lines like this from McMenamin, acquiring Doncic was a massive coup, but it created potential pitfalls too. Like you should just ended the word at coup. Ended the sentence there. The Lakers, the second they had a chance to get Luka, moved on from LeBron. And it was just figuring out how quickly can you get him out the building. Now, I think ideally... Had they had their druthers as the buses, it would have been like, oh, we'll have this happy ending. LeBron's going to retire, and we'll just move into the Doncic era quickly. Well, clearly LeBron's not close to retiring. He's got at least one more year. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 2 more years, in all honesty, considering he's still as productive as he is. So, yeah, they're a little bit stuck of saying like, oh, we had this idea that he was just going to ride off into the sunset, not unlike the University of Utah and Kyle Whittingham. And then when it doesn't happen the way you expected, it gets ugly. It got ugly at Utah, and it's going to get ugly with the Lakers.
All right. Now, I'm curious to what you think about this story that's in McMenamin's article. And from either the Lakers standpoint or LeBron's standpoint, I'll just read from it here. It says, as the season played out, Lakers officials would on occasion partake in a parlor game of sorts during games at Crypto.com Arena, sources told ESPN. An onlooker was asked to observe James play for a stretch, disregard his name and age, and evaluate his play to come up with a salary number that anonymous player would deserve next season. It was their attempt to gauge a fair market price for James' services. Then it mentions some figures, but then it says here, LA's exercise to crowdsource a market value for James might have seemed harmless, but comparing James, the 2020 Finals MVP, to an anonymous 6'9", 250-pound skills vessel could be viewed by James's camp as insulting at best, lunacy at worst. And then McMenamin adds, and for James not to understand the franchise's position in catering to Doncic while also disregarding the fact that the Lakers had maintained a spot for not only him but his son Bronny could be viewed as obtuse at best and disingenuous at worst.
Pretty cold-blooded from the Lakers.
That's a little both sides there from McMenamin.
But it's definitely both sides there, yes. LeBron, you're old, and you've got to recognize that they're trying to build around Doncic, so they're not going to give you a lot of money. At the same time, being like, totally neglect who LeBron is, just look at his play and tell us how much you think he's worth, is a crazy way to treat LeBron James. Absolutely, it's going to burn him, especially because you and I know LeBron is very sensitive to this stuff, which is what this whole story is about.
Both sides on this are crazy. Can you imagine pulling some idiot aside at a Jazz game and saying, no offense to the idiots who go to Jazz games, but going, hey, can you ignore that that's Lowry Markkanen?
Yeah.
You just your average, just an anonymous person, and then how much would you pay that player? That's the dumbest thing I have ever heard.
Correct. Parlor game or otherwise.
This is the dumbest thing I have ever heard. But then for LeBron to take offense to it as opposed to saying, hey, Rob, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
LeBron or Rob, if you're asking me this, you need to resign.
You should.
You should not have your job.
You're not very good. Yeah. You're really not. And for LeBron to take offense to it is pretty hilarious to me. But for also the point here, though, that LeBron wouldn't understand that the Lakers are moving on from you because you're 40 and they have another superstar, and that's going to affect how you're treated. Is I wouldn't say obtuse or disingenuous. I might say naive. How dare you trade for another superstar? I'm LeBron James?
Yes.
Even though I'm 105 years old?
Again, that goes back to this line of, while it was a great coup, it also created some political pitfalls.
No, it did. It shouldn't have.
Yeah, they didn't care. That's the thing. The Lakers didn't care about the political pitfalls of it. They did not care at all. And LeBron knew it at the time. It's why they hid it from him.
Uh-huh.
We knew that this was going to be awkward. We knew this was going to be weird. But they recognized, also I should say correctly, that the LeBron and Anthony Davis championship window had violently shut. There was no chance those guys were going to win a title. So the fact that they got a chance to move on was a small miracle. But yes, in all honesty, and I think it's followed up to today, it's a little bit like planting a tree. The best day to do it is now. Or, the best time to do it is yesterday. The next best time to do it is now. They should have traded LeBron.
Yeah.
Right after. In all honesty, I know that's crazy. I know that you say, you can't do that. It's LeBron.
No, we talked. You and I talked about it at the time.
Yeah.
Time to move on.
Yeah, time to move on.
You've got a new guy.
You've committed to something new.
And by the way, I'd love to fault the Lakers in all of this for, or believe that they plotted against LeBron, because it certainly would make me laugh. But no, they were driving an old Ferrari, and all of a sudden someone offered him a new Lotus. I don't even know my cars. Lambo.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, well, this Lambo's fallen into my lap. Well, I'm taking the Lambo.
Yeah.
And the Ferrari's going into the garage.
Right. Or we're selling it.
I think LeBron's still just bent that they got rid of his DJ.
Maybe. For
Luka's guy. You remember? Because that was pretty immediate. LeBron's DJ got fired, and the Eastern European trance guy got hired.
So
who hires the DJ for the Jazz?
DJ June?
Yeah. Is that somebody's guy?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No?
Used to be our guy, E-Rock. Well, he wasn't the Jazz guy, but did some things for Jazz players, is my understanding. Neither here nor there.
I remember when who's the guy?
The
the other one.
Lil Jon.
Lil Jon. I remember when he played Kyle Korver's birthday party.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
It always seemed really random to me. It was right at the height of Lil Jon. And I don't know, was Kyle Korver ever the type of guy that would have Lil Jon at his party?
He had a lot of money.
There's no T's in his name. It's just Lil.
Yeah, it's not
Lil.
It's not
Little
not
John.
Robin Hood's Little John and Robin Hood Walking Through the Forest.
It's a great song.
It's a good song, but it's not as good as Yeah by Lil Jon and Usher, but a good song nonetheless. So they should have moved on from LeBron then. And in all honesty, one of these sides needs to come out and end this marriage. But just need to say it's over. We love LeBron. We think he's the best player in our franchise history. You're lying about it, but wow, can't believe you won us that title in the bubble. It's the single greatest accomplishment anyone's ever had. Enjoy your next stop.
Congrats on the Mickey Mouse title.
Yeah, and move on, move forward, and have Luka. They cannot, man, you just can't afford to wait another year to build an actual team because you've got to carve out either a financial asset or a role for LeBron. And I mean that. LeBron is probably better than the alternative of however they would spend that $12 million. LeBron's worth $10 to $12 million. Some random dude at a Lakers game could tell you that by just watching him for 15 minutes. But that's not what this is about. It's not just saying, let's maximize whatever we can out of that $15 million now. It's about actually building a roster to support Luka, who they made this huge investment in with the trade.
How funny would it? Like Ben, you cover all the basketball games. You're a basketball guy. You certainly are. More in tune to basketball than maybe your average human. But if Danny Ainge came to you and said, "Hey, how much do you think Keontae's worth?" You'd look at him with a side eye, like, "Why on earth are you asking me?"
If I get a call from Austin Ainge and he says, "Ben, it's June 22nd. We are torn on the draft. Who are you going with, Darren or Cam Boozer?" I'm saying you are in such bad shape.
You are really in a corner.
Disaster is struck.
Because you're asking me?
Not qualified to make that decision. I can tell you what I think of those players. I cannot make that decision, nor can Parlor Game Joe, sitting in the third row, tell you how much he thinks LeBron is worth.
Grabbing a 14-year-old and saying, "Now ignore that's LeBron. You tell me how." "Well, mister, I would go with $12 million.
It's just, disaster.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I'll be curious because we are going to see some weird stories. This is the first of many weird stories we're going to start to see with how they handle this. And again, I think what is going to get revealed more and more, even though it seems like they played well together this year, is that the Luka LeBron thing did not ever.
No, it was never a thing.
Never worked.
No,
they never bonded.
Yeah, because you think Luka is going to be an unselfish teammate?
Right. Or LeBron's going to be willing to give up the game ball. He didn't want to give the game ball for his 1,229th victory or whatever it was.
Yeah, or he's at least going to cry about it.
Yeah. So, and look, maybe you need to have that personality to be a great player. Maybe you need to be someone who thinks about themselves and only wants, what's best for themselves to become the greatest player on the planet. I'm not the greatest at anything. I have no idea if that's the type of opinion you have to have. So maybe, it's just that's the nature of those people. But clearly it's not working. This connection is not going to work. And LeBron's not going to get better next year.
Listen, Ben, I have no idea what this guy is worth. You got to tell me. What do you think? You just pretend that it's not Keontae George and just tell me, what is a player like that worth?
I'm curious how
like that
some of the media members feel when LeBron leaves. Because I know some media members who have covered LeBron, and it is really rocky at times. Like some crazy stories that people wouldn't believe. Not because of sometimes because of LeBron himself, but like it's really difficult to cover LeBron, but also he's a great springboard because everyone reads the LeBron stories. You know who Dave McMenamin is, not because Dave McMenamin is a Pulitzer-winning writer.
No, it's
because he covers LeBron.
No, it's because Clutch gives him stories that then get him notoriety, and they're just propaganda pieces like this particular one, but most people don't know that.
Adele.
Yeah.
All of these people.
With you. I can't believe Wendy got another contract.
Know about LeBron we know about these people because of their, proximity to LeBron. It's a good thing to do. if for your career, if you're willing to like put up with it and then leave it. I wonder when LeBron leaves you how they change. Yeah.
No, LeBron went into his career with the attitude of, I'm not going to if people are going to make money off me, it's going to be my people. And he knew, he had a working knowledge of the system going into it. That's why LeBron was CAA right out of high school, right? And then they made CAA hire Rich Paul to show him how to be an agent because he was going to make his guy his agent. He did it the same. He did the same with media. He did the same with publicity. Worldwide West was his AAU guy. Yeah. I mean, he was not going to. He resented the David Falks of the world. Not wanted to be a client of David Falk, but resented David Falk. I'm the one doing all of this. Yeah. Why are you making money off me? And if somebody is going to make money off me, it's going to be the guy I want to be making money off me.
Yeah.
The guy selling T-shirts out of his trunk at my high school games, which is Rich Paul's origin story.
Right. Now it's a unique level of power.
And
so it's not surprising that it's still in his DNA at 41 years old.
I mean, can you imagine the ego it would take to even form that opinion in the first place?
Right. Now, he's followed through on it. If you want to tip your cap to LeBron, this plan he had has worked.
It's been terrible for the league, but sure.
But it's worked for LeBron. Extremely well. It's worked for LeBron. Yeah.
Yeah, remember when teams used to have superstars and they would stay their careers and you could really fall in love with those players and get on board? Yeah, LeBron ruined all of that.
Yeah. But then had enough people around him saying that's the best thing that's ever happened that people are like, wow, that is good. Actually, that is good.
Yeah, Clutch loves it. Not only is LeBron not going to sign long-term contracts, he's going to sign super short-term contracts so that he can leverage all of his might into getting other Clutch clients contracts.
Yeah, LeBron, it's going to be funny to watch LeBron's legacy over the next 10 to 15 years. And I told you yesterday my hot topic was my hot take was I hate LeBron versus MJ. I just think it's the stupidest debate. I don't really care about the answer. I don't care who everyone feels. I'm not going to really get into the nitty-gritty of it. It does not matter to me in the slightest. LeBron's legacy that will be felt the most is how he changed the NBA on that front. The power wielding by players at a league-wide level. More so than, well, of course Michael had carte blanche over the Bulls, kind of. But they still did things. I mean, The Last Dance kind of highlights that pretty well.
Did not have carte blanche.
Yeah, sure.
Over,
carte blanche is the wrong word. He had control over some things, clearly.
The whole problem was the conflict between he and Krause. And Krause won.
Right. He and Krause were going head-to-head, and the Bulls sided with Krause. Just crazy.
It is crazy, but that is what happened.
Sides with LeBron now over, much less his GM. So that's LeBron's biggest legacy. Certainly the biggest impact that will be felt.
My criticism would be, Michael was no doubt a selfish guy. LeBron kind of pretends to be a revolutionary, but he's never done anything for the union. He's never been a leader. He's never, you could say player empowerment and all this stuff, but he's never actually done something for the players. Are you telling me that if LeBron, during his heyday, were leading the union as the biggest name in the sport, that they couldn't have carved back a couple of points from the owners? You better believe they could have.
Right. And LeBron will say, oh, well, I was such a huge TV draw. Look at the billions of dollars I brought into the league, and that benefits all the players. No, he's not wrong there. Now, any superstar does that. The truth is, I liked Masai Ujiri's quote the other day, now the general manager of the Mavericks, and he said when one king leaves, another one enters. Same thing's going to happen. LeBron's going to leave, and someone's going to fill that spot, and there will be the next great superstar in the NBA. That always happens. But yes, LeBron can argue that that's been beneficial for him, and that's benefited the rest of the NBA. I think anybody really could have done that. But to your point, LeBron has been looking out for LeBron. It was not about the rest of the NBA.
No. Anyway, don't read that piece in ESPN by Tim McMenamin. I don't even care what his name is.
McMenamin?
Yeah, don't even bother. It's going to be fun to watch LeBron sign a contract with the Nets next season.
Have you read his wedding story? Have you read anything about McMenamin's?
No.
Oh, it's crazy.
I hope his fiance fled at the altar. I don't actually mean that.
No, he is married to, what's her name? Malika Andrews. Also at ESPN.
Oh, yeah, the host?
And most people would say he married way out of his league.
Mm-hmm.
And he seemed like he was, to use a derogatory term, he was the bridezilla.
Uh-huh.
That's kind of the story, he was the picky one at the wedding. But married way above his head.
I bet Mr. Rossini thought that too.
Something like 10 best men. Something weird.
All right, Dave.
Anyway, interesting story.
Get after it, bro.
Yeah.
Stay tuned. We'll have more Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Question of the morning. How about the Jazz picking a number 2?
Get your guy and go from there. Have him be in a situation where he can develop at his pace. They're going to get a stud. I'm very confident of that. They will get a big-time player. I would not be shocked if A.J. Dubonce is in a Jazz uniform. The pathway is there.
It's clear what would have to be done. The exact price has to be negotiated. But Washington can move from 1 to 2. If the Jazz had ended up with a 5th or 6th pick in the draft, we wouldn't have the same level of confidence.
This is an easy transition that they can get that. These are exciting times now for Jazz fans. I always felt that it had the potential to be a franchise-changing situation, and by getting the number 2 pick, it is a franchise-changing situation.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Doug Wright, and I'm here with Monty from Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized Connecticut independent dealer. Now, Monty, don't all of the other water softeners require us to basically trust our home's water to electronics? If a power surge happens, a fried circuit board, or the power just goes out suddenly, aren't you back to scrubbing hard water scale and dry skin?
Yes, we believe the best technology is simple. That's why Connecticut's premium systems are non-electric. While other softeners rely on finicky computers and electronics, Connecticut runs on the kinetic energy of moving water. Nothing to plug in, no buttons to push, and zero electricity.
I've had a Connecticut soft water system in my home for many years, and I've never had to do anything to it except occasionally add a little salt. And I love that it never requires me to set or program anything. Dee loves that she always has the soft water. So do what I did and go to softwaterutah.com to learn how your family can enjoy the benefits of soft water without the hassles of traditional water softeners. That's softwaterutah.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees and El Paso Chihuahuas play at 6:30. Listen on 1280 The Zone. Meanwhile, on 97.5 The Zone, you'll hear Real Salt Lake and the Houston Dynamo. That match starts at 7:30 with pregame at 6:30. If you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage. I got my helmet strapped on tight, I've got my bike, and my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You crying loud all the way across town. You've been searching for that someone, and it's me out of the crowd. As you sit around feeling sorry for yourself. Well, don't get lonely now, and try your white eyes. I'm just hoping for the moon.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. See, this is why it pays for you. You have a good, at least basic understanding of mechanical things. I really don't. And I get swindled.
Yeah. I told him, Jake, the story during the break that my AC went out yesterday because it's a bad time. It was 90 degrees yesterday. It was hot again this morning. And I pulled my fan apart outside my house and replaced this one piece. It's just called a capacitor. And it was $25.
Yeah.
And you could go to literally the hardware store, and every hardware store has this piece.
Uh-huh.
But my initial thought was, yes, I have to replace my entire HVAC system. And I started Googling it, and it was like, everyone's like, yeah, it's $12,000. I was like, $12,000? I'll just buy a window unit for $200 and, make it through the summer that way. So one of the great feelings on the planet is a cheap fix that actually works.
And it did for you.
It did. It worked.
See, what would have happened to me is I would have called the world's most expensive HVAC company, because I'm a sucker like that. And then they would have come out and they would have known that it was a stupid $25 piece, but they would have looked at it and said, whoa.
Coil's gone.
I'm surprised this hasn't burned your house down by now. I mean, this is really a hazard. And it's going to be, 13, 14 grand to replace it.
You got to redo your driveway. No, it's an air conditioning problem.
No, my house is hot. Oh, it's because of the driveway, though. That would have happened to me. Yeah. And then I would have, it's the stupid way that I have Tom Ford glasses. Yeah. I'm just way too vulnerable to dishonest people who swindle me because I, in this case, have such very little understanding of mechanics that go into making an air conditioner work. And I guess what I'm saying is good for you because you just saved yourself like $9,000.
Phone calls, waiting
Hassle,
for somebody.
All of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So good on you, Ben.
I'm with you. And I felt good today. It was a good start to the morning.
Are we going to do Witchow Wednesday coming up at 4:30? Is that the plan?
Yeah.
What do you think about worst sports television analysts?
Okay.
Have we done that?
Least favorite. Okay.
Just television?
Why? Anybody on the radio? You want to?
Writers? I don't know. Do writers count too?
I'm thinking more analysts as opposed to writers or hosts. Like I wouldn't classify Chris Berman, but I would classify Tom Jackson, even though I really like Tom Jackson.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I guess we can do this. Seems a little dangerous.
Why? You think you're going to draft Thurl?
Might burn some bridges.
Yeah, it might burn some bridges.
It's like that Chad Brendel guy from Cincinnati. We had him on last year to talk Bearcats. I don't know if he'll ever join the show again after my tweets about Cincinnati. He was really barbecuing me.
Yeah.
Oh, who cares about that guy?
Well, you just don't want to burn bridges.
Yeah, you're right.
We got a 4-hour show now.
It's 20 hours a week.
Why, you think I don't know. I'm trying to think of who I'd draft.
I know who you're going to draft.
Well, like Magic Johnson is never coming on this show.
Okay, you're right. We can do it. It'll get creative.
And
I'm only drafting dead people.
Dude, only 2 people see our vote thing anyway. It's not
Correct.
like
Yeah,
it's
what's
not
been going on with
like
that?
it's not like Magic is popping open his Twitter and going, "Hey." I don't know. We can think about it.
Okay.
We can workshop.
Yeah, we'll workshop it during the break. 4:30. Witchow Wednesday.
Because there's just so many bad ones out there now that there are so many different shows.
Yeah, I have a couple that jump to the top of mind. So,
Who's that guy who does football and Good Morning America? Not Strahan, the other one.
oh, Strahan was my only thought.
Burleson?
Nate Burleson.
Yeah, that guy stinks.
Okay. Let's not get him on the show.
But yeah, see, I don't think Nate's
Delete
coming.
Nate's number.
Nate's not coming on the show.
All right, I see what you think of me.
Christian, you land Burleson. That's your new white whale.
Yeah.
Land that sucker. When I was a producer, do you know what my white whale was? What's her name? Wyona Judd's sister.
Ashley?
Yeah.
Why?
Because Utah kept running into Kentucky in the tournament. And she, at the time, I don't know if she still is anymore, but she was like the, whatever Jack is to the Lakers, she was to Kentucky basketball.
Who's the biggest interview you've had? Booked or otherwise?
Dr. J was pretty cool.
Oh, that's really cool. What'd you get Dr. J for?
He was promoting something. I don't remember what it was. It might have been that golf tournament that they all play in Lake Tahoe. It was something like that. He was coming on to promote something.
That's cool. And look, we've talked to Jazz draftees the second they get drafted, or 10 minutes after they get drafted. Some of those are cool, and obviously the players and the coaches are cool. But yeah, there's something about Julius Erving. It's a little bit different.
Who's Jeannie Buss's husband? I interviewed him.
Oh, I don't know. Not Phil Jackson.
No, comedian.
Oh, Jay Moore?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frank Caliendo, I've interviewed him a bunch of times.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But Dr.
You said
J.
Orrin Hatch came in one time.
Oh,
Dropped in on an interview?
That was maybe my favorite moment that's ever happened to me. We were interviewing Dennis Lindsay in studio. And it was back at our old studios over in the arena. And I guess it was a game night. It'd have to be. And Dennis was in studio, which, by the way, didn't happen all that often. And we're talking to him about the Jazz. And then all of a sudden, shuffling up to the door, which was clear, was Orrin Hatch, who was a senator at the time.
Yeah.
And a very powerful one at that. And he just came in and sat down. Like, oh, hi, Senator Hatch. And it was one of the maybe Ben, handful of people on the planet that would have been able to just sit down and interrupt Dennis Lindsay's interview.
Yep.
On a sports station in Utah.
And it just happened to be at that time.
At that time. And then the best part of the story is Orrin, just starts talking to Dennis. And he goes, you should really sign Jimmer.
Yeah.
The look on Dennis's face is like, I actually have to put up with this.
Yeah.
I can't just walk out of here.
Yeah, right. I guess.
So, yeah, that's a good one, Orrin Hatch.
We had David Blitzer on the show. He's a huge deal in the sports world.
I met Michael Jordan. I didn't interview
Okay,
him.
really? Wow.
It was out at the heyday of the Miller Motor Sports Park when they were doing races out there. And Michael now owns a NASCAR team, but he dipped his toe in the racing world with a motorcycle racing team. And his team went to a race out there, and he went.
Because there are some fair, I don't even know what it's called, the rules where if you have one party on, you have to have the other. You don't technically have to anymore. I think they've since gotten rid of that rule. Like politically, you have to give fair time to both sides, even though this wasn't really the case. But we had Mitt Romney and Evan McMullen on, I think, in the same week one time. You remember when McMullen was running for?
McMuffin was running, yeah.
And
Mitt was going for senator.
Mitt was going for senator. McMullen was still trying to mount a presidential run, I think, in the next election.
He ran against, that was 2016 then, yeah? Is that when McMuffin ran?
I think so, yes. Yes.
And then he ran for Senate here.
Yeah.
The next cycle.
And didn't win.
Not even close, if memory serves.
Yeah. What's he doing now?
Stealing money from somebody. From our guy, Chad.
I don't know if he was stealing. Was that who it was?
Yeah.
Was that who he was?
Yeah.
No, he was rallying against McMullen.
Yes, because McMuffin ripped him off.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yes, that's what it was.
Redbird.
Yeah, Redbird. That guy. That guy did commercials going at McMuffin,
At McMuffin.
because McMuffin ripped him off.
You're right. A small world.
Hilarious is what it is. Bird in the hand is better than a ball on the carpet. Yeah.
Should have said that about McMullen.
Let's see, who was it on that play? It was Rhett Bird. Rhett Bird was the hawk in the right place at the right time. I guess that's true what they say. A bird in the hand is worth a ball on the carpet. So Bird gets the on the fumble recovery.
Take that, McMullen.
Hey, he shouldn't be stealing.
Agreed.
I feel
don't know
bad
what
for
he
my
did.
guy.
I don't know what he did.
I don't either, but I'm siding with Chad in that dispute. I got to be honest. I've at least met Chad.
I have. I've never met McMullen other than talking to him.
Chad used to like to talk to me while I was eating lunch.
I bet.
He did. All right. So what you got Wednesday is coming up at 4:30. Okay. So stay tuned for that. Okay. Coming up next, however, we are going to talk to our friend Brian Taylor live from the PGA Championship. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and 0 down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and 0 down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, Flat Top Meals. These fresh prepared meals are delivered right to your door and are designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more with 8 meals in every box. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
If your teen is thinking about college but not sure what path to take, start at Huntsman Business Day at Utah State University, a one-day hands-on experience designed to help students explore a business degree in a real way, from leadership activities to business games. They'll get a clear picture of what they could study. It's free. It's on campus in Logan, and it includes lunch, June 11th or June 18th. Register today at huntsman.usu.edu/business day.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older.
The PGA Championship Update is presented by Copper Rock, where the pros play, on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're going to talk to Brian Taylor coming up here in a moment. Get a little preview of the PGA Championship getting started tomorrow. Let's get a qualifier, though, for our contest. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We're going to assign you a golfer in the top 25 competing in this year's PGA Championship. Then one listener will get the field. If your golfer wins, the rest of the field, I should say, if your golfer wins, you will receive a Copper Rock logo golf bag and a $100 gas gift card brought to you by our friends at Copper Rock, where the pros play. I like the PGA. You asked me that yesterday. It's probably my second favorite major behind the Open Championship. Usually you get a great field, interesting course. Let's get out to the Zone phone. Of course, joining us now, co-host of Real Golf Radio. You hear it every Saturday morning right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. He is our buddy Brian Taylor. What's going on, BT?
Hey, what's up, boys?
We're doing terrific. Obviously, we talked yesterday with Bob about this kind of being the year of Rory and you know what he's done over the last 12 months, really, with back-to-back Masters wins. Who's up and coming? Who has a chance to be next and break out in a tournament like this?
It's a really good question. I don't know if Cam Young is still in that status. You know, he's won some tour events, but he just picked up his first one last year, and then obviously he was a standout in the Ryder Cup. But he's a guy that's certainly been on a heater that I would think is somebody that we got to keep an eye on this week. Everything seems to be clicking. He's in that zone where it feels a little bit easy right now. So those are guys that are dangerous. But there's Chris Gotterup's a guy that's shown a lot of promise. Those are a couple of guys right off the top of my head. I know Cam Young is a little bit more established than maybe what you were looking for, but he's definitely a guy that I've got my eye on this week.
I can't believe a big story of this tournament is Rory's toe. But how much do you how much do you expect Rory's mutant toe to affect his game this weekend?
I don't think it's going to bother him. He still has to walk. We talked about that earlier, but he seems to be fine with it. So I think he's going to be just fine. So, there's a couple of stats that are kind of interesting. He's looking to win back-to-back majors. Over the last 75 years, only 5 players have pulled it off: Ben Hogan, Arnold Palmer, Jack Nicklaus, Tiger Woods, and then most recently Jordan Spieth back in 2015. So since they moved the PGA to May, only one reigning Masters champ has cracked the top 20. That was Scheffler when he tied for 8th back in 2024. So it is kind of an interesting one when you look at Rory. That said, I think he was a little bit embarrassed by his performance after completing the career Grand Slam last year. If he's looking back on it now, at the time.
All right, we'll catch up with Brian here in a second.
Yeah. We'll have to try and get back to him. had issues. There must be something there. That,
I had something with Bob yesterday.
So, and it was like the exact same breakout at the exact same time. So maybe something there giving us some issues. But
so Rory going back-to-back is probably not likely, is what I'm reading into BT's answer there.
I get that very few people have done it because, winning back-to-back majors is really difficult in general. If Rory's the best in the world, I'd probably still make him the favorite, even if the toe injury has given him a serious problem.
See, the thing is, golf is so random. I think the randomness of the sport also works against the back-to-back. This is where golf is so different than tennis, because in a tennis match, the better player wins 99 out of 100 times. That's why Roger Federer can go to the final of every major in tennis for a decade.
But it is why it's amazing when you do get guys with sustained success.
Yeah, it just doesn't happen because it's so much more of a random sport than something like tennis. And BT is back, and we were just talking about how hard it is to repeat, trying to pick up kind of where you left off. Brian?
Yeah, sorry, guys. I don't know why my connection's struggling
good.
here. Can you hear me all right?
No, we got you now, Brian. Very hard to do.
All right. I've studied the windows in this game for the last 20 plus years, and it is interesting to me. When you look at what Tiger was able to do for more than a decade, it's just dominating. I think it's super impressive. Then you start looking at windows like Jordan Spieth in 2015. Jordan's getting a lot of attention this week because he could complete the career Grand Slam, but his game really hasn't been in a position to really be there to do that. But you look at the way he clipped him off for a good 3 or 4 years there. And then Brooks Koepka had a year, a couple of years where he reeled off 5 majors real quick, back to back in the US Open and the PGA. And so, Rory had a time, and then he went winless for, 14 years, 10 years, I guess a little over 10 years. So these windows, I just think the game is so hard. And I think when you see these windows and how short they are for almost every great player, you start to appreciate even more so the brilliance of Tiger Woods for doing it for his extended period of time. And then also you go back even further into the archives of, the Jack Nicklauses and the Arnold Palmers and some of those greats of yesteryear that were able to do it for, extended decades. It's just, today I feel like we've got more talent coming up. Guys come out and they've watched, a lot of it was a Tiger effect. And I think it continues now where people aren't afraid to win. These kids come out here. I mean, I see the kids at the club, and how confident they are. 13 years old. They're shooting 68, 67, and they don't even care. They're like, let's go. I should be shooting 63. And then they come out here on tour and it's just like no big deal, where it felt like for a long time you had to pay your dues before you could go out and win. And so I just think you start to see these players, it's just harder to beat the next group that's coming up and sustain that high level.
A player who might fit that description to a T was Colin Morikawa, who, was he, 25 when he won 2 majors in 2021 and 2020. And I thought he had a great final round at the Masters last time I watched him play, but he was dealing with a back injury. Where is he? Where is his career, and what do you make of him this year?
Yeah, he had some good comments about that in his press conference this week out here at Aronimink. And, he talked about how, it felt like it was easy. When you're playing well, it just was kind of easy. And he misses that. He wants to get back to that point. He sees the way that Rory's been able to reset and kind of have his time, and the way Scotty's extended that out in his career. And, he's had this little back nagging thing. And right now it seems like he's healthy enough to where he can go, but he still has that thought in his mind of, is it going to hurt this time? Is the swing going to catch this time? Is that little pain going to return? And when you do that, there's a little bit of a mental flinch. And that's a real tough thing, I think, for guys at this level, when you just can't miss. Like, it's just, there's not a lot of margin for error. So I think Colin, look, he's still super young. He's still one of the best ball strikers that we've ever seen. And so I would be surprised if we don't see another surge from Colin Morikawa to add to the success he's already had.
So Liv is not dead, but it's in its death rattle. So tell us, who's in purgatory? What are they doing? What about these guys? I know Koepka's coming back, but Rahm's stuck. Explain what's going on.
Yeah, so I think they're these guys are signed contracts, right? So when they went to live, they knew what they were doing, and they actually are contracted to play these events. They're not contracted to play for any amount of the certain amount of prize money. There was guaranteed money that they got when they signed, like a signing bonus type thing. And so they're under contract. And, Rahm was asked if he sees a way out, and he said he doesn't really see a way out. From the PGA's Tour's perspective, there were a lot of guys that left differently. Some guys left because, it was sort of the end of their career and they were taking advantage of an opportunity. There were some guys that, spit on the tour on their way out the door. There were some that came back and filed lawsuits against the PGA Tour. So I really think they're going to look at these on an individual basis, on each case by case. And so suddenly the PGA Tour has all the leverage. If that tour is going to go away and they don't have the gazillion dollars that they're going to pump into it, and they're not really in a position to really lure any of the stars away from the PGA Tour, leverage is all with the tour. And so from that standpoint, the theme or the overtone seems to be, hey, if you can do something to improve our product, we're going to try to help you get back into our platform. If you don't offer that value, or you burn some bridges that we don't feel like we're ready to repair, you might have a little bit of a longer road to come back. I look at the Taylor Gooches and some of those. So it is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I don't think it's going to be, here's your welcome back program for everybody at Live. I think it's going to be like give you an example. Like Bryson talked about how he wanted to make sure the guys wanted him back before he decided to come back. That was an interesting thing. And then the second was he needs to be able to continue to create his content. 2 days later, the PGA Tour released a new player social media platform program, and they're just sort of nicknaming it Bryson bait, to say, hey, you want to do this? We're going to allow you to do this. And they've changed their tune. So that might be one of the things that Phil wanted changed when he left. And that is something that has changed, that allows these players to have a little bit more of the media around their game and their tournament play to be able to create their own content, which is smart because those players have large platforms and they can continue to promote the PGA Tour along with it. So again, I think the PGA Tour is going to make some changes to try to be a better product going forward. They are a for-profit now, and so there's investors to answer to, including the players that own equity in the PGA Tour. And so there's going to be some things that are going to be looked at differently. Brian Rolapp is not traditional golf, came from the NFL, as you know, so he's looking at things differently. He knows that he has to renegotiate media rights coming up, and so there's all of those pieces that they want to put together, and they want to put that best product together for those opportunities to grab as much of that media pie as they can. And so if those Live players can add value to that, I think there's going to be a path back. If not, they're going to have to earn their way back.
BT, thank you for jumping on. We really appreciate it. Enjoy all of yours and, of course, Bob's coverage on major weeks. And, of course, we'll be dialed into Real Golf Radio on Saturday morning. Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate it, guys. Congrats on the afternoon show, by the way.
Oh, thanks BT.
Brian.
Appreciate you. All right, that's our buddy Brian Taylor. Catch him on Real Golf Radio on Saturday mornings, and he and Bob are on all of the shows for the PGA Championship.
Some awkward conversations being had, certainly among the Live guys, as he said, that kind of spit on the PGA Tour as they walked out. Some of those guys probably were like, oh, man, I love the opportunity here, but they're offering me tens of millions of dollars. I have to do this. And probably were welcomed back pretty warmly, and everyone just said, like, yeah, we didn't want you to leave, but we get it. It's type of money you're not going to get anywhere else in your life. It's certainly in one lump sum. And some of those guys just thought they were going to live in some other world for the rest of their life and run over everybody, and it lasted 3 years. Pretty tough.
Man, and what do you bet me they welcome everybody back eventually? But Phil.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Phil's out.
Phil is out.
Yep. No question.
But he's pivoted to the petroleum games, so...
Insider trading, his go-to.
His go-to. All right, stay tuned. We will have more Jake and Ben coming up next. Big thanks to Brian Taylor for jumping on with us. We will get to more straight ahead. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, to say that my personal life is scattered would be a complete understatement. As Christian can attest to, I can't even remember to read a liner, let alone make the best decisions possible for the financial well-being of myself and my family. That's why I need a team of good folks on my side to help me do just that, because, man, is it important, and you do not want to get it wrong. So listen, Trajan wants to be that team for you. And I've sat down with Trajan. I've gone through the process. I'm a client. They are great. All you have to do is call 855-TRAJAN-1. 855-TRAJAN-1. Schedule a sit down. They have offices in Draper and Farmington, so there's one convenient for you. I went by the Draper office. It's right off the freeway. It's super, super easy to get to. And in this meeting, they just want to get to know you, truly. They're not trying to sell you something. They just want to get to know you and what you're all about. When do you want to retire? What kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire? And then they're going to show you exactly what they can do to help you get there. And even better news, they bring all of your financial needs under one roof, including tax and estate. It's great. 855-TRAJAN-1. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 855-TRAJAN-1 or TrajanWealth.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value, real partners, based right here in Utah.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Try this combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The 4 o'clock hour is here.
It's fun time!
And you're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Jazz win the number 2 overall pick. You know Cam Boozer extraordinarily well. You coached him last year at Duke. He wins every award there is in college basketball. What type of a player was he for you?
Yeah, he's just the ultimate competitor and ultimate winner. I had an incredible year coaching Cam. I was very lucky, fortunate to be able to do that for a year. And, there's nothing bad I can say about him, which is a good thing, right? I loved coaching him every day, his dedication to what he's trying to accomplish, but again, it comes back to him just being that ultimate competitor and winner. And those are the types of guys that I was drawn to, and you can see why he's done that at a high level for his whole life.
This is Jake and Ben on 97.5. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Breathe in for luck, breathe in so deep. This air is blessed, you share with me. This night is wild, so calm and dull. These hearts, they race from self-control. Your legs are smooth as they graze mine. We're doing nothing at all. My arms are so hard that your kiss might kill me. Someone to kill me.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Big thanks to Brian Taylor for jumping on with us in the last segment. By the way, Real Golf Radio, BT, Bob's appearances on the station are brought to you by Mountain America Credit Union, Mountain Land Supply, Black Desert Resort, Hoops Vision, and Uinta Golf. Ben, real quick, I just saw a report that Daryl Morey, before he got fired, at some point this year, had tried to acquire Brandon Podziemski from the Warriors and was rebuffed. Why are the Warriors so in love with Brandon Podziemski?
Yeah, they love Podziemski.
What is the deal? I mean, not that he would have been a game changer for the 76ers, but why are the Warriors so in love with this guy?
Hands off.
You can't have Podziemski.
Not my Podziemski.
You would think he was Hakeem Olajuwon or something.
We're going to let you hear from Evan Brads, coming up here momentarily. I will tell you, it is funny to see parents get involved in the draft stuff, and they do, and like every year, because you invest so much in your kids, and obviously, it's your kids, you love them in the first place, but B, the amount of investment, and I don't just mean financial, though I think it's probably a lot, time, et cetera, that you give your kids to put them in a spot to be, even just to make it to college, but to make it to the pros is so enormous that, the family members, the parents, want to see it through and will go through any route that they think is beneficial, though, as we all know, anytime your parents get in between something, it's usually hurtful. I've told you, Brandon Podziemski's dad getting in my DMs and telling me that Brandon was going to be the best player in the draft. I'm like, he's an NBA player. Brandon Podziemski, no question, he's going to be in the league for a decade. But, yeah, it's funny. Parents will come out of the woodwork and find anybody. And somebody from Ace Bailey's family in my Instagram DMs this week being like, because it was one of our clips, or no, actually it was my clip from Sunday doing the Jazz pre-draft show, the pre-lottery show. And I just said, like, whoever the Jazz draft, the expectation is this is going to be the best player on the team in a few years. And someone with the last name of Bailey was just like, what are you talking about? You don't know how good Ace is going to be. It's like, yeah, I agree. That's not wrong, but relax. It's a 10-second clip on Instagram. I'm not burning Ace to the ground.
Who loves Brandon Podziemski more? His father or Mike Dunleavy Jr.?
Apparently Mike Dunleavy Jr. Because, wouldn't trade him for Lowry.
Nope.
Wouldn't trade
Hands
him
off.
for whatever the 76ers were trying to give up to get him back. Don't want him. Well, let's see.
Probably Paul George.
Oh, Jared McCain. I bet you it was Jared McCain because they traded Jared McCain to the Thunder midway through the year. I wonder if there was a McCain-Podziemski swap propped up. Which I probably wouldn't have done that either, but I can't imagine Philly wasn't offering more. But yeah, hands off Podziemski, Mr. Untouchable.
It's he and Steph for the future.
It's two guys. Maybe you trade Steph, build around Brandon.
Build around Brandon. Now there's a great idea. That's what Mike's doing. Ben, right off the top of the show, we had Evan Brads on with us, and it's a great get to honk Christian's horn. Did Christian line that one up? Or did you get that one, Ben?
Christian did it.
Christian, head nod to you. Great get for Evan Brads. Really relevant.
Thank you.
Evan not only is a familiar name because he was on Will Hardy's staff for 3 years, 22 through 25, but he was on Duke's staff last year, and now he's the head coach at Belmont. But we got him on to talk about Cam Boozer, and we ended up talking about a bunch of different stuff. But because it was early in the show at 2 o'clock, we want to replay that because I thought it was really good. He not only weighed in on Cam Boozer, but he weighed in on the Jazz. He weighed in on Will Hardy. We talked to him about John Shire. It was a really great conversation, so we wanted to re-rack that. And let's get to it now. Here's Belmont head coach, but former Duke assistant Evan Brads. Joining us now, as we mentioned, he is currently the head coach at Belmont. Of course, he was an assistant coach for the Utah Jazz, and last season spent the season as an assistant coach for the Duke Blue Devils. Joining us now, Coach Evan Brads. Hi, Coach.
Hey, Coach.
What's going on, y'all? How are you guys doing?
We're doing terrific. Thanks so much for joining us. Before we get into your last season at Duke, what you're doing now, what have these last, and was it 16 months, 18 months been like for you? This is just 3 different stops. It's probably been pretty crazy.
Yeah, my wife is not very happy with me moving all over the country. So maybe some threats have been made if we try to move again. But no, it's been exciting. You know, it's not boring at all. I can tell you that. So, you know, it's kind of nice to kind of feel a little settled here in Nashville, hopefully. And, but it's been a fun ride, that's for sure.
Before we dive into it on the same note, going back to your alma mater, first of all, absolute congratulations on becoming a head coach. That is amazing, but it's got to be extra special to go back home in a sense.
Oh, for sure. You know, I never thought I would get this opportunity to be sitting in this chair. You know, playing here for 4 years is one thing, but then, you know, to be sitting here leading the ship is, you know, it's very surreal to say the least.
Now, do you go with like a plush leather chair, or are you more like a Game of Thrones style, like intimidation?
Like the Throne of Swords or whatever. Yeah, no, I don't have that yet. I have your normal black office chair. It's all good. No leather, none of that.
All right, Coach. Well, the Jazz win the number 2 overall pick. I'm sure you keep an eye on the lottery, and obviously you had, I don't want to say, some skin in the game, but Cam Boozer extraordinarily well. You coached him last year at Duke. When you see Cam Boozer, when you saw him for this last season, he wins every award there is in college basketball. What type of a player was he for you?
Yeah, he's just the ultimate competitor and ultimate winner. I had an incredible year coaching Cam. I was very lucky, fortunate to be able to do that for a year. And, there's nothing bad I can say about him, which is a good thing, right? I loved coaching him every day, his dedication to what he's trying to accomplish, but again, it comes back to him just being that ultimate competitor and winner. Those are the types of guys that I was drawn to, and you can see why he's done that at a high level for his whole life.
So give us a little bit of a scout on his game. Of course, I'm sure most of our listeners have seen him many times, but from a coaching perspective, tell us, what are his best attributes and what about his game is so good? Yeah,
I think the best part about his game is all around, he's just a really talented young player who can do a little bit of everything, playing with the ball, playing without the ball, playing on the perimeter, playing in the post. There's not a whole lot he can't do. If you watch any of the Duke games from last year, we played them all over the place, played them with the ball, playing pick and roll, had them setting screens, had them coming off ball screens as well. So, there's the complete all around game is, something that I think, is really unique and special to have at such a young age.
You've worked with a lot of these young guys. Obviously, it was a very young roster in Utah, and then college is inherently young. When an NBA team gets a high-level draft pick, and you saw a lot of them come to the Jazz in your time here, how do you start? What's day one look like? What's the approach? What are you trying to develop, I guess?
Yeah, for me, it was kind of like the routine of just being in the NBA. 32 games in a college season or 38 is what we played last year. And then you come to the NBA, it's like, here's 82 games. They hit you in the face pretty quick, right? So just trying to help them develop that routine of what their days are going to be like every single day, and trying to, instill that early on, and still like, all right, we're going to work out at this time every single day. You need to go to the weight room every time at this day, just try to build that habit and that routine for them. Because once you kind of get into it, it's a lot, but you can kind of get on a roll and just stack days.
What kind of defensive player do you think Cam can be?
Yeah, extremely versatile. I think he's going to be able to guard all over the court, just kind of like he does on offense, play him all over. he can guard bigger guys because of his strength, and he'll continue to grow with his switching ability, hopefully guard 1 through 4 as well.
Do you think one of the misnomers on Cam is that he's strictly a low post player or a back to the basket guy? But if you watch the games, late Duke had him with the ball at the top of the key a lot, like either creating for himself or creating for others. Do you think that's something that will translate to the NBA?
Yeah, I think so. I think the versatility translates, across all levels. Like the more you can do, the more spots you can play all over the court, the better, right? And like you said, we had him playing pick and roll, creating for himself, creating for the screener, creating for the guys who are spaced as well. I think he can, be placed anywhere really on the court and have success. I'm a huge Cam Boozer fan, if you can't tell.
Evan Brads is with us, head coach at Belmont, but coached last year at Duke. And I feel like since you are now a head coach at Belmont and not still at Duke, I can actually ask this question because there is another Boozer that is still staying at Duke. But I want to know what kind of sports parent Carlos was. Was he were you like, oh, Carlos, lose my number, bro?
Relax.
Or, what was he, or was he stand in the corner and be quiet guy?
No, Carlos is great. Every time I saw him, he gave me a big hug, like we were family. He was very supportive of our staff. Push the boys. That's what he would always ask. How are the boys doing? I'm like, man, the boys are great. Like they work extremely hard. He was like, keep coaching them, coach them hard. Keep teaching them. Very supportive of our staff.
I guess, and I know he's a former player of yours, it's going to be hard to talk about, but is there anything that would concern you with Cam Boozer at all at the next level, having coached in the NBA as long as you did?
No. I'm a Cam Boozer fan. I think the ultimate competitiveness that he has and him just being an overall winner is going to carry him on. I don't think that there's going to be any issues with that. I think that stuff translates. Winning at every level, I think is a huge skill. Knowing how to win is a skill, and I think he's going to do great.
As I guess you were only assistant at Duke for 1 year, so maybe you didn't get a lot of this, but as a member of the coaching staff, how much due diligence do NBA teams do in regards to talking to assistants and members of the staff that have coached?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I came in, in May last year and didn't coach that previous team. But, I'm sure that, knowing how the NBA works, they do a lot of intel gathering. They probably talk to every assistant they've ever coached with, whether it's high school or college, right? Just trying to get as much background information on them as possible.
So you expect to hear from Will Hardy and the Aggies?
Hey, I love talking to those dudes, so anytime. They can call me anytime.
We hear Kevin Young locally, coaching at BYU say, hey, it's not bad when I'm recruiting. I can call up Kevin Durant or call up Joel Embiid, who he's worked with in the past when he's trying to get a player to come and play at BYU. Who are you most likely to call from the Jazz during your time when you're trying to land the next recruit at Belmont?
I'm probably going to call Big Walker. Yeah, we worked together for, those 3 years he came in the league, I feel like we have a great relationship, and I'm going to save it, so I'm not going to be blowing him up all the time. But if I do need it, I think he'll answer the call.
Plus, isn't he still engaged or dating Miss America? I mean, he's got to have a good personality, right?
No, a great personality. I love Walker. Yeah, but also, he's, obviously really talented. A lot of guys, know who he is, and he's a good player, better person. So if I need it, I think I could call him.
All right, again, I know you've been removed from the Jazz for a year now, but Keontae George exploded last year. These are some of the guys you've been a part of their development. You've seen them come through. Surprised to see, where Keontae has taken his game now in year 3 after, I don't want to say a bad first 2 years, but certainly up and down.
No, I'm not surprised. Keontae is a worker. I think that's kind of been his MO since getting to the Jazz. I loved coaching him, to see the time and effort he puts into it, and I think it's, for him to explode this year was great. I'll be honest with you. I didn't watch as many Jazz games as I would have liked to, being, far away from it. But I still followed along on like the ESPN app and all that good stuff. So I'm not surprised. I'm really happy for him. Really thankful that I got to coach him.
I think a lot of people with the Jazz moves, and it looks like they're headed in a different direction next year, are looking forward to seeing Will Hardy really be able to coach and really be able to go for it. Can you talk a little bit about him, what it's like to be on his staff? And you had a front row seat for his growth in his first years as a head coach. So curious to your thoughts on that.
No, I'm excited for Will. I think Will's an incredible coach. I learned so much from him. I'm extremely thankful. You know, he gave me my first chance to be an assistant coach, probably gave me more responsibility than I deserved at that time. But really excited to watch him, watch the guys. You know, I still talk to a lot of them, you know, almost daily sometimes. So really excited for what that next season is going to look like, and excited to follow the Jazz. He's going to do great.
Belmont has a good history, and you've got some players in the NBA right now that went through Belmont. Ben Shepherd, specifically with the Pacers, has had a very good career in the first couple of years. But I've always said, like, I do not know how a college coach starts, what day one looks like, and then how you build a winner in today's environment with just the NIL money. What is your job now at Belmont? Like, what are you facing, and how do you think you succeed in that route?
Yeah, you know, I've basically been on the job for probably 6 weeks now, I think. And, you know, that 6 weeks has been, you know, spent just trying to build next year's team. You know, like right now it's been all roster construction. I feel like I haven't really even talked a ton of basketball yet, which is tough. But, you know, just trying to get the right people in here is really important to me. Get the people that want to be here and want to work really hard and compete at an extremely high level is important. But again, it all does come down to those people and who's around, whether it's the staff or the players. And, you know, I think that's one thing Belmont has done throughout history, no matter who the coach is we've had a lot of really competitive, really good people throughout this program on our staff and on the court as well.
What's John Shire like?
Oh, he's probably the most competitive person that I've ever been around, whether it's, you know, staff pickup, whether it's ping pong or golf or just literally probably like running a race, like me and him just sprinting, you know, well, not doing that much, but, you know, he's extremely competitive. He loves the competitive part of it and hates to lose. You know, I'll give him that. And then, you know, you talk about his basketball, you know, the ability to coach, he's incredible. He was great to me. He gave me a 1-year lesson of what college basketball was about, you know, and never expected to only be there for a year, but, you know, learned a lot from him. Very thankful that I got that opportunity.
Well, Coach, we can't thank you enough for jumping on with us. This was really great, and we're following from afar. So good luck at Belmont.
Yeah, good luck.
We appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me on.
That is Evan Brads, the head coach at Belmont, former assistant at Duke, and of course, former assistant coach for the Utah Jazz. So very nice of him to jump on, and I thought a very somebody who would know, who could give us a little scouting report on Cam Boozer.
And probably a conversation the Jazz will have also. Now, he might be a little more transparent with the Jazz, but I'm certain they will, if they haven't already called him, to get a sense of, you know, what did you think of Cam? How do you think he would fit in our system? And if you've coached the Jazz, you've coached him at Duke, you know what the Jazz like. You know what Will Hardy likes. You know what they value and don't. And they'll be able to get that information from him.
They really like a goof-off.
You're honestly not wrong about that.
Somebody who doesn't take practice seriously.
Well, I don't want to say that, but like Keontae is very silly. He's a silly person. He likes to screw around. Ace Bailey, very funny. Just like kind of a goofy guy. Kevin Love, they love Kevin Love. The goofiest person. So
they like jackpotters.
Yes. Be a guy who jackpots around. Jerry, not his favorite. Jerry Sloan did not like somebody jackpotting.
Did not like the jackpotters.
But Jazz have a little more room for it now.
All right, coming up next, we have What You Got Wednesday. We have ditched my initial idea. But I think we've settled.
Worst guests we've had on the show this week. Like, wow.
I think we've got some good ones.
Yeah.
I think we've got a good one. So stay tuned. What You Got Wednesday. Coming up next is Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The crash southbound 15 leaving Woods Cross still blocking a left lane and keeping delays solid back to Centerville. Northbound 15 also seeing delays from Sandy into Murray, and again solid slowdowns from 2100 south through North Salt Lake. Heavy and slow northbound I-215 west belt between SR 201 and 700 north, and southbound from Legacy to California Avenue. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. Keep it smoother than your summer playlist with GoPave Utah. GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call right now or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Morgan Scally, head coach at the University of Utah.
The hiring of Kevin McGivern, very, very innovative. When I've watched his teams, man, he loves to fling that thing around. Are you looking to open the offense a little bit?
I want to be explosive no matter where that comes from. If we're an explosive offense, but we're not physical, to me, that's the detriment to the entire team. You have to be physical, period, end of story, because a lack of physicality gets exposed at the highest levels. The priority, the premium is on physicality, and then explosive football, obviously explosive plays that can be from running the ball, from catching the ball. I think we have one of the best wide receiver groups we've had since I've been here. We want to get our playmakers the ball, but you have to play complementary football, and that's what Kevin's offense does.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you're tired of scrambling to figure out dinner every night, you're not alone. Finding something that's quick, easy, and that your whole family will actually eat can feel like a challenge. That's why so many people turn to Beehive Meals for their classic, delicious slow cooker meals. And now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, Flat Top Meals. Fresh prepped and delivered right to your door, these meals are ready to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or a regular skillet. Enjoy favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more. Everything is prepped for you, so there's no chopping, no measuring, and no extra prep. Just thaw, cook, and dinner is ready before you know it. With 8 meals in every box and multiple family sizes to choose from, it's easy to stock your freezer with meals that satisfy. Order online and have everything delivered right to your door, ready whenever you need a quick and easy dinner. Make dinner time easy and delicious with new flat top meals at beehivemeals.com.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hi, Tim Hughes back at Replenish Landscape Garden Products, talking with Greg about all of the great materials that they have here. Of course, you know about Replenish Compost, you know about their soil blends, but this year, as we've mentioned, has been a tough winter, and doing away with some of those areas that are just gobbling up water would be a great idea this year.
We have a variety of barks. There's 4 different sizes of barks. We also have the colored wood mulches, 4 different colors there. We have playground chips if that's what you're looking for. We also have soil, sand, screen topsoil.
By the way, those playground chips are used by a lot of the schools in the area, aren't they?
School districts, municipalities, and daycare centers, and a lot of home use too.
Make your home look like the pros do by using Replenish Landscape Garden Products this year. You can buy it in bulk, you can buy it in bag, or have it delivered from 4660 South 200 West in Murray. Find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call at 801-262-5142. Replenish. It's good stuff.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd. The perfect ping of 300-yard drives. The sound of sinking a 15-foot putt. Shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahan, drive elevated.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake's got rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down. Emo skater Ben with a devious grin.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, coming up tomorrow, we're going to be hanging out with our friends at Beehive Meals. They're opening their new production facility in Ogden. Scotty G and the coach and the Jake and Ben show are going to be there bringing you all of the action, and we are very excited about it. If you want to check out those flat top meals or get signed up for the crock pot meals, beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com. All right, it is time for Witchow Wednesday. If you're new to the show, Ben and I go head-to-head every Wednesday in 2 5-selection drafts. One sports-related, one not, and then we put it out on the Talk Snap for 2, 3, maybe even 4 of our listeners to vote on. Christian, what was the result of last week's?
So last week, we put it on X, like always. Best Lakers or Thunder players of all time. Jake won 64-36.
All right.
Best Farrelly or Coen Brothers movies. Ben won 88-12.
Lame.
We also put it up on Instagram for the first time. There was a little bit of a miscommunication, so we didn't get a vote for both drafts. We just got an overall vote.
Okay.
Jake won.
Oh, wow.
The total 60-40 on Instagram.
Okay.
I'll take it.
3 out of the 5 voters. Good for you.
Yeah. Hey, 3 wise people. One was probably me.
Yeah. You don't have Instagram.
Oh, yeah. No, I was talking about the other one. That means Ben gets the first selection in our sports draft, and I'll get the first selection in the
Okay. Actually, you think this matters a little bit?
All right, Christian, what is our sports-related draft today?
The Jazz just moved up to the 2nd overall pick in the lottery, so we are going to go with the best number 2 picks of all time in the NBA draft.
And I don't want to alarm anybody, but surprisingly light.
It's a little bit of a cursed pick historically.
It is.
There is a mindset that I think causes that. Teams don't get the number 1 pick. That's the star, but they feel like they have to escape with a star, so they reach on crazy upside over just like, hey, Cam Boozer's really good. You should draft that guy. And year after year, the 3rd pick is like, yeah, why didn't they just take him at number 2? It's like, oh, well, they reached.
Rough.
Inevitably. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen.
Is there a guaranteed automatic number 1 pick?
Yeah, I think so.
I do too.
And that's Bill Russell.
Yeah.
He's honestly in the argument for the greatest player of all time. He's certainly the best winner of all time.
Yeah, he's the winningest player of all time.
Not player of all
total
time.
games, but championships.
Yeah, and every time we talk about titles, we're like, man, it seems like defense really mattered. And everyone's like, yeah, Bill Russell's the greatest defensive player who's ever lived. And we're like, oh no, all these offensive players, you have to take over him. It's like, why? He won every championship and he was the best defensive player.
Yeah, he's amazing.
So Bill Russell.
That's who I would have picked too. I am going to pick this person even though you wouldn't. I'm going to go with Kevin Durant.
Yeah. He's going to get votes.
You think KD shouldn't even be drafted?
I wouldn't have him in my first round.
All right.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, he's awesome. Top 15, top 20 player of all time.
Next.
The logo. Mr. Jerry West.
Gerald West?
Yep. I'm going a little too old school for my board to get good votes, but yeah, it's Jerry West. It's one of the last people. You were really starstruck by Carey Hart when we saw him on Friday at 5'11", because you're a big...
I love the Surreal Life.
You love the Surreal Life. And you
I'm
saw
a big Pink fan.
You're a big Pink fan, and yeah, so you were starstruck. The last time I was like way starstruck is when Jerry West walked into the Vegas Summer League, and I was like, oh, that's actually the logo. It was great. So.
I'm going to take Zeke.
Isaiah Thomas.
Isaiah Thomas.
1A Thomas. He only has one name, 1A in his first name. ISIAH.
And for the record, that's Isaiah Thomas, the player, not the executive.
Yes, and Isaiah Thomas, the player, not Isaiah Thomas, the player.
Not the small one. The other small.
The other small one.
Not the smallest one. The other small one.
Yeah.
The piston.
This is where the draft, I think, gets a little bit more interesting. I think those are the obvious picks. Maybe one more, and I will take... You know what? Actually, I'm going to go a different... I'm going to go Gary Payton. Gary Payton ruled. I love the glove.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me Gary Payton. Hall of Famer. One of the best players in the NBA, that stretch. Probably a little bit underrated, honestly, now historically. But Gary Payton.
Not good at naming his kids.
Not creative. But you know what? I'm not going to poo-poo everybody who names their son after their father.
But
I would hate for that to happen.
doesn't he have a Gary Payton Jr. and a Gary Payton II?
Is he not... Is that true? You might be right.
I think I've heard that.
That might be why he's Gary Payton II. Okay.
Well, George Foreman named all 25 of his kids George.
Yep.
Girl or boy.
No, I told you. I think it's Ricky Council. I think all of his brothers are named Ricky Council. Like, it's not generational. It's all the brothers. It's crazy.
Those parents lack creativity.
That's a lack of creativity.
Yeah. I'll go with Jason Kidd.
Yeah. That was where I was going to go, and then I decided for Gary Payton. I think Gary's a little more likable.
Grant Hill should have gotten the Rookie of the Year that year, but whatever.
Yeah. I think you're right. Okay. Now we start getting into some different names, and we could go really old school, but I'm going to go modern. And he's having a huge impact right now, and I'm going to go Chet Holmgren. I know he's not been in the NBA very long. He's going to end up higher on this list, I suspect.
Yeah, he sucks compared to my guy. I'm taking Alonzo Mourning.
Chet Holmgren's legitimately better than Alonzo ever was.
Oh, you're crazy. Zoe was awesome.
Zoe
what are
was
you
fine.
talking about?
Yeah, Zoe was fine. Chet, right there. Yeah, Chet's just as good. Chet's just as good as Alonzo Mourning.
Alonzo Mourning?
Yeah, Alonzo was good.
You are not remembering how good Alonzo Mourning
I do.
was.
I just think people get romantic about the past. Like, this guy was the fourth best center in the NBA. It's like, yeah, so is Chet.
Well, Chet's not even a center, but I think people get romantic about their past. I don't disagree, but people get way too presentist. If I had to, like, people who come in after every Super Bowl and go, that was the greatest Super Bowl that's ever been played. It happens every stinking year.
I get what you're saying.
And it happens with everybody with the take that's like, oh, the stars of today would crush the stars of the 80s. I think people get way too, what I'm watching now is the best thing that's ever happened.
Mattered. I think that's fair.
Because Alonzo Mourning was freaking awesome.
He was a pretty good player.
And he was the best player on those Miami Heat teams. I don't know if he was the best player on his Charlotte teams, but he was the best player on those Heat teams.
And they won so many championships with him.
Chet is the reason that the Thunder won the championship?
No, I'm not saying that either.
Okay.
I'm just saying that can be the case. It's not like
you can have
he
Chet.
broke through. I'll let you have Zoe. He did win a late career championship with Miami and averaged a staggering 3 points a game in that series. Okay, I will go with my final pick here. And again, I'll go Bob Pettit. I'll go historic. There are other more modern names, but now you're ribbing me for that, so I'll go old school.
I'm surprised you didn't pick Lonzo Ball.
Speaking of modern players.
Man, just an incredible player. All right, let's see here. I'm going to go with this guy because I love his nickname. Earl the Pearl Monroe.
Great player. Yep.
A lot better than Chet.
I don't know if that's true, but sure. Earl Monroe's great. Could have gone with LaMarcus Aldridge, Ja Morant, who for a minute there was looking like a really good player. No longer. But, yeah.
Review.
Ben, you had the number 1 pick. You went Bill
Number
Russell.
2 pick.
You had the number 1 pick.
For
the number 2 pick.
Thank you.
Bill Russell, Jerry West, Gary Payton, Chet Holmgren, and Bob Pettit. Jake went Kevin Durant, Isaiah Thomas, Jason Kidd, Alonzo Mourning, and Earl Monroe.
Okay.
The Pearl.
Uh-oh. My board is frozen. Uh-oh.
All right. For Christian,
trouble.
what is today's not sports topic?
Our not sports draft. Let's go with best female villains.
In honor of, what's her name?
Real life
Miranda
or
Priestley.
in movies?
I think we're going...
no, not real life. No, not real life.
Is there an obvious number 1 female
what's
villain?
what's the gal that movie's based on? She's a real life villain.
Yeah.
Anna Wintour, isn't that her name? The lady who got fired from Vogue but is still in charge of the Met Gala?
Yes.
All right. Is there an automatic number 1 pick?
I have one that I think of, but no, there's clearly not a number 1.
I don't even know if this is my number 1, but I know you want it, so I'm going to take it. Nurse Ratched.
Okay. Had
From
number 2 on my board.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah, devastating. Like a truly, like, horribly cruel character. And right as you think the things are righting themselves and finally the patients have the power, she just absolutely destroys. Yeah, it's horrible. I think she won Best Actress for that movie. Because that movie won Best Actress, Best Actor, Director, Screenplay, whatever the other one is. All right, that was not my first thought. My first thought was Ursula from Little Mermaid.
I love Ursula. Yeah, definitely on my list.
Yeah, that was when I think of like people who scared me when I was a kid. Ursula was number 1.
And her little weasel eels.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna go with Bellatrix Lestrange. I'm not a big Harry Potter person, but I do love Helena Bonham Carter.
Yep.
Bellatrix Lestrange.
Okay.
I haven't even seen all those movies. I think I've only seen like 3 of them.
She
Out
might
of order,
be the
too.
best female bad guy in those, but she's great. Good character. Some people might say, what's her name? Who wrote those is the biggest villain right now. What's her name?
Steve.
J.K. Rowling. She's made a lot of enemies. Anyways, good pick. I will go with Mama Fratelli from the Goonies, the other person who scared me more than anyone in my life growing up. She was so scary to me. I think I've probably only seen the Goonies all the way through 3 times in my life, and I'm still like have this like uneasy feeling about it because of her.
I always thought that movie was
The National Weather Service in Salt Lake City has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Weber County in northern Utah, Cache County in northern Utah, East Central Box Elder County in northern Utah, Rich County in northern Utah, northeastern Davis County in northern Utah, central Morgan County in northern Utah, until 5 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. At 4:07 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, elevated thunderstorms with a history of producing gusty and erratic outflow winds in excess of 70 miles per hour were located along a line extending from Franklin to 6 miles east of Centerville, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, 70 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Logan Cache Airport recorded a peak wind gust of 75 miles per hour. Impact, expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Ogden, Layton, Logan, Farmington, Brigham City, Morgan, Randolph, Laketown, Hill Air Force Base, Cache, Roy, Clearfield, Kaysville, North Ogden, South Ogden, Smithfield, Washington Terrace, Riverdale, Hiram, and South Weber. This includes the following highways: Interstate 15 between mile markers 323 and 336, and between mile markers 340 and 343. Interstate 84 between mile markers 82 and 109. US Route 89 between mile markers 459 and 502. Utah Route 30.
Right, I'm picking between 2 here. I actually think one of these is scarier than the other, but I wonder if it's it's certainly not as famous. But I guess I will go with Glenn Close in Fatal Attraction. And like by the end, she's so withered and scary looking and is like come completely undone. She scares me more than the other person I was considering taking. So give me Glenn Close in Fatal Attraction.
You're going with scary here.
Oh, she's evil too. I mean, she's trying to kill Mike Douglas.
Well, I mean, who doesn't want to kill Mike Douglas? Let's see here. Do I really want to? I'm trying to talk myself out of what I'm doing.
That's you have all 5.
No, are we done? Oh, I thought I
Yeah.
had one more. Oh, okay. Review.
No, you got 5.
All right.
You took Nurse Ratched in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Bellatrix Lestrange from Harry Potter, Regina George from Mean Girls, Annie Wilkes from Misery, and Cruella de Vil from 101 Dalmatians. Benwin Ursula from Little Mermaid, Mama Fratelli, The Goonies, Reagan, The Exorcist, Pamela Voorhees, Friday the 13th, and the character that Glenn Close plays in Fatal Attraction. I think her name is Alex Forrest.
Yeah. I almost went with Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct.
Was she the villain? I've never seen that movie.
You've never seen Basic Instinct?
I haven't seen all these movies.
Oh, man. Steamy. Yeah, that movie's great. It's not great, but it's a watch. Norma Bates from Psycho, even though she's not in it, it's Norman pretending to be his mother.
Okay. Anybody we missed, Christian? Anybody you would have picked?
No, I think that's a solid-looking list.
Wicked Witch of the West.
Yeah, I thought
Classic.
about that.
Yeah. But now Wicked has changed how people view her.
Yeah, she's nice.
She's a nice lady.
Well, they tried to do the same thing with Cruella de Vil.
They made her nice?
Yeah, they made a
In
movie.
what?
Emma Stone.
Yeah, Emma Stone plays her.
Was like a backstory. I hate when they do that. Just let the villains be villains.
Wicked's good.
Yeah,
I do like
sure,
Wicked, yeah.
whatever.
I haven't seen the second movie, but the play's great.
Yeah, the play's amazing. I thought you liked Wicked.
I haven't seen the second one yet. I like the first one, but I don't know, man. I just hate all these like prequel movies trying to get me to like the villain. What's the one they made with what's her name with the cheekbones? Sleeping Beauty.
Okay.
Oh, Maleficent?
Yeah.
Or I just was forced to watch The Descendants like a week ago. What a dreadful movie. Do you know what I'm talking about? The Descendants?
Yeah.
I was surprised at how bad it was.
Wait, with Clooney?
Then I was no. That's a great movie.
That's The Descendants.
Yeah, this is a different.
Descendants?
This is a different movie. I think it's also called The Descendants.
No, it's just Descendants, not The Descendants.
Then I was forced to watch Descendants 2, which was equally as bad.
I was gonna say I thought you would like The Descendants.
No, that one's
about
good.
Hawaii.
Yeah, it's about Hawaii. It's kind of a downer, but it is good.
Yeah.
It's a good family movie.
Kind of.
It's about a family.
He finds out his wife is dead, and then he knows his wife is dead, and then he finds out she was cheating on him.
Yeah.
It's not like a great family movie.
But it's about a family.
Then it's about a single dad. Yeah.
Yeah. And at the end, it's a nice family story. It is.
I love that movie.
It
I'm
comes
with
together.
you. I love it. Yeah.
And yeah, Hawaii's kind of the star of the show in that movie. Yeah. All right, stay tuned. We'll get that up on the Talk Snap, the Insta something, and we'll get it out for a vote. Stay tuned. More Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's in the clearing stages. The crash southbound 15 after 2600 South Woods Cross, but heavy delays lingering Centerville through North Salt Lake. And southbound I-15 in Salt Lake County is stacking up and slow from South Salt Lake to Bluffdale. I-80 also seeing delays both directions approaching the I-215 West Belt and slowing westbound SR-201 between I-15 and Bangerter. Want to remind you about UTA. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move purpose. We move you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
How much does the second pick change your perspective on the Jazz tanking?
I don't know. It's too early to say. You have to get the players, and then they have to play to the level that you want them to play at. That hasn't happened. When I see it, I think I'll like it, but I still haven't seen it yet. So I'm a little apprehensive to say absolutely. Simply getting the picks wasn't the goal. Getting the quality player with the pick is the goal. Any team can tank. That doesn't take skill. What takes skill is identifying the right player. You want separation? Do stuff that not everybody can do. Anybody can tank. That's been proven. But that doesn't mean it was successful. As long as you cash in on it, then you're good to go. I would argue if you didn't cash in on it, that makes the tanking worthless.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah's got the Big Five, but this week we're showing you the Mini Five, hidden state parks flying under the radar. Tonight, Paiute State Park in Junction.
It gets overlooked because it doesn't have the amenities that some of the other big parks have. I'm staying here till I'm done, till I can't walk.
Watch KSL 5 News at 10 and you can win a guest card to hit the road yourself. The Mini 5, Utah's Hidden Gems, tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared, and in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account without penalties or taxes. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Me and Kurt feel the same. Too much pleasure is pain. My girl spites me in vain. All I do is complain. She needs something to change.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for the Audio Vault, the best sound of the day. We'll have it live at 5 coming up in the very next segment. But Ben, apparently there's a Spygate controversy in the English Premier League.
Okay.
And I know that you're dialed in, but apparently Southampton has been cheating. Let's just get the television story, and then we can react.
Okay.
training ground. You can see over my shoulder there, the main building, a few hundred yards up there, and this is where the alleged incident happened last week. That is the main road, private road, I should add, here down into the complex. It's quite a big complex, this. And as you can see just over to my right here, it's pretty clear, private property. This is all private area. Now, over this fence here is where the Middlesbrough first team squad train, and this is exactly where they were training last Thursday when they felt that they apprehended a Southampton spy watching their session. And this tree here is central to this situation, this investigation, because they allege that the spy was stood behind this tree filming their training session. He was spotted by officials from the club up there in the training ground. Once they realised that things looked a little bit suspicious, they ran down this hill, and the spy, I am told, packed up his equipment and hot-footed 150 yards over there to the nearby golf club. So the spy ran down here to the clubhouse at the nearby golf course, Rockcliffe, which is a very busy, prestigious golf course. It held the Senior Open back in 2013. And he fled through these doors here into a changing facility, a toilet just in here where he changed his appearance, changed his T-shirt, and then hot-footed through the dining area and out through those doors towards the course. CCTV footage showed the alleged Southampton spy then leaving the bar area and moving up towards the first tee box here at the golf course. He then fled and made his escape right up through the top of the complex, all private land, into the nearby village of Herworth. And that is where this story began to grow arms and legs.
First of all, I just want that guy to read my obituary when I'm gone. That's how I want to be remembered, because that was A+ delivery.
Oh, that guy's amazing. I do not understand. I don't think the story needed that much detail.
I think that's why this guy's a real wordsmith. Yeah, I think this guy's really good.
Came in here to the toilet.
Went to the toilet.
Where he changed.
I don't use the word hot-footed enough.
Then over by the first green, not the third, the first. Why is it, Ben, that when teams are trying to spy on other teams, they hire the biggest idiots on the planet to do it? Like Connor Stallions from Michigan throws on a fake mustache like a moron and goes is obviously caught. This guy's just hiding behind a tree.
Yeah, he didn't do a good enough job. You got to have a drone or something.
In today's day and age, in 2026.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's funny too
drones.
because in the news video, there's only one tree. It's not like a group of trees.
He's not in the forest.
I'm looking right at it.
There's one tree.
And he's just standing by.
And he's just standing behind
filming it. You are an idiot.
I think this is the only way I could cheat in sports and feel like I could get away with it, though. Clearly he didn't get away with it. This is about as well as my brain works. You hear people doing these really crazy scandals, or the blood doping scandal or whatever that's really has to get science involved. I think this is about my level of cheating. So just go look at what they're doing and tell me what they're doing.
I'm trying to remember.
Steal a playbook.
I'm trying to remember the story of how Belichick got busted for the Spygate. They caught his film guy filming practice, and the film guy gave a stupid excuse. They're like, "What are you doing here?" He's like, "Oh, I was at my cousin's wedding, and I got
I think
lost."
They caught him in the process.
They caught him in the process. Yeah. How? They've got to find smarter people to do their spying.
Also, and at least at that point, technology isn't that fancy. But are you telling me in an entire stadium you couldn't put a GoPro down somewhere? GoPros are the size of your wallet.
Or what are those creepy glasses that...
yeah, sure, the meta glasses, right. Yeah, but I accidentally left them on the ledge here. Amazing, they're pointed right at your practice. But yeah, cameras now are smaller than your phone. You could leave a cell phone in a building recording and just have it live stream back. But no, some guy's I brought my enormous telephoto lens and sat behind the one tree 50 yards away from the practice.
Well, it's always an intern, right? Because they know, they know they're going to get caught.
Yeah.
Nobody with an actual job wants to risk their job.
Well, this guy was smart. He brought a change of clothes. He knew he was going to get busted.
Hot-footed it to the toilet.
Then passed the first tee box. Changed his clothes. Bounced. Anyway, I think Southampton actually won, and now they're talking about what to do with them.
Southampton was cheating and won. Yeah, you're better off losing.
Just find smarter people to cheat.
Yep. Or do it yourself.
Well, you got to have a buffer, Ben. You got to.
Yeah. But I can't trust the buffer.
Bill Belichick can't be filming practice.
The
That's way too
buffer
obvious.
doesn't have as much to lose as you do, and that's the problem. They're going to do a sloppy job.
Well, you get what you pay for. You got to pay the buffer.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, you do.
Like Connor Stallions is basically working for free. If you're going to have somebody spying, you get what you pay for, dude.
Yep.
All right. It is Win Ticket Wednesday. We love Win Ticket Wednesday. Let's give away some tickets right now. Caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. We're hooking you up with tickets to go see RSL take on Colorado at America First Field this Saturday, the Rocky Mountain Cup. Check it out, 801-575-ZONE. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE.
This article from Sports Illustrated does make it seem more straightforward. It says, when confronted, the man in question denied the accusations, appeared to delete something off his phone, ran into a nearby bathroom, and fled the scene. That's really... You know that guy did it. I do love all the detail.
The detail?
The detail was the fun part of the story.
Went into the toilet, changed his clothes.
This idiot who gets caught says, I got to delete something off my phone, and then turns the other direction and bolts for the toilet.
That's an innocent man.
That guy did it.
It's an innocent man right there. All right, stay tuned. Live at 5 next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at IFA. And listen, it's time to draw up that game plan for your lawn. Of course, you want a healthy, thick, deep green lawn. That's why smart lawn owners turn to the experts at IFA.
It's getting really hot out there. In 90-degree temperature, your lawn is going to wilt. It's not going to look very good unless you go check out IFA and try their 4+ lawn care program. You need to make sure that the weeds are not beating your lawn. If you want to have that full, soft, green, lush lawn, you can with IFA. The 4+ lawn care program is blended locally. It's specifically designed for Utah soils. It's going to help your lawn hold the moisture, grow the deep roots, and choke out the weeds that you need to make sure you have the most beautiful lawn on the street.
Absolutely. Those dandelions, Ben, do not stand a chance. And these products that we're talking about are trusted by local sports fields, golf courses, city parks across Utah, backed by IFA's team of pro turf and landscape experts. And you know what? That same knowledge is available to you. Get the ball rolling today. Go to ifa.coop or stop by an IFA country store today. IFA, we're here to help you grow the things you love.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building a $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the best station, period.
Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5 with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for Live at 5, brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 855-TRAJAN-1, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Ben, the latest story at KSLSports.com, posted within the hour. This is actually kind of a sneaky big story. Chandler Holt, our good friend, wrote it. SEG announces Intermountain Health partner on Sports Performance Center in Sandy. So it looks like the Jazz and the Mammoth are going to partner with Intermountain. They've been with U of U Health. They're now going to be with Intermountain.
Yeah, I don't know if that's totally changing, but it seems like that would be the indication with this major...
With this new one?
With this major facility. Yes, being built now where the Mammoth practice facility is and where the Jazz practice facility is going, out at the shops at Southtown.
Let's see. Here's a quote from the release. The Intermountain Health Sports Performance Center, sitting at nearly 60,000 square feet, will significantly expand access to cutting-edge performance technology and industry-leading sports medicine services designed to serve the community and athletes at every level, from pros to blah, 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 blah. So,
but it is open to the public as well.
Yep.
So it's not just the Jazz and the Mammoth players saying like, oh, they get this awesome treatment. The idea is it's, kind of sports performance.
So we're not sure if this means that they're teaming up with their medical service as well.
On the spot.
The official
sponsor. Whatever
of the Jazz. Because I think the Jazz team doctors are all U of U Health guys, right?
Yep.
So interesting. It will be interesting to see where this goes. I continue to love what they're doing with Southtown Mall, though.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah. All right. The biggest story of the day, though, Ben, is, of course, the NBA draft. And the draft combine is going on. And we've got sound clips that are absolutely relevant to what the Jazz may or may not do with the second pick. So let's start out with Ryan Smith. Now, he went on, is it a podcast with McKay Coppins, who's a writer for The Atlantic?
Mm-hmm.
Not The Athletic, but The Atlantic.
He did the amazing gambling story last month about how he got hooked on gambling because the Atlantic gave him $10,000 and it changed his life.
What do you think the shortest story ever published on the Atlantic is?
Oh.
Like 60,000 words?
Yeah, right. 22,000 words, which is like 18 chapters in a novel. Because they are long.
Isn't that their thing?
Yeah.
That they're publish long form.
But I think they have an audio version. I think you can always click to listen to the audio version, which is a good hack.
All right, there you go.
Because it's you gotta plant yourself somewhere.
Feel bad to whoever has to read that though, like to record the audio version.
It's probably
or is it AI now?
It's AI. Yeah, unfortunately. But that's probably not a bad gig. I read for a living, out loud, though I hate reading scripts. Anyways.
Anywho.
Neither here nor there.
Ryan Smith talked to McKay Coppins. Here's his comments on possibly trading up.
Contrary to popular belief, we don't control that. We're trying to win a championship, so everything should be on the table. Austin and Danny have also been known to do some pretty crazy stuff on draft night. The next 40 days, you're going to see some madness in the NBA. And, it might or might not be with us. And maybe the best thing that Danny sees and Austin see is just the path of just to go and let's draft the best player available. I know that they don't draft just based on fit. Always take the best. They are of the mindset, always take the best player available. We'll figure out how to make them fit.
That coincides well with an article today from Adam Finkelstein at CBS Sports, who's in Chicago covering the Combine. And this is what...
We've got a clip from Adam we can get to.
Okay.
Yeah. So...
Can I read this? Because it reflects a little bit of what he's saying.
Okay.
He says, any potential trade talk of a 1-2 swap would likely have to be ignited by the DeBonsa camp. Most in Chicago consider it less likely that Utah would reach out to Washington proactively. I don't think the Jazz feel any pressure to move off of number 2. I didn't get that impression talking to people right after the results came down. I thought they were nothing but thrilled. Nor do I think anyone knows what's actually going to happen yet at this point in the draft.
No, I don't think so either.
This is not Wembanyama at the top. Look, A.J. DeBonsa is a great player. So is Darren Peterson. So is Cam Boozer. Honestly, still, to this day, any of those three could be the number 1 pick or number 2 pick.
I think the most relevant thing from that clip actually has nothing to do with the draft. Before we move on to what may or may not happen. Ryan Smith, and I don't know him well, Ben. You probably know him better than I do. I've certainly interviewed him and met him and all that. I've been while he stops celebrity Tim Lacombe to chat it up in the halls, I just stand there silently looking like a moron. But something tells me that Ryan doesn't hate attention.
Okay.
And something tells me that Ryan doesn't hate making decisions and having control.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think these are leaps. But I've always said when he first bought the Jazz, not first bought the Jazz, I guess, but the smartest thing he did was hire Danny Ainge.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that seems like a bold take, like, duh. I mean, he's got a great track record. But you don't tell Danny Ainge what to do.
Mm-hmm.
So Ryan, with his, instincts, probably would love to tell people what to do and take credit for good moves and be on the forward facing and be a Jerry Jones type. Because who wouldn't, by the way? I don't even mean that as a criticism, but we all dream of, wow, I'd love to be an NBA GM. And as the owner of the team, you could actually tell all these people what to do. You can't tell Danny Ainge what to do.
Correct.
He's established enough. I mean, he's got the personality type that you're not going to. But it's like if you hired R.C. Buford, the Spurs GM. Like, you're not going to tell that guy what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think that was extraordinarily smart of him to almost act as a defense against himself.
Correct.
Which, again, I thought was super smart. So to hear that clip and him go, I'm not going to tell those guys what to do.
Yes.
Those guys know they have the marching orders, win the championship. I'm not going to tell those guys what to do. And I think that's particularly relevant in this situation because I'm sure that Ryan Smith, on some level, has a good relationship with A.J. DeBonsa.
Mm-hmm.
And probably A.J.'s dad.
Correct.
So it would be easy for Ryan to fall in love with A.J. and say, do whatever it takes to get this guy. Which, one, isn't the best strategy in any NBA draft, in my opinion. Two, Ryan could be wrong about that. Darren Peterson could easily be the better player or the better pick.
Mm-hmm.
And it's probably not wise to let your personal feelings get involved in a decision like this. Now, Danny Ainge also has a connection with BYU, and he also has known AJ, I'm sure, and has a relationship with AJ. But Danny has no feelings.
Correct. Historically.
He would have traded Larry Bird.
Mm-hmm.
Isaiah Thomas's sister died, and he played through a broken hip in the playoffs to get him to an Eastern Conference final, and Danny shipped him out almost immediately. So he really has no feelings. So that's the exact type of person that you want to make a big decision like this. And I think that was the most relevant part of that clip was, I don't really have a say in this thing. I hired guys who aren't going to listen to me. I think that's a really good thing.
I think it's always been one of Ryan's real strengths is he's not afraid to listen to experts. Now, I think Ryan can bulldoze things literally and figuratively, but like my understanding is he's like, again, I've told him, I've said he's a great infrastructure owner. He has had things built really quickly. It's because I think he just says, we're building it. Let's get permission later. He's a little bit of a ask for forgiveness, not for permission type of person is my understanding of him. But it's yielded very good results. But yes, I think in that sense where he recognizes there are people who know more about basketball than I do, I'm going to go hire them. Now, one thing I do want to, even though Ryan does it even here, is note that the Jazz's key decision maker is Austin Ainge. It is not Danny Ainge. Austin is the president of basketball operations, and it is not a performance title. He is actually the leading decision maker, and it is going to be his choice ultimately who the Jazz pick. It is not going to be Danny's choice, and I see that a lot in a national podcast and articles I've read is Danny this or Danny that's like Austin is the guy. Now, Austin also played at BYU and has those same connections. Don't get me wrong. But I do think a lot of people talk about Danny being X, Y, and Z when Austin is the boss. Danny is not the boss anymore. So I do think that's important to note.
Well, Danny will have influence.
He will
and
absolutely have
Ryan
influence.
and Austin have both admitted that. My point more was about hiring Danny Ainge specifically.
In the first place. I totally agree with
you. Yeah.
But by the way,
I don't mean
Austin's
to downplay.
not going to get bulldozed by Ryan either.
I don't mean to downplay Austin's role. That was not what I was trying to do.
As I have also said, though, is there's a real chance that getting the number 2 pick was a blessing because when I listen to Ryan there, I sense a little bit of hand-holding for all the BYU fans out there that are like, we got to get AJ. You got to trade up and get AJ. How are we going to do it? What if he's not number 1 on their board? So if the Jazz had the number 1 pick, they have to take AJ because he went to BYU? No,
that's not how you want to think.
Do you have to draft Cam Boozer because his dad works for the team? No, that would be moronic. Why didn't the Boston Celtics draft Austin Ainge when Danny was there? Austin wasn't good enough. He's not an NBA player. So they shouldn't operate in any function that resembles that. So I think in some sense there's a blessing because I would bet AJ's top 3 on their board because he's top 3 on everyone's board seemingly. But there's a real chance he's not number 1. And if he's not number 1 and you're sitting at and you're sitting in that top pick and you feel like you have to take him because of the pressure of Ryan's relationship, helping AJ either get to Utah in high school or go to BYU or whatever it is, you may have dodged that bullet. So when I hear Ryan talking there of like, anything could happen, I don't know. I think he's allowing some sycophantic BYU fans, and I'm not saying all of them certainly, but some, run wild with your imagination. Say, well, I bet he tried. I bet he tried to get up to number 1. I heard he tried. Just to make yourself feel good, but I don't know if he's number 1 on their board. And good for them. They don't have to make that. They don't have to let that make their decision for them.
Nor does anybody have to worry about BYU fans. No offense to BYU fans, but that's not the. If you get worried about those kind of stories, you draft DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah.
So I don't think that that's part of the equation, and I'm sure BYU fans want them to take AJ
Of course,
DeBonsa.
it's all over every social media post.
Who cares? Sure, Ute fans would have loved for the
Ryan,
Jazz to draft
is
Andre
very
Miller.
ingrained into that culture. Extraordinarily ingrained into that culture.
What, they're going to turn on him and say, no thanks, we don't want your money?
No, but they're going to run into him, and they're going to talk to him, and they're going to ask him, and he's got to be able to say, well, he went 1. We had the 2nd pick. Like he said, that's not up to us. We don't get that decision. That's not up to us to trade up.
I'd hope he doesn't care about that, much like Dennis Lindsey didn't care about Orrin Hatch's opinion.
No, I'm not sure they actually care about it, but I think it's nice to have some plausible deniability when you run into people and be like, well, my hands were tied. Because everyone's been in that situation. Awkward conversation. I had a thing. I couldn't go. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sure Ryan runs into that.
Well, I'm sad for him, I guess.
I mean, that's
Is
the
that
world.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, we heard Bronco Mendenhall talk about it 1,000 times. Hated going to church on Sundays after anything that happened on Saturday because people were all over him. Why did you do this? Why didn't you do this on 3rd down? I'm sure that's annoying. Yeah, I bet Ryan runs into that too. So that's just a part of that life.
Okay.
That's what I hear when I listen to him.
Let's play this Darren Peterson cut because, of course, his peculiar career at Kansas has been all the topic. And he is slotted at 2 in a lot of mock drafts to go to the Jazz. Here's Peterson talking about how he's back to his high school athletic level.
Yeah, I feel like I'm back at that level now. Obviously, I wasn't where I wanted to be, just with what I had going on, but I feel like I'm back at it now.
What's the difference of being able to get back at it? Like, what's changed for you? Health?
Figuring out what it was. And that kind of helped my mental as well, because when something's wrong, you don't know what it is. It can be rough. So helped my mental figuring out what it was, and then now just getting back to it, feeling good.
Well, you hope that's the case.
Oh, when the teams ask him about that, I hope his answer is way better. That answer sucks.
Well, I hope it's better than the creatine answer.
That answer really sucks.
The creatine thing doesn't make any sense. Not because I'm a creatine user or expert, but the logic of it doesn't make any sense. Oh, I'd never taken this certain product before I got to Kansas. Then I started taking it in huge, huge doses, and I started cramping up, and I couldn't figure out that the two were related, or the doctors at Kansas couldn't figure out the two were related. That doesn't make any sense to anybody. If he started cramping up right after he took something, they would say, stop taking that. Jake, you ever go to a restaurant, come home, feel sick? You don't go back to the restaurant. Like, it's not a hard equation to figure out there. So no, there's got to be some better explanation.
It depends on the restaurant. I feel like there are some restaurants that have earned a pass,
a second chance
for one sickness. Yeah,
but probably not the first time you go.
You know,
if you go the first time, you get sick and you're not going back a second.
I know, but there are, no, I don't want to call out any restaurants. There are restaurants that I love that could get me sick, and I'd forgive them.
But again, not the first time.
No.
He had never taken creatine before. He goes to Kansas and takes creatine, and now all of a sudden his whole body's cramping, and no one can figure out what changed in his diet. That doesn't make a lick of sense.
But he didn't explain anything there. All he said was, I'm back to my high school time. And in fact, tackling this issue, whatever it was good for me mentally. Next question.
Yeah.
What a terrible answer. When teams ask him about it, better be better than that.
Well, he is a notoriously, I don't want to say painful, but an introvert. He is not an outspoken person. He is not a vocal leader. He's a real quiet guy. He's got a little bit of the Kawhi Leonard thing. He's a little bit of a mystery. Apparently, he always has been. There's a lot of reports of scouts showing up to games to see him in high school, and he wasn't playing in those either, and nobody ever understood why. Like, again, this is not a new thing for him necessarily either. There have been questions about like his want to forever. Since he's kind of been in the conversation as an NBA draft prospect going back several years. So, yeah, he is going to have to explain this, and teams are going to look into it very seriously.
All right, you mentioned CBS sports writer Adam Finkelstein. Here's a clip from him talking about the Jazz and what they may or may not do at number 2.
Then the question then becomes at 2 with Utah. And what are the chances you think it's Darren Peterson with that selection?
Well, it's complicated. It's complicated for a number of reasons. Number one, I'm not sure they have given up their pursuit of A.J. Debonsa yet. There's been some speculation here in Chicago. You can see it behind me. I'm at the NBA Draft Combine that they could be interested in at least seeing if Washington has any interest in discussing that pick. The other reason it's complicated is because Cameron Boozer's father, Carlos Boozer, works for the Jazz as a scout. So there's a bunch of different dynamics here that make this a really intriguing choice for Utah. And I do believe that this is one of the big turning points at the draft. But I'll say this just unequivocally right now. I think there are 3 players that they could go with. I don't think we have really seen them tip their hat at all. Remember, even last year, down to the very last days, there was real speculation that they favored Jeremiah Fears. They ended up going with Ace Bailey. So this is a Utah front office that is not going to show anybody their hand. And as I said, may still be interested in talking to Washington about a potential pick swap.
This is really funny to me because I know what happened here. And that audio clip was from yesterday. And then his article today that I just read the quote from of, Jazz aren't going to do that, and if there's any movement, it's going to come from Debonsa's camp. Somebody heard that and corrected him on the spot. That's exactly what happened, because I've been a part of these. I've been here. I report something, or I hear something, or I think something, and then someone says, oh, no, the exact opposite is true, and then you come out and correct it like he just corrected it in his article. Because he said, in his article, which, again, came out 5 hours ago, and that clip was from yesterday and went a little bit viral, went a little bit national, his writing today said, the only way that's going to happen is if Debonsa starts it. So I'm very sure that someone from the Jazz said, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't believe them if they said that to me.
Yeah, sure. That's fine, but he clearly said one thing yesterday and had a total change of direction today. It's exactly what happened with Bobby Marks saying, I can't believe the Jazz are ruining the integrity of the NBA. And the next day it was like, you know what, I'm not going to talk about the Jazz anymore. It's like, yeah, you got corrected by somebody, and you didn't feel like backing up that reporting. So I think that's what we are seeing here. And no, I don't think the Jazz are going to be all that interested in moving up. Now, yeah, they're not going to tell you, yeah, we're trying our hardest to move up. Why would you give Washington that leverage or those cards? But again, it's not the sense I've gotten.
Well, and there have been other, at least rumors I've seen out there, that AJ would prefer Utah over Washington.
Also from Finkelstein in his article today, it says, first, as it relates to Washington, I asked a high-ranking scout on one of the other lottery teams if they considered Washington's selection of DeBonsa a certainty and if that would impact their own preparation. I got more of a direct response than I expected. The scout said, absolutely not. We were surprised the broadcast made it seem like it was such a foregone conclusion. Again, I just do not think this is a clear-cut top three. I think the guys are the top three. But the order is really going to be dependent on what happens over the next month. I don't think this is done by any means. I think you're going to hear literally every different player of the three, DeBonsa, Peterson, Boozer, and maybe even Caleb Wilson, is each going to have a week where the conversation is they're going to be the number one overall pick. So Jazz fans, I wouldn't lock in anything because A, it's lying season, and teams are leaking stuff, planting stuff, trying to throw everyone off the scent to give themselves an advantage or create a fan base or create, friendships with these players specifically. But I don't believe what you're hearing.
I'd almost guarantee you Washington knows who they're going to pick.
They might. I'm sure their board is established.
All that other stuff is just garbage. It always is.
Sure.
All that other stuff is, there's this person's number one this time, and this person is.
No, I think you're right.
It's not to be believed. Washington has their guy. They know who they're going to do at number one. If they trade, it's because somebody, either AJ DeBonsa said, I don't want to go there, so you better trade it. And not just AJ.
Right, anyone, yeah.
It could be anyone. Or somebody steps in and gives them an offer that they can't refuse. But to say that Washington, well, maybe Washington, but to say their front office is like today, they wake up and they're like, I think it's Cam. And then the next day they're like, no,
you're right.
No.
Correct, 100% right.
It's AJ. Okay, all right, guys, it's AJ. And then the next day they're like, who's that clutch guy from North Carolina? We got to draft him.
Exactly right.
There's no way that that's how it works. But yet with the reporting, you'd think that that's how it is.
Correct.
Washington today knows their guy.
Yes, they are not going to they will waffle slightly just because you look at these guys, you get so close, you have to do your due diligence of saying, well, what if we went this direction? Or what if we went that direction? But yes, they will leak stories of whatever to throw everybody off, try and generate up some interest in that number one overall pick, see what type of crazy offer they could get for it. Yes, absolutely. In fact, the Jazz probably know who they would take it to right now.
Absolutely do.
These boards are, been in the process for 5 years. I was talking to somebody and they said, yeah, the 27 and 28 draft stink. It's like, the 28 draft? That's 2 years away. They're like, yeah, it's a bad draft. Okay.
Right.
So they've known this draft is going to be good for a long time, which is by the way, why they traded for Jaren Jackson Jr., why they set this up for 4 years, because they knew that this was how long they had to rebuild and wanted to have a chance in the Wemby draft, the Cooper Flag draft, and this draft. It was a great section to rebuild. Actually, in retrospect, 3 years, if you get a top number one overall pick, you get a potential franchise changer. It's why the Jazz did it at exactly this time. It's probably why they were comfortable trading Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert when they did, knowing that this is what was coming down the pipeline, but also knowing that you probably have to end in 2027 or 2026 because the 2027 and 2028 drafts stink. So yes, to that point, these boards have been established for a very long time, and they're going to do their due diligence, and they're going to interview everyone and make sure they know everything, and maybe a late injury could change something. But you're right. Washington knows who they're taking one. I have no doubt about that.
I mean, we'd have to go back and look at the reporting, but I'm sure there was somewhere out there when San Antonio had the number one pick, the Spurs are thinking about Scooter.
They like Scooter. They think Brandon Miller might be the future of the league.
Please.
So you're going to hear that
with the second pick. Remember, Shams got under hot water for that?
No, remind us.
Shams, right before the Hornets were on the clock, he tweeted that the Hornets were going to take Scoot. Or vice versa.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
the Hornets
you're right.
had the second pick. He said they were going to take Scoot.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm old enough to remember the Peyton Manning, Ryan Leaf thing, where everybody's like, the Colts could be taking Ryan. The Colts at no point ever were going to take Ryan Leaf.
Right.
It was Peyton Manning the whole way.
But Jazz fans should be prepared to hear everything, and it's all a lie.
And it's garbage.
Yeah, but be prepared to hear absolutely everything.
Stay tuned. We'll have more Jacob Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
There has been a power outage affecting traffic lights in the Salt Lake City and South Salt Lake areas. Treat any dark intersection as a four-way stop. We've got a new crash on northbound 15 at the point of the mountain, out of traffic on the shoulder. Heavy delays on southbound 15 from Bountiful to Bluffdale, and a slow ride southbound I-215 westbound from Legacy to the I-80 junction. This summer, celebrate life's biggest moments at the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Stunning event spaces, exceptional service, and unforgettable weddings begin at TSH Events. Visit tshevents.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Spring is calling. Answer in Cedar City and Bryan Head. If you're used to heading south, why not try somewhere different? It's the perfect one-tank getaway. OHV at Three Peaks, Thor's Hideout, or Iron Hills Trails. How about spring skiing at Bryan Head Resort? Plan it now at visitcedarcity.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you about the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. You can do it at KSLSports.com/contest. Then listen every Thursday afternoon to this show, Jake and Ben, as we announce the winner. That's coming up tomorrow. When we're at Beehive Meals, by the way.
Yeah, it'd be very cool.
It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Ben, quick side story. Yeah, I know you probably aren't going to get me anything for my birthday, but if you do, this needs to go to the top of my list.
Forgot to get Christian something for his birthday yesterday. Apologies, Christian.
Probably not going to get anything. But again, if you do want something.
Okay.
A Japanese company is making ferocious-looking robot wolves.
Okay.
To ward off bears. But it also can be utilized in other ways. But it was specifically designed to ward off bears. And look at this thing, dude.
Oh, yeah. That's stupid.
That's terrifying. That's a robot.
It looks like an old Godzilla villain. Just like has a weird beard on it and glowing red eyes.
Can you imagine sicking that on someone you don't like? Do you have a neighbor that bugs you, like their tree gets leaves in your yard or something?
The cherries drop.
Yeah, right.
No, I
and you just send your angry robot wolf dog over there to.
We live in a corner lot right by where the school bus drops off, so kids are always just booking it across my lawn through the flowers and stuff. Yeah, you put the robot wolf in there one time.
Those kids aren't doing that.
The kid who broke your inflatable Santa.
Yeah. The robot wolf dog would have absolutely
ruined those kids' nightmares. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
or people. I have a street that a lot of people walk on because it's one of the flat streets in my neighborhood, and it doesn't have a lot of traffic. So we get a lot of walkers and a lot of dogs, and occasionally some not so courteous dog walkers will not clean up after their dog.
Yeah, inconsiderate.
If I had robot wolf dog?
Well, the dog's not coming close to your yard.
Prowling my yard? Yeah, it's not happening.
Whether or not the owner recognizes it's real or fake, the dog's not coming up. You guys must get deer, yeah?
Oh, tons of deer.
Yeah. So, yeah, get rid of your deer problem.
Are deer a problem? I guess they eat my tulips.
Or if they're, yeah.
But there are mountain lions.
Also desecrating your lawn.
There are actual mountain lions. There was a mountain lion in a tree in my neighborhood the other day.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Wow. Yeah, get this guy.
Yeah, right.
So you need it for your birthday.
But apparently, I mean,
cheap? Must be cheap.
I have no idea what the price is. But apparently a lot of farmers use it.
Yeah.
Because not just to, mangle the predators, but to the patrolling keeps the bears away. They see this red-eyed robot wolf dog.
I didn't know there was a bear crisis in Japan.
Apparently, they had a record number of attacks and 13 people across Japan killed by bears in 25-26.
That's more than I expected.
More than twice the previous high.
And this is their solution?
Honestly, isn't this
give everyone bear spray?
Isn't this the most Japanese solution ever?
It feels like a cat in the wall. This is a wolf in the wall.
Their technological superiority?
Yeah. But it would be one thing if these wolves looked real. These look horrendous.
Frightening.
Do the bears care if they look real?
Yeah, the bears don't care. Exactly. You think those kids who are trudging across your lawn are going to care? When this robot wolf dog is gnawing off their leg?
More than 50,000 bear sightings were recorded nationwide in Japan, more than double the previous record. That's a lot of bears. You guys got a bear. What you guys need is some hunters to go and take care of your bears, not Japanese wolf dogs, wolf robots, monster wolf robots. Anyways, okay.
Well, either one works.
Maybe. I have my doubts.
What do you mean?
I don't know if the wolf monster is going to work.
We got to revisit in like a year.
Yeah. Let's look up deaths by bear in Japan. Put that in the books.
Coming up at the top of the hour, Ben, Game 5, between the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Detroit Pistons from Detroit. What's their stadium called now? It's obviously not the Palace
Little
at Auburn
Caesars.
Hills. Is it?
Yep. They notoriously, I don't travel with the team, so I don't know. They notoriously have a A-plus pre-dinner dining.
Oh.
In fact, speaking to the other writers who do travel, Sarah, Todd, et cetera, have consistently said the Jazz and the Pistons, or when we have visiting writers who come and eat dinner with us, always say, yeah, it's between the Jazz and the Pistons that have the best pregame meal. The Jazz, you get to eat in the Toyota Club.
Oh, this was...
Now.
Okay, now. All right.
Yeah. But also, like, a lot of the arenas make you pay for the food.
I know they do.
Yeah, it's crazy. And
the Jazz do not.
No, the Jazz are very, very courteous. Yeah. Very charitable to feed the writers.
It's hard to sit in the Toyota Club, though, with a celebrity like Tim Lacombe.
Yeah, I bet.
The guy he doesn't even have a chance to eat.
Agreed. Yeah, I bet that's difficult. But
people just coming up to him left and right.
That's not the case for me, which is great, so I can eat.
But you guys all get to eat before anyone gets there, right?
No, everyone's in there. We're eating at 6:30, 6:20.
Oh, I thought you ate before coach availability.
Oh, I'm not getting this. No, I walk in right as coach starts talking. No, I don't get there that early. And I can't work on an empty belly. No, I got to eat right before the game starts. But, yeah, apparently the Little Caesars Arena, in addition to having fresh Little Caesars, has really good food.
Ooh, is it like the Coke Museum where they have to have like the best Little Caesars?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, they have to put their best foot forward?
Yeah.
Like if you've ever is there even a Coke Museum left? I know the one in Vegas closed. There's one in Atlanta. Did you ever have the Coca-Cola at the Coke Museum? No. You know what I'm talking about, Christian? Mylanta. It was so good. You didn't know Coca-Cola could have variations of how it tastes?
Well, I've been to a McDonald's.
Absolutely.
I know how good the Diet Coke is at a McDonald's, so yes, I do.
This mopped the floor with McDonald's.
Okay.
Yeah, did you know it closed? It's not a thing anymore in Vegas.
That makes me sad. I really
so
like
sad.
That one, yeah.
I went to the not the original, but it's kind of the Starbucks headquarters now in Seattle. The original's right by Pike's Market. There's like a big headquarters now where they have all these fancy machines, and had a very lousy cup of coffee, which you know what is on point with Starbucks because I've always felt like their coffee stunk. But I had another very expensive, very bad cup of coffee at the headquarters in Seattle.
I love coffee. I'm not a coffee connoisseur. Gas station coffee works fine for me.
I'm with you.
Thus, I cannot justify it. I think I've had Starbucks like 3 times in my life because I cannot justify paying that much money.
Even for a
cup of coffee.
$5?
Dude, I'll just hit the Sev.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm totally with you.
There is a coffee stand that I like by my house. That is a treat for me that I go once in a while. It is less than Starbucks.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. So.
But I'm telling you, if you ever get a chance to go to the Coca-Cola Museum, if you're ever in Atlanta, do it.
In Atlanta?
Well, there was one in Vegas and Atlanta,
okay.
And now the one in Vegas is gone. The guy who invented Coca-Cola is from Atlanta.
Oh.
You didn't know that?
No.
I thought that was fairly common knowledge that Coca-Cola
I've never been to the museum. How would I know that?
Started in Atlanta. I think the Pistons win tonight. They just showed Toby Harris up on the screen for the pregame. They need him, which sounds crazy, but he is their second best scorer. They need him to have a big game, but I think the Pistons do it.
I agree. I don't think the Cavaliers are good enough to win 3 games in a row. I do need to know what's happening with Jalen Duren. I need to know if the Angel Reese, Wendell Carter thing is really bothering him. Because he's
not been playing?
He's not playing well. Like, he went from, regular season Jalen Duren, 19.5 points, 10.5 rebounds, 2 assists, and was an all-star. Playoffs, 10.2 points, 8.5 rebounds. What happened to your ability to do anything well. He shot 65% from the floor this year. In the playoffs, he's shooting 49% from the floor. What is happening to you? You were playing Orlando, who's not a good team, period. That's why they were in the play-in. Now you're playing Cleveland, which is fine, and has a pretty good defensive front court. Evan Mobley won Defensive Player of the Year last year, and Jared Allen's a good shot blocker. But I don't know. This is really disappointing. He needs to have a breakthrough game, and he hasn't had it yet.
Yeah, I like Darren. I'd agree with that for sure.
So I don't know where he's been. He's got to, if they want to win this series, in all honesty, he's got to play better. And he knows it. And there's clips that are circulating of him just dropping balls out of bounds and had a 2 of 7 shooting game. I don't, again, credit Evan Mobley, credit Jared Allen. They're good players. But
Angel's in his head, dude.
He's better than this. He's got to be better.
Did you see Angel's yesterday? Angel made a layup and did like 4 different celebrations on her way down the floor.
Well, she misses a lot of layups. It's kind
No,
of her thing.
it's not that. She could celebrate any layup she wants. Pick one.
Okay. She got too many.
You can't go from like the flex to the too small to the whoopity-doo.
It's like the little kid in junior jazz
At
who
least not in
scores
game
1
2.
basket a year and has been thinking about what he's going to do when he makes a basket and then realizes there's a chance this is my only one.
And so he does like
so
6
I'm
different
gonna
ones.
do the Dougie. I'm going to dap on him. I'm going to dab on him. Yeah, everything.
Now, Christian has a problem with it only being game 2
Or 3, I
or
guess.
whatever it is,
Yeah,
and
the
going
season just
to
started.
the 4 or 5 different celebrations.
Also true.
I mean, celebrations have gotten out of hand, but that happened a long time ago. But just keep it to 1. You know, now that these NFL players catch a touchdown or whatever, even though they're down 35 points and they do the moonwalk, it's like, I think celebrations are a little bit.
Probably really hard to do the moonwalk in cleats, I bet.
Really tear up that turf.
Yeah. I do it on an opposing team.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I go, great, I'm happy for you. You scored a touchdown. You're down 25 points. You can't dance. And yet, you know what? We can't, no more celebrating first downs. And Angel, keep it to at least 1 celebration.
1 point. Can you do the point for the first down?
No.
You get a big catch on 3rd down?
Nope.
Can't convert it. Can't do anything.
It's football. How many first downs happen in a football game? You got a first down. Congratulations.
Jalen Duren, throughout the regular season, was held to double digits or fewer 6 times total during the regular season. He's been held to single digits. Did I say double digits? During the regular season, he was held to single digits 6 times throughout the entire regular season. In the playoffs, he's been held to single digits 5 times already. They've played 11 games. Come on, man. Team's waiting on you. You're trying to get a max deal.
All right, we've got some call-ins coming up next. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Delays remain northbound I-215 West Belt from WVC up to 1200 North through construction. For that southbound drive on I-15, still slow from the North Interchange in North Salt Lake all the way through Draper. Northbound I-15, not much better with delays going from Murray to Woods Cross and down in Utah County. Southbound 15 is bogged down from Lehigh Main Street down to Linden. Hey, traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. Keep it smoother than your summer playlist with GoPave Utah. GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit right now, GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. First and foremost, Ben, we're going to be up at their brand new production facility in Ogden coming up tomorrow, and I could not be more excited to see their operation. I bet it is awesome, especially because it's new. And speaking of new, they have a brand new product out there for you to try. Ben, you and I have both tried it. It's amazing. They're flat top meals, fresh prepared meals designed for your flat top, griddle, or even a regular skillet. And of course, with Beehive, no chopping, no measuring, just thaw and cook, and you're eating dinner.
I can feel my stomach getting a little hungry right now. I'm going home to some teriyaki chicken that I'm going to throw on the flat top as soon as I get there. I love it. That decision's already been made for me. I don't have to think about it. I don't have to wonder what I'm going to feed the kids, what the wife's going to eat. No, we're going to have the delicious teriyaki chicken tonight as soon as I get home. No chopping, no measuring. Like you said, I pulled it out of the freezer yesterday. It's been thawed in my fridge. It's ready to go today, and I simply cannot wait.
You do the flat top outside?
I do.
Can you imagine doing that, cooking your meal, and having a robot wolf play around in the yard?
There you go. You've got it made.
That's the vision,
That's
right?
as good as it
That's
gets.
it. Ben mentioned what he's eating tonight, the teriyaki chicken, but they also have sesame chicken, grilled chicken, jalapeno cheddar, smash burgers, steak fajitas, and that's just to name a few. So good. You got to try it. Ready to make dinner easier and better? Order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night. Keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The KSL Sports Zone is your ready home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees and El Paso Chihuahuas play at 6:30. Listen on 1280 The Zone. Meanwhile, on 97.5 The Zone, you'll hear Real Salt Lake and the Houston Dynamo. That match starts at 7:30 with pregame at 6:30. If you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got him made drinks and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jake, the word you're looking for in French is chevalier, which literally is horseman. Figuratively, it translates as knights. So cavaliers is the anglicization of the French chevalier or the Spanish caballero. Thanks. Have a great day.
Can you guys remind me why Jake calls the Lakers head coach the sommelier?
I'd be happy to.
Well, first of all, shout out to John and Matthias. John, I'm just going to guess you served a mission in a French-speaking area. Could be totally wrong. Maybe you're a linguist.
Or a history guy.
Or a genius.
I appreciate it. We always are excited to get a little knowledge from our listeners. So there you go. And we started calling the Cavaliers the...
Cavaliers.
Cavalier.
Are you going to change it now?
I like the singular. Cavalier.
Yeah.
No, I think we can keep it, even though it's inaccurate. I think it still sounds good.
Sure.
And then for the other one, by the way, if you ever wonder why are they saying this or why are they doing it or what does that mean, always used to call in.
Yes, exactly
and
what it's
feel
for.
free to ask. Absolutely. Thank you for listening.
This is one of my favorite stories. This is one of your best nicknames.
All right. So during the peak of LeBron running the Lakers, in the middle of, I guess right before twisting their arm to get Bronny drafted, LeBron got Darvin Ham fired, and they were looking for a new coach.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, LeBron was hosting a podcast with J.J. Redick, and the podcast was about wine. And so LeBron got the Lakers to hire his podcast partner, and it wasn't even a basketball podcast. It was a wine podcast.
It was kind of a branch off of The Old Man and the Three, which was J.J. Redick's other podcast. And LeBron wanted to jump in on it. And they opened a very fancy bottle of wine and drank a bottle of wine while talking about whatever.
So, thus, the sommelier was born.
Because a sommelier is...
Well, a wine expert.
A wine expert,
Mm-hmm.
simply put.
The sommelier.
Yeah.
JJ's been a better coach than I thought he would be. I'm not saying he's a good coach, but he's been a better coach. All right, stay tuned. Coming up next, we're going right into RSL pregame, Christian. Oh, coming up at 6:30. Apologies. We'll have more Jake and Ben for you coming up next. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals.